Strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. It is Maura Dooley and Lyle Goldstein in with you again to start the 6 to 7 a.m. hour, and then we're going to have Brock Heward and Brady Henderson in the rest of the day. We'll still be here, too, but they'll be taking over.
Yeah, we'll be here. Feels like this Salk golf trip's gone on forever now, but
Yeah.
here we are.
I know. It's because it's the bye week. He knew that it'd be like a little quieter around here. And yeah, it does. I feel like it makes it seem like he's been gone a little bit longer. But, some people enjoy that on the text line. We get some people that are happy Salk's not here. I did just experience something that Salk complains about off the top of the show sometimes, that I don't know if it was Bob or who was sitting here. Because I think Bob might have been out last week. Who was sitting here before me, but I'm concerned for their ear health because I just put on the headphones and almost blew out my eardrums. It was so
blaring?
loud. Yeah.
Well, isn't that
was a lot.
Isn't that computer where you have stats up or the text line up? Isn't it at like 200 font or something too?
Yes, it's very zoomed in. We have some people with some hearing and vision difficulty sharing this computer. Okay, did you get to see last night's game, Lions-Texans?
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was, the Chiefs and the Lions are in kind of the same boat right now, where it's actually, no, I guess we were talking about how the Chiefs don't look that dominant, but they just keep winning. But you just know, like, as long as Mahomes is there, it feels like they're going to find a way to pull it off. And then the Lions, they've looked pretty dominant, but they got off to a rough start last night. And it's like you just can't ever feel like you put them away. Jared Goff, who has been one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the league, we saw him not have one incompletion against the Seahawks. And then he had plenty of games where he only had, like, a couple. Threw 5 picks last night. That was insane. They went down 23-7 in the first half. And then marched all the way back to beat the Texans. So they continue to look like one of the scarier teams in the league. And honestly, it's crazy. When the Seahawks played them, they were in that game.
Yeah, they were. That was back when the Seahawks were still at 3-0. They were back and forth, offensive battle. Like you said, in that game, Goff didn't throw a single incompletion. In this one, he only completed 50% of his passes, and 5 of those 15 incomplete passes were picks. Yeah, it's pretty amazing that.
Yeah, he threw more picks to Texans players in the first half, I think, than he did to Lions players. Threw more completions to Texans players than he did to Lions players.
Which is crazy. It just speaks volumes to how good this Lions team is. When you can play like that and you're going to have Goff throw 5 picks and you're going to struggle that much offensively and you still find a way to win.
Mm-hmm. And the way that they've been able to keep this rolling after the loss of Aiden Hutchinson, who at the time was leading the league by far in sacks. It's pretty impressive what Dan Campbell's been able to do there.
Really impressive.
And I think no one wants to see them in the playoffs.
No. And look, I'm pretty intrigued by seeing how much the Chiefs can keep this up over a long period of time. I don't even mean this season, but I just mean throughout Mahomes' career and how much he can keep winning. I know people are kind of tired of seeing the Chiefs win. I'm intrigued by it. All that being said, how cool would a Lions-Bills Super Bowl be this year? Because some just
the franchises that have been waiting for forever.
Yeah, some tortured fan base would get to experience a Super Bowl. That would be pretty cool.
I like that. Lyle, let's root for that one instead of you rooting for the Chiefs like you did the Yankees. Front runner again.
Uh-huh.
Don't tell Salk.
No. I don't know. I'm intrigued to see how many games or how many Super Bowls Mahomes can win in his career. I don't even know if I outwardly root for them more than it is an intrigue. Oh, the Yankees in the ALDS and the ALCS, I was rooting for them. The Chiefs, it's more of an intrigue factor. I'm not going to be up in arms if they lose.
You're curious.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're going to get into what happened in a lot of these games and around the NFL at 6:30. But for right now, I had a question just watching the Steelers yesterday. and them pulling off a last-minute win as well over the Commanders. Are you having any feelings of wishing Russell Wilson was still here while watching him in Pittsburgh? Because I feel like I'm seeing some of that on social media.
No.
That's a firm answer.
No, I don't miss him because I think people have been hit with amnesia a little bit in the last few weeks and just forgotten what he's done the previous 2 years in Denver. Also, look, all the credit in the world to him for finding a way to beat a really good Commanders team yesterday, and he got the defensive line to jump off sides to secure the win, which was a veteran QB thing to do, and he threw 3 touchdowns, and he had a couple of those classic Russ moon balls, but he still was only 14 for 28 in the middle part of that game. In the second and third quarter, he didn't look all that great. So, no, I don't really miss having him here. I'm happy Geno's here. I think Geno's been great, and no, I'm okay that Russ has moved on. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, that was vintage Russ at the end, though. Even if he didn't look great in the middle of a game, at the end, he would do what needed to be done, and he hits Mike Williams for a beautiful deep ball to tie it up. But I think, to take a 1-point lead, actually. To me, it's not that surprising. What was surprising was it looking like Russell Wilson forgot how to play football overnight. That was really weird. And so it's not that surprising that he still has this side of him left. But I think when you get nostalgic, it's easy to forget. G likes to do the relationship analogies. I guess it's easy to look at your ex treating someone else the way you want to be treated and think oh man, maybe things could have worked out. But it couldn't have, because Russell needed to leave Seattle and see that he couldn't throw the ball all over the place the way that he wanted, and he needs to be in a system where they run the ball and he takes his shots when they're there. And I mean, that's what Pete Carroll was trying to do, and he fought it. And so it was never going to work until he failed the way that he did. And sure, now things are going pretty well elsewhere. We'll see if they keep that up. They do have some tough games on the horizon. But I don't think you can look at it that way. It was over. It was over. This relationship was done. And even if you're seeing some vintage Russ now in a new relationship, it wasn't going to work here. I did see this stat from Josh Roundtree of 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. It says Russell Wilson is currently just 2 touchdowns away from having the most touchdowns in a season for a Steelers quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger retired. He's only played 3 games.
Yeah.
Ben Roethlisberger retired in 2021. And Russ has 6 passing touchdowns and 1 rushing touchdown. So that is startling and alarming. And it seems to me like a good time to remind everyone that wants Geno Smith gone just because he's not, young and up and coming, and they don't feel like that's the future. So get him out of here. Just because you go out and draft a quarterback does not mean it's going to get better. I mean, Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky apparently couldn't throw for more than 7 touchdowns in a season. It's also Mason Rudolph, I think, was on that list.
Yeah, he beat the Seahawks in Seattle, remember? And it was last year.
I know that Geno Smith does some frustrating things at times. If you watch C.J. Stroud last night, who they also have offensive line issues in the Texans, he made some frustrating decisions as well. I just think you got to be careful what you wish for, because there are a lot of quarterbacks worse than Geno Smith out there. And just because you draft a young buck doesn't mean that it's going to be better.
No, and that takes me back to when Russ got traded. Where did all these Seahawks fans' minds go to? They think, who's the replacement going to be? Let's go draft one. Well, that QB class was awful. I remember saying that at the time as somebody who watches a lot of college football. The top 3 guys in that class were Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, and Desmond Ridder. Mm-hmm. All 3 of those guys, it's gone exactly how all these draft analysts sort of expected it would go with those guys. But
eventually teams talk themselves into those guys being better than they were, because those were the options.
Right. And it feels like that may more or less happen in this upcoming class too. This class might be a little bit better than that one, but somebody's going to overdraft guys like Shedeur Sanders, depending on what you think of Cam Ward. There's going to be a couple other quarterbacks that pop up and get a bunch of hype when this draft gets closer and closer about, this guy has certain talent or certain skills that he does really well. We're going to take a project flyer on him and try to turn him into something. So, yeah, that when you draft a quarterback and get it wrong, it can set you back a lot of years, especially when you do it with a high draft pick. So, yeah, to see what Geno Smith's done. sign me up.
Yeah, and now I wouldn't be against them drafting a quarterback to learn behind Geno Smith at this point. If this was a draft, we talked to Daniel Jeremiah. If this was a draft where you felt like there was someone in there,
right?
I'm not so sure that's the case. But you brought up Malik Willis, and now we're seeing what he's been able to do in for Jordan Love with Green Bay this season. I think that we're starting to see more and more quarterbacks come out that probably shouldn't start right away and probably need some time to grow.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm not against it, but I just think rushing Geno Smith out of here is a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a mistake because when you have a good quarterback in your system, to try to force him out for somebody that's unproven and something that's totally unsure, I'd be careful what you wish for. Let's put it like that.
I would agree with that. All right, coming up next, we're going to go through some more of those NFL games, take a look at what happened for UW and Washington State this weekend, and talk about another cool accolade for Cal Raleigh in Need to Know. This is the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Bump, we are going to look at the remaining games for the Seahawks, 8 remaining games, and figure out which of these are, quote, winnable. Are the Cardinals a winnable opponent?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is a matchup you can win.
I think there is a road where we enter a Sunday night football game against the Packers, and they're still just hovering around 500, feeling okay. Within those 4 games are 2 wins and the possibility of sweeping the Cardinals.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555 or visit revivemenshealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Ready to take your Seahawks game day to the next level? From pregame sideline passes to postgame field goal kicks, create unforgettable memories with friends and family this season at Lumen Field. Visit Seahawks.com/game day experiences to level up your game day.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. Swedish CyberKnife is the only CyberKnife center in the Pacific Northwest. Compared with other radiation treatments, which can last 6 to 9 weeks, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter, typically 5 days or less. CyberKnife advanced robotic technology can track your slightest body movement, adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme accuracy, sparing healthy tissue. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and can continue normal activities during treatment. CyberKnife offers curative cancer treatment while minimizing side effects and disruption to a patient's life. The experienced CyberKnife team has helped advance the field with research, protocols, and published findings. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over Washington state. If you, a friend, or family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
The Harnish Auto family has always found ways to make a difference in our communities, and the need never stops, and neither does the Harnish Auto family. Hey, Brock Heward here. With the holidays approaching, we often think of those less fortunate. Food bank supply, well, it's at an all-time low, but we can help. Drop off non-perishable food items at any of the 6 Harnish dealerships this November for food banks from Everett to Puyallup. Visit Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Subaru, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Chevrolet and Kia of Everett to donate today. It's the Harnish Auto family, where people matter. This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
We'll be going into all these games in more depth at 6:30, but we'll go around the NFL a little here. The NFC West didn't do the Seahawks any favors yesterday, with the Niners squeezing out a last-minute win in Tampa and the Cardinals dominating the Jets. We will have to wait until tonight to see how the Rams do against the Miami Dolphins. Other NFL games that stood out were Russell Wilson and the Steelers pulling off a thrilling comeback from behind to end the Commanders' 3-game win streak. The Chiefs stay undefeated by the skin of their teeth with a last-second field goal block of Broncos kicker Will Lutz. The Saints upset the Falcons 2017, and the Lions came back from down 23-7 and overcame Jared Goff throwing 5 interceptions to defeat the Texans with this 52-yard field goal from kicker Jake Bates.
52 for the win. It is just good.
It's a good thing they didn't put an extra coat of paint on these uprights, because we have seen them slide by all night long. One more time. What a football game.
Yeah, that was about as close as you could get to a miss.
You talk about margin for error. Both the field goal that Bates tied it on and then the game winner, there was so little space between where he snuck that football into and where the goalpost was, but game of inches.
Yeah. That, they were hoisting him up like they had just won the Super Bowl. It was pretty fun. And I saw him say something about, like, he was about to quit football, and I think he said he was laying brick or something a few years ago. So pretty cool moment for him. You love to see it. Also, the Eagles dominated the Cowboys 34-6, and things continue to fall apart there as Jerry Jones did a long press conference. I guess CeeDee Lamb dropped a ball in the end zone in the sun, and they were talking about how he built this stadium that hurts their players, and he got real defensive about it. I can't see Mike McCarthy lasting much longer there.
No. And people asked about putting blinds or shades on the stadium, and he got defensive about that too. It's
weird.
It's like, well, don't you want your players to catch touchdowns? I would, personally, if I was an owner.
No, he just doesn't want to be critiqued at all.
Right.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, more hardware keeps coming for Cal Raleigh after winning the Gold Glove Award last week. He heads to New York and gets surprised with what? A Platinum Glove Award. He was the best defender in all of the American leagues. So congrats to Cal. Just another piece of hardware to put in his, to have to his name. Pretty cool. Goes to, again, award goes to the best defensive player in each league. Cal Raleigh's the first Mariner to ever win that award. It is amazing what this guy continues to do. He hits 30 homers. He's great with the pitching staff, and he is as good of a defensive catcher as anybody in baseball. There were seriously...
Cool to see him finally get some credit for it, right?
Yeah, like there were lists this year that left him off the top 10 preseason. It's crazy. It's awesome to see him get the award because he deserves it.
I agree.
Yeah. John Morosi got to catch up a little bit with Justin Hollander at the GM meetings. If you want to listen to that clip here really fast, he was asked about trading a starting pitcher this offseason, and this is what Hollander had to say to John Morosi.
I think when you have starters as good as we are, a lot of teams ask, and we almost always say no. we love our starting pitchers. They're the foundation of our team. They will give us a chance every night to go out and compete with the best teams in baseball. So I think that, for us, it's been a common question over the years, and mostly we've said, no, we like our starters. We're going to keep them.
And they've stood pretty pat on that stance, as they should. I will say, if a scenario were to occur for them to trade one of those pitchers, you know what I think it might be? The Mariners signed Roki Sasaki, who just got posted this weekend. He's coming over from Japan, if you don't know about him. Maybe we'll dig into him a little bit more this week when Salk's back in town, but he may be the best pitcher to ever come out of Japan. He's 23 years old, and he can only make league minimum since he's coming over so early, which means all 30 teams are going to have a case, including the Mariners. So we'll have to dig into that more this week.
Intriguing.
Very intriguing.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
In the whiteout game versus Penn State on Saturday, UW missed a field goal on their first drive, and things just got worse from there. They allowed Penn State to score touchdowns on every possession in the first half, heading to the locker room with a 28 lead for Penn State. Jed Fish replaced Will Rogers at quarterback with Damon Williams in the third, and the Huskies did manage 2 field goals, while the Lions offense fumbled and missed a field goal on their first 2 drives. But they couldn't muster a full comeback, and they end up losing 35-6. Here was what Jed Fish had to say post-game.
They got on top of us pretty quick. Really, after our first drive, where we missed a kick, they kind of were able to do what they wanted to do on offense, and we were not able to do what we wanted to do on offense. So it became a tough half. Proud of our guys, the way they came back in the second half. Really kept them to 1 touchdown on their side and kicked a couple field goals on ours. Thought our guys competed, had some opportunities there, here and there to make some plays, but overall, we just weren't as good as they were tonight.
He was asked after the game if Will Rogers is still the quarterback moving forward, and he said he thinks so. So yeah, he said he's pretty sure he'll be out there Friday. So we'll see how that develops, but not a great day for them. Meanwhile, Washington State, the Cougs scored touchdowns on their first 3 possessions before punting in the first half and did not punt at all in the second half of their 49-28 win over Utah State Saturday. Wazoo quarterback John Mateer threw for 4 touchdowns and ran one in as well. He hit Kyle Williams for this 14-yard score in the second to make it 21-7.
All right, 10th play of this Cougar drive. And Mateer finds Kyle Williams. Touchdown. And the Cougs have had a perfect half. 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns.
Kyle Williams had 3 touchdowns on the day. Running back Rayshon Parker added 149 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Wazoo's defense added an interception and a fumble recovery. The Cougs moved to 8-1, and they are now 5-0 at home.
It's a pretty remarkable season they've had. We'll see how long this keeps up. There's a real world in which they can win out this year, but it's been awesome to see them do what they've been able to do, especially with everything that's happened with the Pac-12.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we are, even when we had Dickert on, I think we were getting a lot of texts on the line, even UW fans admitting that they kind of felt bad after the way everything went down with the conference, and they're like, if not, some of them even said they might be rooting for them a little bit, but if nothing else, there's a sense of like, good for you guys.
Mm-hmm. Also, I'll apologize to Husky fans. I tried to give you guys reason for optimism on Friday. I said, look, Drew Aller's not that good. If he has a bad game, Huskies can win. Unfortunately, they didn't win that game, to say the least. No.
Drew Aller was good enough.
Yeah, he was. He was.
That's all right. You tried.
I did try.
All right, coming up next, we kind of touched on some of the games so far, but there was a lot going on in the NFL yesterday, so we are going to fully go around the NFL and dig into some of these games. And then at 7 a.m., Brady Henderson and Brock Huard are going to take over. This is the Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
For down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, the Seahawks worked out 4 tight ends this week. What does it mean for the position group?
So we know Noah Fant is banged up. Word on the street is he's not going to the IR. So this is a temporary fix is what they're trying to do. And who knows if they sign these guys. But N'Keal Harry, remember that guy? He was drafted before our guy, DK Metcalf. And so he's moved to the tight end spot. If you get N'Keal Harry, you're looking for a pass catcher.
For down territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
What's up, everybody? Michael Bumpus here. Looking for quality fencing? Look no further than Contour Fence. Locally owned and operated, serving the Puget Sound since 1984. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions as well as fence repairs. Visit contourfence.com to know more about their services and use the code HAWKS10 for 10% off any repair or replacement. Schedule a free consultation directly on their website, Contour Fence. Visit them at contourfence.com today or call 425-481-7128.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got 2 great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a Reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Hanging up your lights can be a tangly mess. Leave it up to us and save yourself the stress. We'll install our lights, they're custom fit to you. We do residential and commercial too. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators...
Like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
What does the Seahawks jersey mean? It's football.
Drops back, has time, loads up, throws. It's intercepted. Does he keep his feet in? He does! Seahawks ball!
It's community.
The stands are rocking right now. Nobody has left this place. It is pandemonium.
It's Seattle. This is your jersey. This is the Pro Shop. The Seahawks Pro Shop has the largest selection of Seahawks jerseys. Come try one on at the Landing in Renton or at Lumen Field.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Are you constantly dealing with a runny nose, nasal congestion, or stuffiness? Always having to clear your throat or coughing? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Rhine Air is a simple, non-invasive procedure that can significantly reduce your symptoms. This long-lasting treatment is available here in my office. In a clinical study, 88% of Rhine Air patients experience a significant reduction in their symptoms. We're proud the Stern Sinus Center was recently named a nationwide center of excellence. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
All right, we are going to go around the NFL here in a moment. Lyle Goldstein and Maura Dooley in here for this first hour with you, and then we'll have Brady Henderson and Brock Eward taking over. We also do have some guests coming up today. Fox Sports' Kurt Menefee is going to be joining us at 8:30, and also from Fox Sports, Jay Glazer will be coming on at 9:40. I know he did a little piece yesterday on how Mike McDonald brought in a Navy SEAL team to talk to the Seahawks around last week, I think. So that'll be interesting. And we've got some other good stuff coming up for you too. A little college football. Brock has a new segment that he wants to debut at 7:30. So we'll see how that goes. Lyle looks scared.
Yeah, I never know how these things are going to go with Brock. I guess we'll find out.
It's always an adventure.
Yes. I mean, speaking of Brock, somebody just sent something in this morning. They said, is it that hard for Brock to just wake up 1 hour earlier for one day a week? Isn't that too much? That isn't too much to ask. Well, he's got some fair points.
I mean, he's always got a coffee and everything. I don't even think it's the waking up. I think he just gets to take his time in the morning. And we
right. Yeah, there was that. Somebody else also sent in from the 206. I need Salk there so I can complain about Salk being there. Sounds like an old SpongeBob line I've heard.
Fair enough.
It's like when Squidward said, too bad SpongeBob's not here to enjoy SpongeBob not being here. So that's where my mind went.
I think that is kind of Salk's role on this show a lot. There are a lot of people that, like, they complain about him, they don't like him, but then it's not the same for them when he's not here to not like.
People need something to complain about.
Exactly. That's Salk's our guy. He'll be back tomorrow, everyone. Don't worry.
Yeah. Yes, he will.
All right, you ready to go around some of these NFL games, Lyle?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. The Commanders were looking for their fourth straight win against the Steelers, who were rolling into Northwest Stadium Sunday, and they got off to a pretty good start. The game was tied 7-7 much of the first half, but when a Russell Wilson to Pat Freiermuth touchdown gave the Steelers a 14-7 lead in the second, Jaden Daniels led the Commanders on back-to-back scoring drives to take a 17-14 lead into the half. The Commanders added another 10 points early in the second half for a 27-21 lead, but they couldn't capitalize and really put the Steelers away when Russell Wilson was intercepted and Jaylen Warren fumbled on back-to-back drives. So Russell Wilson and the Steelers found themselves looking for a conversion on 3rd and 9 with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Wilson spotted the freshly traded former New York Jet, Mike Williams, in a one-on-one situation downfield and lofted one of his moon balls to him.
3rd and long. Wilson floats it way upstairs. Williams, he's got it. Touchdown. Mike Williams, the newest Steeler.
I saw an interview with Mike Williams post-game where he said that he hadn't even practiced that play yet. He got thrown out there because someone was hurt. And Russ just told him where to go.
To give Russ credit, like you said earlier, those moon balls of his, those have never really wavered or gone away. He still throws a great moon ball.
Yeah. And he did have some receiver issues in Denver.
Right.
They had some injuries on top of not having the most depth to begin with. But, yeah, he's looking pretty good. Washington then turned it over on downs after a Zach Ertz catch was ruled short of the line to gain. On the Steelers' final possession, they found themselves in a 4th-and-1 situation while trying to run out the minute that was remaining on the clock. They decided to line up and at least see if they could get the Commanders to jump off sides, and what do you know?
And there is a jump. Washington played into their hands. Wilson celebrating.
That was rookie defensive tackle Johnny Newton, who actually Brian Baldinger brought up with us last week when he was talking about Byron Murphy being off to a bit of a slow start. He said that Johnny Newton's a little bit ahead of him as far as his play this rookie season, but that being a rookie was definitely not good for him in that situation.
That was a vet baiting a rookie in an absolute nutshell.
I just don't understand how everyone on the line is not aware in that situation
of exactly what they're going to do.
I know he's a rookie, but how do your fellow teammates, how does your coach not make sure that everyone knows? Just stand there. Do not bite on this.
That's a great question.
I guess that's why you do it, though.
Yeah, I saw on Twitter somebody sunk up that play with the Curb Your Enthusiasm music just because it was not great. What do we make of the Commanders, by the way? Because I think I saw a stat this weekend saying they're 0-3 against teams that are over 500 and then 7-0 against teams under. Jaden Daniels has been great, but is this a true contending team?
I mean, they've got some fight in them, and Jaden Daniels has shown that he's, unflappable. I don't think that they are. No, I don't think they're a true contender this year. I think they could get into the playoffs.
Definitely.
Probably lose first round, maybe win one game, depending on who they get matched up against. But yeah, I definitely don't think this is their year. But I think what they're doing is still pretty impressive, and only the beginning with the talent that they have.
100%.
It was also kind of fun yesterday to see Bobby Wagner and Russell Wilson doing the jersey exchange after.
That was nice. That gave me some, fun flashbacks and all that. Yeah, like seeing Russ play, like we talked about in the 6 a.m. hour, like talking about, do you wish you still had him, or do you wish he was back in Seattle? No, but seeing him and Bobby exchange the jerseys, that more so. That was cool.
Yeah. So the Steelers get the 28-27 win because Russ was able to kneel it out after that. They are 7-2 and in first place in the AFC North right now. Now, do you agree with Dan Graziano, who we played some sound from last week, that they are maybe one of the weakest division leaders?
Maybe aside from the NFC West. Yeah.
Yeah, the Cardinals.
Right. Yeah. The Steelers are weird just because they've won a lot of games, but...
And they always do with Tomlin.
Always. And there's a reason he's been there so long. There's a reason his teams are always over 500, but... They really kind of had to scrap for some wins with Justin Fields. It's looked a little bit better with Russ. But yeah, I don't look at them.
Well, they're about to get into their division play, so I'm interested to see what happens there.
Is it crazy they have not played a single division game yet?
It's really weird, yeah.
I don't know why the schedulers set it up like that. But yeah, like if you're asking me, do I think long term they're going to be better than the Ravens, even the Bengals? I don't think so. The Bengals are starting to get hot too. So
I would agree with that. Here was Mike Tomlin being asked about Russ's feet after the game.
How many times have you seen that Russell Wilson throw like that over the years? Just throw it up there and connect that.
I've seen it a few times on highlight shows. It's a little better in person. Believe it.
Good for him. He's having fun with Russ at quarterback, and he wanted Russ out there. He stuck to it even when everyone thought he was crazy, and so far working out for them pretty well. We will move over to the AFC West, where the Broncos almost snuck up on the Chiefs, as they did last year around this time, but Kansas City pulled it out in the end, as they've done every game this year, to remain undefeated at 9-0. Each team punted twice to start the game before the Broncos got on the board first with a Javonte Williams rushing touchdown with 5 seconds left in the first. They traded scoring drives in the second, with the Broncos missing a field goal to end the half, but they still held a 14-10 lead. The Chiefs kicked a field goal to pull within 1 point in the third, and then the Broncos missed another field goal, and each team traded punts. So the score was still 14-13 Broncos when Patrick Mahomes got his team into field goal range once again with about 6 minutes left in the game. Harrison Butker made the 20-yard field goal, and the Chiefs took a 16-14 lead. But Bo Nix led the Broncos on a 13-play, 43-yard drive that ate up the rest of the clock and set Will Lutz up for a 35-yard game-winning field goal.
For Boney the snap, Riley the hold, Lutz the kick to win it. Oh! Blocked! The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won!
We were talking about this off-air, Lyle. It's crazy because, I mean, obviously you're always going to have a chance to win when you have Patrick Mahomes. We know, especially if the ball's in his hands at the end of the game, you have to worry. And they do have a pretty good defense this year. So even though they're maybe not the most dominant Chiefs team we've seen in the past, I don't want to make it seem like I'm not giving them credit. But, man, they do seem to have some luck as well. Like, things like that, it's just insane.
You want to know what's funny? And people are going to think I'm lying, but no joke, when Will Lutz ran out there to kick that field goal, I'm thinking to myself, how are the Chiefs going to find a way to block this? How are they going to find a way to still win this game? Chip shot, field goal. They're just going to find a way. And they did. It just seems to be how these games for the Chiefs go oftentimes, where I don't know if they have voodoo working in their favor. They have the football gods on their side, something, because it seems to happen more often than not, especially for them, when despite being 9-0, there have been games this year, like you said, they just haven't looked that great. Yesterday they didn't look that great. Patrick Mahomes, by the way, on that final offensive drive for the Chiefs, it didn't even necessarily have to get to this Will Lutz game-winning field goal for them to block. He had Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes had Travis Kelce wide open in the back of the end zone on that final drive, and he missed him. He just flat out missed him, wide open. So it wasn't the Chiefs' best game, but somehow they find a way to win it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Will Lutz had some struggles that afternoon, but that one was just straight up blocked. It wasn't his fault. Yeah, it's crazy. And it is also interesting to see that the Broncos have become a much tougher team to play every week since the team we saw week 1.
Oh, after week 1, I thought the Broncos were going 3-14. That's not the case anymore. They were nearly inches away from taking down Kansas City, who hasn't lost in a year now, a straight calendar year.
That is ridiculous. Wow.
Crazy.
All right, we'll move over to the NFC West with the 49ers and Bucks. This game came down to the wire in Tampa. San Francisco got on the board first with a 46-yard touchdown from Brock Purdy to rookie wide receiver Ricky Pearsall.
Here's Purdy looking to rip it. Oh, good catch and throws. Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall trying to beat his man to the end zone. And he is in. Touchdown, San Francisco. Ricky Pearsall's first NFL score.
This is only Pearsall's third game this season as he was recovering from injuries after being shot in an attempted robbery back in August. So to score his first NFL touchdown must have been pretty amazing.
Yeah. I mean, getting a chance to score your first touchdown, period, as a first-round pick, rookie wide receiver.
I'm sure, wondering at a certain point if you're ever going to play again.
Yeah, I was going to say, and then you add all of that on, just makes it that much cooler, makes it that much more special. So yeah, good for Ricky Pearsall. Pretty cool.
Gosh, we've had a couple of these lately. Wasn't it the Commanders running back? Wasn't it Brian Robinson that got, as a rookie it was an attempted robbery in D.C. and he got shot too and came back?
Yeah.
Thank goodness they were both okay, but that's sad that these things are happening.
Yeah.
Then the Niners led 10-3 at the half after a missed 49-yard field goal attempt with 29 seconds left from kicker Jake Moody. It was the Bucs who would score first in the second half. A 9-yard receiving touchdown for running back Rachaad White tied it 10-10. Moody made a 33-yard field goal for the Niners on their next drive, but the Bucs scored another rushing touchdown to take a 17-13 lead. Jake Moody's second missed field goal of the day, the Niners then answered with an 11-yard touchdown to George Kittle for a 3-point lead, and were looking to go ahead by 6 on their next drive with a 44-yard field goal, but Moody missed again. Wide right. Deebo Samuel lost it at that point, grabbing at long snapper Tabor Pepper's neck and unleashing a swing that sort of was wild enough that it didn't really connect that hard, but it connected on Pepper and Moody. Like, he kind of smacked both of them by the time he swung through because they were standing right next to each other. So that was a strange moment. The Bucs tied it up on their next possession with the help of 3 straight San Francisco penalties that took them from 3rd and 7 at the San Francisco 47 to 1st and goal at the San Francisco 8. But the Niners were not done yet. Purdy marched them down the field to set up a potential game-winning 44-yard field goal for the embattled Jake Moody.
Kick is up, and it is up and through. It's good. The 49ers win it.
Lots of kicker drama yesterday. So the Niners win 23-20 to move to 5-4. Brock Purdy threw for 353 yards and 2 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey only had 39 rushing yards in his season debut, but he added another 68 receiving, so he had over 100 all-purpose. And Deebo Samuel spoke about his outburst at Jake Moody and Tabor Pepper postgame.
We're just frustrated in the heat of battle, really close game, and I kind of got out of character a little bit, but I'll talk to Moody and we'll get past it.
He also made a comment, something about I think it brought out some dog in him or something. Maybe he helped Moody make that field goal at the end.
Yeah, grabbing my, not long snapper, but holder and punter's neck helped my kicker make the field goal. I don't know about all that. That was a little unhinged on Deebo's end, I gotta say. It's one thing to be frustrated, but then when you're grabbing...
We saw Jaron Reed and Derek Hall get in each other's faces, but
Right.
no one actually
Nobody grabbed anybody's neck. No,
Yeah.
that was a little much. Also,
They got separated. It looked like it could get to that point, but it didn't.
Right. Also, it's going to get forgotten about because this was a 49ers win, but that 4th down pass from Baker Mayfield to Rashad White when Nick Bosa was inches from just swinging him to the ground. I don't know how he got that pass off, let alone completed the 4th down, but that was a pretty wild play.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield deserves a lot of credit for doing what he's doing right now with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin out. They've still been playing really well and giving people a tough challenge every week, and they lost 2 of the better receivers.
Mm-hmm. And it's so unfortunate with Godwin too, because it happened so late in the game when he probably didn't need to be in there, but it's just one of those unfortunate things in football. But yeah,
and they were coming off a short week where they had a tough game against the Chiefs.
Right.
They went to overtime, right?
Mhm.
So yeah.
But yeah, credit to Baker.
Good showing for them, but unfortunately they couldn't take care of the Niners, which would have been nice for the Seahawks. The Vikings continue to look far less dominant than they did to start the season, but they did manage to pull off a 12-7 win over the Jaguars yesterday. This game shouldn't have even been close. The Vikings had 402 total yards of offense to the Jaguars' 143. They had 28 first downs to the Jaguars' 10, and they dominated the time of possession by nearly 25 minutes. But Sam Darnold threw 3 interceptions, and 2 were in the red zone. Back-to-back picks on the Jaguars' final drives from Mac Jones, who was in for Trevor Lawrence, helped the Vikings hold Jacksonville off despite a rough day from their offense. Darnold finished 24 for 38 for 233 yards, no touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. Mac Jones, who, as I said, was in for the injured Trevor Lawrence, went 14 for 22 for 111 yards, no touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. That was an ugly game.
Yeah. I think we're starting to see the air come out of the balloon a little bit for the Vikings. They may still win 10 games and get into the playoffs, but this looked a little more like the Sam Darnold people are used to.
Yeah.
That wasn't the Vikings team that started the season 5-0. That was a bit of a tough watch. And to have it come down to the wire the way it did against Jacksonville, Mac Jones, Jacksonville, that was tough.
Yeah. And just some of those stats. You had 402 yards of offense to their 143. How do you only win 12-7?
I mean, they just could not convert anything in the red zone. They kept getting down in the red zone, and Darnold just kept turning it over. And
I guess we as Seahawks fans or viewers can't really talk about not converting in the red zone.
This is fair. Also, I can't believe that game ended the way that it did, in the sense of, in spite of all of that, the Jaguars actually had a chance to get the ball back with one final drive because they stopped the Vikings on 3rd down. And then Travon Walker, I don't know what in the world Travon Walker was doing, but he starts to get in a fight with somebody on the Vikings offensive line. Right after that play ends, flags thrown, 15 yards, game's over. I don't know how you let that happen.
Yeah, that's a discipline issue.
Yeah.
Well, we'll move on. The Bills were in Indianapolis Sunday to take on Joe Flacco and the Colts. Buffalo's offense continues to start slow with a punt, a field goal, a turnover on downs, and a Josh Allen interception making up their first 4 drives. But the defense had their back with Taron Johnson doing this on Joe Flacco's first pass of the game.
Flacco to the air, and he's picked off. Taron Johnson. Johnson on the return. Johnson at the 10. Johnson at the 5. Takes it in. A pick 6.
Josh Allen ran a 13-yard touchdown in himself, and the Bills tacked on a field goal at the end of the half to take a 20-13 lead. Joe Flacco was strip-sacked in the 3rd, but Josh Allen turned around and gave it back with his 2nd interception of the day, which the Colts could not capitalize on. Buffalo finally added a field goal about 4 minutes into the fourth quarter for the first point scored in the second half of this game. Flacco threw another pick, and the Bills did take advantage of that one, punching in a James Cook touchdown on that drive. They win 30-20 for their fifth straight victory. Josh Allen was 22 for 37 for 280 yards, no touchdowns, and an interception. He did have 50 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. Colts cornerback Kenny Moore was less than thrilled post-game. Here's what he had to say about his team.
I don't think everybody is working as hard as possible, and obviously it's showing. I'm not the type to sugarcoat it, honestly. I don't think the urgency is there. I don't think the details are there, so I don't think the effort is there, and I don't see everything correlating from meetings to practice to the games, and it shows.
As one of the leaders of the team, what do you do to kind of get things sparked for everybody?
You got to define yourself. You got to define the identity of the team. We got to look ourselves in the mirror and ask ourselves how bad we want it. And honestly, just change. Turn in the page whenever we look at the corrections and everything tomorrow. And I think the thing that's back to your question, the thing that's frustrating is you letting things leak into another week.
I mean, that sounds like he's calling out not only teammates, but also coaching when you're saying you don't even have an identity.
Yeah, things don't seem like they're exactly sunshine and roses in Indy. I mean, it's hard to have an identity.
Maybe it wasn't all Anthony Richardson.
No, but I was going to say maybe it's hard to have an identity when you're going back and forth with your quarterbacks. And look, respect to Joe Flacco, but he's nearly 40 years old, wasn't starting the year, wasn't supposed to start the year. Now he's in there. He's been very up and down. Yeah, like maybe it's hard to feel like that team really does have an identity.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Bills are looking like one of the better teams in the AFC.
Yeah. That's going to be a fun matchup next week against the Chiefs. That's for sure.
Ooh, yeah. That will be a good game. They've had their battles always come down to the end.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get into one last NFC West game before we move on here. The darkness isn't going anywhere for Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, who've lost 6 of their last 7. Yesterday, it was a 31-6 trouncing by the Cardinals. Arizona made it look easy from the start with this 45-yard touchdown from Kyler Murray to James Conner.
Still no C.J. Mosley in the middle of that Jets defense. Murray, little twirl around. It says Conner, catch and run. Conner breaking free, gets inside the 15. He's still going. Conner lunges. Touchdown.
The Cardinals scored on their first 4 possessions and held the Jets to just 2 field goals for a 24-6 halftime lead. Aaron Rodgers was almost picked off on the Jets' third play of the second half, but it was called back for a defensive penalty. But on that same drive, on 4th and goal,
Rodgers escapes. Rodgers, football's out.
Strip sack by Xavier Thomas, and the ball comes loose. Kyler Murray ran in a touchdown on the Cardinals' next drive to take the 31-6 lead, and that is the final score for this one. Murray was 22 for 24, so only 2 incompletions for 266 yards and a touchdown. He did add 2 rushing touchdowns on the day. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was asked how Kyler Murray is now playing at this level.
He's doing what he's coached to do, and he's got guys around him making a lot of plays. I know that, which is good to see. So he doesn't have to do it all. But when he has the ball in his hands, as a defensive guy, anytime he gets the snap, you're hanging on to your and I thought he was lights out today.
He's been looking pretty good this year, and I've been a Kyler Murray doubter. How about you?
Up and down. I could not believe he got that contract when he got that contract, but I mean, he clearly has talent. Yeah, especially over the last couple years, I certainly started to have my own doubts about, is this the guy? Can the Cardinals make a deep playoff run with this guy? And similar to you, I was leaning more toward the bucket of no. But to his credit, he's looked much improved this year. Maybe it was all the Call of Duty he stopped playing. Yeah, well, unfortunately for the Seahawks, because they have the Niners right after the bye and then the Cardinals. So, yeah, that is our trip around the NFL. We had some more to get to, but we ran out of time there. Brady's here. He just texted me, so we have to actually let him in the building. It's pretty soggy outside. So we're gonna be right back with Brady Henderson and Brock Huard. We've got Kurt Menefee and Jay Glazer joining us today, so stay tuned. This is the Brock and Salk Show
on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The most overused sports takes ever.
I'm going number one off top. We just got to take it one game at a time.
Oh, that was my number one.
One game at a time.
It. When you're talking about a team you just beat, we have a lot of respect for those guys.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You're like, y'all whack.
No, you don't.
This guy, Player X, is a rare combination of size and speed.
Oh, you mean the guy that's about to be selected in the NFL draft?
Every single NFL player is a rare combination of size and speed.
For real.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Cressy Garage Doors. Make your home unique and stylish. Have it stand out from the other homes in your neighborhood. The #1 return on investment for your home. Cressy Garage Doors. Since 1952.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Transform your home from top to bottom with State Roofing. Hi, it's Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. It's not just about a new roof, it's about a new look for your entire home. Deck out your backyard or give your exterior a facelift with our siding and window options. And there's no better time to start than now with our incredible offer. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Why wait to make your dream home a reality? We do more than just roofs. Visit stateroofing.com. Let's talk about what's possible for your home.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Score More sales event. Save up to $160 instantly on a wide selection of 4 tires and 4 wheels. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way you'll get more from less. Stop by the store or find your tires at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is coming to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on November 16th and 17th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars, and free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, November 16th and 17th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Attention football fans, the season's heating up, and that means it's time for jaw-dropping plays, spectacular touchdowns, and memories that'll last a lifetime. So if you're looking to grab the best seats for all the excitement, Vivid Seats is your go-to playmaker. With an incredible selection of tickets and a game-changing rewards program, Vivid Seats is your ticket to every thrilling moment. Don't miss out. Experience it live with Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Granger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Granger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, we're getting close. We're getting close to Brock and Salk returning. Not quite yet. Not quite yet on this Veterans Day Monday. Good morning, Brady, the Hitman Henderson. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, Brock. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm wondering how your back is. Most importantly, I'm really wondering how I heard Maura, is your back okay? I heard a lot of rumblings over the weekend.
She's full back brace today. I don't know if you can tell.
Are you in that? Is that under the jacket or over the jacket back brace? Your back okay? As much as you've been,
is all right.
Are you sure? I mean, you have been carrying this show for a week. I would think that your back would just be. You must have been flat on your back all weekend.
It's spinal.
Goodness,
what?
Huh? Just a brutal stretch here of having to do all the work, and then the three. Do I understand the three of you just hammered it out on Friday? Just crushed it?
We had G in for an hour.
Oh, you did have G for an hour. Nice. Was that uncomfortable, Brady?
No. You know what we did, Brock? I used your favorite line, except I actually corrected the order of it. We adapted.
Yes.
We improvised.
Nice.
And we overcame.
You know, Brady said that a few times on Friday, yes.
Oh, that a boy. Good.
And he shouted you out every time for saying it in the wrong order.
That. I appreciate that. Well, our Seahawks had a bye week. We talked about them a lot last week and all the work that they had to do behind the scenes and all the self-scout and all the study. Well, you, me, Maura, Lyle, 12 sports fans, we all had a bye week as well this weekend, especially yesterday. Didn't have to have the stress and the chaos and the up and down and the emotional output of watching a Seahawks game. We got to watch everybody else. So I'm curious, as you've sat on your winterized boat there, Brady, and took in all of the action, was there anything from a self-scout of the league that jumped out to Brady Henderson yesterday?
Yeah, I actually wasn't on the boat. I was at my girlfriend Maddie's house. I had the computer pulled up, Red Zone fired up on my work computer, and it's good, man. It's good. It's good to be able to just sit and watch football like that on a Sunday, which as a beat reporter you don't really get to do. You know, you have the games on in the press box above, but you're really more focused on the game that you're about to cover, and so you get to watch the primetime games, really just the Thursday night and the Monday ones. You don't get to watch a whole lot of Sunday football outside of the team that you cover. So watching Red Zone, caught quite a bit of that San Francisco Tampa Bay game. I think one of my takeaways is that San Francisco looks kind of beatable right now, and they needed a late field goal to knock off Tampa Bay. Obviously, Tampa Bay is missing some key pieces there. Chris Godwin going out, Mike Evans, all that. And so, San Francisco, and there was obviously some drama after one of those misses. I don't look at that as like a sign that the team is crumbling or anything like that. I just look at the fact that the San Francisco 49ers are 5-4, and they needed a last-second field goal to beat a 4-win Tampa Bay team.
Interesting, because I looked at that almost the exact opposite. Getting out of Lubbock, Texas to anywhere, not easy, by the way. I don't know if you've ever been to Lubbock. That was my first trip to Lubbock. Getting in was tough through snowstorms and torrential rains and tornado warnings. Getting out, there was not a lot of options. So I actually got to hunker down and watch a bunch of that first game from the hotel before I flew home in the afternoon. And I actually had the almost inverse reaction, Brady.
Really?
Yeah, where I was like, man, now Christian McCaffrey's back. Now Debo. Now George Kittle. Now Pearsall. Now this O-line's come together. Now this defense is still like, and they outgained them like 3-1. They missed 3 field goals, and yes, they weren't on top of all the details, but it was almost like they were just toying with them. And there's not many teams in the league that can toy with other teams, that can weather 3 missed field goals, weather 5 interceptions from Jared Goff. There's just a couple teams and a couple rosters that can do that. And it's funny because I felt that way watching it, like, oh, this is not good. Christian McCaffrey looks back to full speed. They're just kind of working him in. They're working in new pieces. I know that you're absolutely right. It's a bottom line business. And it took a last-second field goal, and they could have just as easily lost that game. But just from a dominant standpoint, just a statistical dominant, physically dominant, I was like, oh, boy. These 49ers, everyone says the Rams are the team to beat. These 49ers are going to be the team to beat in the second half.
Yeah, but they do have a pretty serious flaw, which is their special teams right now. And there have been a number of blunders the last few weeks. And I wanted to ask you about this. I'm going to guess, Brock, that over your playing career, both in college and the NFL, not all coaches talked about special teams the same way. Is that a fair assessment?
Totally fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, actually, most would talk about it, but not many would walk about it.
Okay.
Most head coaches, from Jim Lambright to Mike Holmgren to Tony Dungy, I mean, I had some pretty good ones. Mike Ewert I'd put right there at the top of the list as well. And most all of them talked about it. Certainly the coaches I meet with every week talk about it. But how many truly walk about it? Yeah, that's where there's a disconnect.
Yeah, and I don't think Kyle Shanahan walks about it, nor does he talk about it. You will not hear Kyle Shanahan talk about special teams being 1/3 of the game. Like you heard Pete Carroll say that a number of times. I think we've heard Mike McDonald refer to it the same. Kyle Shanahan does not believe that. He believes that his offense is so good and he is such a good play caller that all he really needs is for special teams not to screw things up.
Yes.
And guess what? Special teams have been screwing things up for San Francisco quite a bit.
That's fair. It's kind of like Mike Leach was with his defense. I mean, truly, Mike Leach would, and actually Lincoln Riley down at SC's got some of the same vein to him. Dana Holgerson, some in that tree, Cliff Kingsbury, like, yeah, just go play defense. I don't really care. I don't even really want to look at you. All I care about is my offense and my points and my playmaking. And you guys just kind of do your thing. Whatever. I'll take care of it. And you do get some of that vibe. I would also say, watching the Detroit Lions last night, and honestly, watching Jared Goff like overcome 5 interceptions, 2 things come to mind. Number one, that roster, like San Fran's roster, like Baltimore's roster, we talked about this last week, feels like from a depth standpoint, they're just in some different places than everybody else. But number 2, guess what? Other QBs make mistakes too. I think when you're a Seahawks fan and you're so hyper-focused on your team and that's all you're watching and you got your binoculars right there on Geno and every little thing that he does wrong, and then when you put your binoculars down and you sit back and you actually watch the product in front of you, you see what Daniel Jeremiah was saying to us last week, which was, hey, man, there's a lot of teams that would love Geno Smith. The New York Football Giants would not have lost to Carolina in London with Geno Smith, right? A bunch of teams are now already, because of depth issues and injuries, already playing backups. Like, yeah, Joe Flacco can do it in spurts, but Joe Flacco's 40 years old, and he throws 3 picks. Like, it just kind of also was a little bit of a reset and reminder, like DJ said, at that most important position, you don't have the best in the league. You don't have Mahomes. You don't have Josh Allen. You don't have Lamar Jackson. You don't have Joe Burrow. But you certainly don't have the worst. And if anything, you're probably in that upper half of the NFL when it comes to Geno and what he can do playing.
Yeah, I would say that that's fair. I was thinking about this on the drive-in from Tacoma this morning, is that Geno Smith right now, I think he's right around 20 in terms of total QBR. But he lives in the top half. And sometimes his best football is top 5 quarterback level, not for extended seasons, but for stretches of a season. And so, yeah, you do sort of, the more you watch football and the more you watch some of the, look at the Oakland Raiders quarterback situation. Look at
Oakland,
Oakland.
Kenny
Oh,
Stabler.
boy.
Yeah, Kenny Stabler.
Yeah, Marcus Tuiasosopo. Yeah, Rich Gannon. Rich Gannon was pretty good. Las Vegas. You look at some of these other teams. Some of those teams would be killing to have a Geno Smith-like quarterback on their roster right now. Speaking of good quarterback play, we'll get into this a little bit in Blue 88. Are you paying attention to what Kyler Murray is doing down in Arizona?
Trying to avoid that. Trying to avoid that in year 2. I'm trying to focus just on the Niners, maybe a little bit of the Rams play on Monday night tonight. Yeah, was he in 23, 25?
He was 23 of 25. Sorry, 22 of 24, I believe it was.
Yeah, 22 of 24.
Yeah, and I know why you're trying to avoid it, because you're looking at the second half of the Seahawks season and thinking, okay, if the Seahawks can just hang with the Rams, just hang with the 49ers, make things interesting. Well, I'm here to tell you, Brock, it's not just the Rams and the 49ers, okay? And again, we'll get into this in Blue 88. I'm going to save some of this for you, and for 35 minutes from now. I think the Arizona Cardinals might be for real because their quarterback is playing some lights-out football right now.
Interesting. For real or artificial? For real or artificial?
They did beat a Jets team that is in a complete free fall.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not just talking about that. It was a weekend. Honestly, when I was flying home yesterday and I sent some of these notes over to Maura, some of the stuff that went down over the sports weekend, there are times, and Lyle will tell you, and then Maura will attest to this, that sometimes I get caught on Twitter. Sometimes some of these fake accounts get me, Brady. Sometimes some of the artificial intelligence out there makes me ponder and makes me wonder. But this weekend, AI and the real world blurred in the sports world. And we'll get to that sound in 15 minutes after everything you need to know. The Hitman in for one more day for Salky. We'll be back together tomorrow. But it is Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Well, the holidays are just around the corner, and with these holidays in particular, where we look forward to gathering with family and friends, a common thing is very often food. But what if you didn't have enough? What if you didn't have any? Hey, Brock Huard here, and we need your help. Food bank supply is at an all-time low, leaving so many in our beautiful state in a state of food insecurity. Well, this month, the Harnish Auto family is working hard to make a big difference, make an impact, hosting a market-wide food drive to help families in need. So if you have an opportunity, please grab some non-perishable food and drop it off at any of the 6 Harnish dealerships. They will take that food along with a bunch of donations from their employees to the local food banks. And if you're thinking about a new vehicle, well, I can't recommend enough the Harnish Auto family. Not only do they give back to their community, they give to their customers the very best car buying and ownership experience around. My family knows this firsthand. Go visit Kia of Everett, Chevy of Everett, Chevrolet Buick GMC of Puyallup, Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Subaru of Puyallup as well, and drop off that food drive to make a difference today. It's a Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon.
Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
The holidays are a magical time to get engaged. At Shane Company, we're here to help you create your dream engagement ring in just 3 easy steps. Choose a setting that speaks to your style. Compare diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. Then personalize it with a decorative crown and special engraving. Or choose a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, you'll find everyday competitive prices, a no-pressure environment, and an unmatched free lifetime warranty. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used in ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Oh no, your furnace died. Your hot water heater's leaking. Your drains are clogged. Your AC's blowing hot air. Inconveniences? No, they're emergencies. Don't fear. Call Deere Services. Visit deerservices.net. Make an appointment and we'll be there within 3 hours or give you $100 credit. And get this, you will never pay a service fee. Bookmark DEARservices.net because if you're a homeowner, it'll happen to you someday. Deere Services, there when you need us most.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
This city is like none other. In Seattle, we ball out.
Geno steps up, throws the slant. What a catch!
We stand on business.
Turns outfield. Got him on him.
We unite 12 as one.
There he goes. DK.
And we get loud.
Touchdown! Seahawks!
Really loud. Because this city lives for Sunday. Get your tickets for Seahawks game days at Lumen Field and experience what this city lives for. Visit Seahawks.com today.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, up first, what you need to know is 2 of the 3 games in the NFC West. If you were rooting for your opponents to lose, they did not. The third one, we're going to have to wait till tonight. That would be with the Rams taking on the Dolphins. But the rest of the NFC West, Brady, as you alluded to, my goodness gracious. Arizona thumped the Jets. And I know they're bad, but, you know, to have a 2, 3, 4 possession win in the NFL is really difficult to do. And you've got to do it in all 3 phases. You've got to be totally dominant as they were offensively. They stuffed the run. They never gave the Jets any life. And, oh, by the way, they find themselves atop this NFC West now at 6-4 in that San Francisco 49er team that you and I saw a little bit differently. I saw all those Pistons at least returning to the engine. Were they all firing perfectly? No. But they did enough to travel across the country coming off their bye and reintroduce Christian McCaffrey to fantasy football owners in the NFL. And they get a 23-20 win over Tampa to stay a game ahead of your Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, we may have seen that game differently. I think we both saw Deebo Samuel go after the kicker after the third missed field goal and end up kind of slapping / trying to kind of choke out the long snapper there. I think there's a discussion to be had about that incident, but that was an ugly incident in what was otherwise a bottom line win. I don't think it was all that pretty. They did reintroduce Christian McCaffrey. Really didn't ease him back in. They played him quite a bit. Didn't have a whole lot of success on the ground, but really made his money through the air there in the passing game, as he often does. And as you're looking at it right now, Arizona Cardinals leading that division at 6-4 with a game lead over the 49ers, who they have beat, by the way. And Seahawks are going to play those Cardinals twice over the second half of the season.
Blue 88, you're not only going to hit me up on the Cardinals, you're not only going to talk about the Cardinals. Are we going to have to talk about a D-hit piece? I mean, there was a hitman piece on one Russell Wilson. Are we gonna have to D-hit Russ? I mean,
is it D-hit or unhit? How did you phrase it in the email? Unhit?
I don't know, but Russ throwing 3 touchdowns. Everyone kind of keeping an eye on this one. Okay, you beat the Giants. Okay, a couple wins. Go on the road. Go play the Commanders team that's all in. They made the biggest move in the trade market for a really elite corner. Go beat Washington. And they did. And his 3 touchdowns, a big part of it is those Steelers get to 7-2 as well.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, this was somewhat news to me, maybe because the Mariners never won it. You know, one of the cool things, Brady, when you go down to the Mariners facility in Peoria is you walk down the final hallway out past the clubhouse, on your way out to the fields and everything else. You come down a hallway, and the Mariners do a terrific job of celebrating their past. They're all-stars. They got big pictures of all of them. They're Gold Glove winners. They're Rookie of the Year. But they're going to have to add to that hallway because they have never, ever, until Cal Raleigh Friday night, had a Platinum Award winner. I didn't even know this was a thing. And maybe I didn't know because there's never been a Mariner. There's been a lot of Gold Glove winners, but Cal Raleigh became the first Mariner to win the Platinum Glove Award. Kind of excited to see what that looks like. I don't know if you see or watch closely enough, Brady, but these guys that have won a Gold Glove, on their glove, like Rawlings makes like a gold label. Mm-hmm. So is Cal going to have like a platinum label on his catcher's glove?
Yeah, just to clarify, the Platinum Gold Glove is of the Gold Glove winners. That is the best defender of all the Gold Glove winners. Is that right?
In each league, the American League, the National League award one from each of them. And kudos to Cal Raleigh, man, becomes the first Mariner to win that award. And by the way, kudos to Justin Hollander, GM, as well, because he's doing a little talking. He's sharing a little bit of news, and John Morosi was down there at the GM meetings. It ended last week, and he was asking the Mariners general manager about, hey, what are you going to do this offseason? Is trading a pitcher still on the table? Cut 2.
I think when you have starters as good as we are, a lot of teams ask, and we almost always say no. we love our starting pitchers. They're the foundation of our team. They will give us a chance every night to go out and compete with the best teams in baseball. So I think that, for us, it's been a common question over the years, and mostly we've said, no, we like our starters. We're going to keep them.
But what if there was some ace over in Japan, a young gun? What if some fella by the name of Roki Sasaki becomes available? What if you could sign him? Could that free you up to make a move with one of your studs? Ooh, there's some good conversation, and that will be had a little later in the show.
I was going to say, I told Maura, I think we got to hash this out with Salk this week, too. It is a really intriguing conversation.
Oh, you think we're going to hash that out? That's about one of the 100 things we're going to hash out with Salk this week. Woo!
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, I don't know on your bye weekend if you were hanging out with the lady on Sunday. Hopefully you went on a great date Saturday, and hopefully you didn't watch the Peacock channel and watch what happened to the puppies out in a whiteout. Woo, Jed Fish asked after the game, what exactly was that in Happy Valley in an absolute 35-6 bloodbath?
They got on top of us pretty quick. Really, after our first drive, where we missed a kick, they kind of were able to do what they wanted to do on offense, and we were not able to do what we wanted to do on offense. So it became a tough half. Proud of our guys, the way they came back in the second half. Really kept them to one touchdown on their side and kicked a couple field goals on ours. Thought our guys competed, had some opportunities there, here and there to make some plays, but overall, we just weren't as good as they were tonight.
Yeah, that was and I knew it. Of all the games they played this year, and going back to Rutgers, a game they could have won, going back to Iowa, okay, you cut it close in the second half, and Iowa just kind of wore them down. Penn State's, they got dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Come draft time, Brady, we'll be talking about their safety. We'll be talking about their rush in. We'll be talking about their run. Like, they've got tight end. They've got difference makers galore, and coming off of a loss. And that scene, honestly, I don't know, Lyle, Mora, did you guys see any of just the white out, just the entire kind of pregame intro? Like, it's the most intimidating scene in college football. And you could say, well, not a big deal. Oh, it's what role do fans have in it? You just focus on the No. You look around and go, holy hell, I am a gladiator right in the middle of this Coliseum, and they want blood, and they got blood and a whole bunch of it. By the way, the Cougs, kudos to them, man. They just continue to win. 9 o'clock today. Wazoo fans, if you have been waiting, like, when is Heward going to finally give us our due? When are you going to talk about John Mateer and his 5 touchdowns over the weekend? When are you going to talk about a 9-1 Cougs team? When are you going to talk about a team that's going to be in the top 20 of the college football playoff rankings? When are you really going to do it, Heward? 9 o'clock this morning. That's when I'm going to do it.
How many dudes UW have on their team? Obviously, they had some in last year's draft. Roma Dunze, a bunch of other guys getting drafted. How many dudes does this UW team have?
That is everything you need to know. That is a good question, Brady. We can maybe throw both Huskies and Cougs at 9 o'clock. A little college football kind of big picture conversation. So last year, what did they have? 11 guys drafted?
I think it was, double digits.
It was absurd. It was everywhere, right? It was the 2 tackles. It was 2 tight ends.
3 receivers.
It was a running back, 3 receivers. I think a quarterback that was pretty good. It was Trice, the pass rusher. Yeah, it was even a couple safety in the 5th round. A lot of dudes. This year's class, what will they have? They may have a D tackle, Valdez, kind of an undersized tweener. Carson Bruner at linebacker, I think, is a guy that's going to find himself on an NFL roster, kind of like my buddy John Fiala that played 6 years for the Steelers. Carson Bruner, depending on how he runs and all those things, he'll be probably a late-round pick, but such a savvy, smart, heady, great, be a great special teamer at the next level. So, yeah, you're probably talking just a couple of them. And that is why, when you match up against a team like that, and they've got 10 of them, and you've got a couple of them, you have a chance to get boat raced, which is exactly what happened in Happy Valley. 9 o'clock, though, Cougs. 9 o'clock, we will be talking all things college football. But coming up next, I said it was for the first time in some time, the line was really blurred. Is this AI? Is what I'm looking at artificial intelligence? Is this one of these things that you see people, mess with the mouth and make it look as realistic as possible? Or did he really say that and really do that? An absurd number of them hit me right between these wide set eyes. We'll dig into it next. Brady's in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The most overused sports takes ever.
I'm going number 1 off top. We just got to take it one game at a time.
Oh, that was my number 1.
One game at a time.
When you're talking about a team you just beat, we have a lot of respect for those guys.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You're like, y'all whack.
No, you don't.
This guy, Player X, is a rare combination of size and speed.
Oh, you mean the guy that's about to be selected in the NFL draft?
Every single NFL player is a rare combination of size and speed.
For real.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The holiday season means one thing, Toyotathon. But before the event kicks off, go to Toyota of Kirkland to take advantage of the widest selection of inventory ahead of time. Right now, Toyota of Kirkland has a premium selection of Tundras, Tacomas, RAV4s, Prius, and the all-new hybrid Camry. Toyotathon is coming, but Toyota of Kirkland is ready to put you in the game now. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today. Online at toyotaofkirkland.com. In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running or warm it up unattended with the keys inside. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brady, what do I like to say? Brady in for Salk one more day for you Salk lovers. He'll be back tomorrow, full of all sorts of great stories, I'm sure. What do I tell you about confession? Good for the soul.
Bad for the reputation.
Yeah, let me just confess before we do real or AI, and we're going to go through 4 pieces of sound. Is this real? did this really happen? Or is this some of that artificial intelligence generated to fool, well, fools like me? Before I do, let me just confess to you, to the people, I ate like a fat slob over 4 days. I cannot tell you. I knew it. And I stepped on the scale this morning. I'm like, this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. Like, Texas is not good. I said this the week before, going to Houston. Thank God I go to L.A., USC, Nebraska this weekend. I get out of the state of Texas, because if I go down to Texas, it is bad news bears. I'd weigh 285. I'd weigh 285. The barbecue, the stuff that we had at lunch. We went to a place called, what was it called? Slappy's? It was right up my alley.
Slappies, huh?
Yeah, it wasn't Slap. I'll text Benetti. It was right next to campus, right after our meetings, and it's like known for its fried cheese. Oh, you got to get the fried cheese. I'm like, I'm not, for lunch, I am not eating fried cheese. No way. I got work to do. I want to get a little workout in. So what did your boy have? Tater tots, onion rings, fried cheese.
I just Googled fried cheese, Lubbock, Texas. It's called Spankies.
Spankies, even worse. Spankies, Slappies, whatever. It's all the same. Spankies. Yeah, it's world famous. Spankies. And then I have one piece of mozzarella, and it wasn't even like the little mozzarella stick. The thing was as big as a butcher knife. And I'm like, I'm not going to eat. I'm going to eat that. Yep, I'm going to eat that. So I just got to confess, I got to get clean.
But I would be disappointed if you were near this place and you didn't try the fried cheese.
I know, but there's one thing about trying it, just taking a little chunk of it, like Allison does, and have self-control. And then there's another thing, your boy, that's like, I'll just take one. Oh, there's 3 more sitting there because Benetti also eats like a cat. Oh, I better eat that other one. Well, it's sitting there. I better eat that third one. So, yeah, just a grotesque weekend.
But don't, Brock, you're pretty good about your diet, at least when you're home, right? Don't you have to allow yourself a cheat day, even if it's an accidental cheat day when you're delayed and you're sort of at the mercy of what's open at the airport by the time you land?
But then in the meeting room, when you see the Kit Kat and the Reese's Pieces and the M&Ms and all the rest of that, don't touch it. Don't grab it and go, well, I'm not going to have it. Maybe I'll just have it just in case for later. And then later comes while you're watching college football and maybe the Huskies getting, what was the name of the place? Spanked? Yeah, then I'm just stuffing that stuff too. So, yeah, all bad news. Okay, here we go. Real? That was real. Real or artificial? Some of these things went down over the weekend. I'm like, that didn't happen. Give me, go ahead and fire a little X-Files music if you got it. Yeah. Did this really happen? Honest to God, I watched this 3 times. This could not have been real life. A sitting athletic director at a Power 4 school does not go into a press conference before his head coach and do something like this. There is no way, cut number 6, that this was real.
This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight. Thank you.
I watched that. I'm like, no way. I know Mark Hanlon really well. Been around him a lot in a lot of meetings. In fact, him and Jen Cohen down at SC, pretty good friends through the years. He's been a stable force. He's been a power broker amongst athletic directors. He's not a fly-by-the-night in here for a year or 2. He has been there, bedrock. I'm like, no way. Did that really happen?
To me, the script, what he said sounds like what an AI-generated bot would say.
Correct.
If he was just trying to make a headline.
Yes.
This is outlandish. This game was stolen from us. I was excited about going to the big... I think it sounds so fake that it's got to be real.
Lyle, did you see that sound floating around? Do you know if that's real or AI?
I did. I know the answer. I can save it if you want. But I will say, I'm shocked these things don't happen more often, to be honest with you.
Oh, they're about to start happening more often.
They are. They are. So that's the thing. Like, why? Why are they happening and going to happen more often? Because that is real. Mark Hanlon was fined $40,000, reprimanded. And again, the commissioner, Brett Yormark, I met a bunch. Little guy. But just a fire starter, and actually has a lot of the same personality, like a go-getter.
Why do you always have to note everyone's size?
Well, he's a little guy. He's just a little guy.
He's a little guy. Don't hold that against him.
No, but he's got that little guy just chipped to him.
Yeah.
A little bit of that edge. Like, no, I'm not going to settle for that. But let me just remind people, I was chatting with some folks at the airport yesterday and some Colorado parents and fans. I'm like, doing anything, when you are in a state of being emotionally hijacked, you cannot do that.
No.
Get away from a microphone, get away from Twitter, and they're having a brutal year. 4-5, may not go to a bowl game. Things have totally fallen apart. They did have that game, but when Mark goes and watches the hold on 4th and 10, it was a hold. Like, it was a hold. What do you want that official to do? His jersey gets tugged. His shoulder pad gets tugged on a double move. You're not going to call that? Oh, it's a conspiracy to keep BYU in the playoff. They told the refs, do all you can. Keep them in the playoff. Come on. Not good. Not good and pretty embarrassing.
$40,000, huh?
40 grand. In the NFL, that'd be about $4 million.
Yeah.
But yeah, 40 grand.
Wow.
Okay, so we...
all right, we're 1 for 1, by the way.
As the world spins, let's head to Columbia, South Carolina. Shane Beamer, head coach. Again, post-game press conference, saying this.
The people that do the rankings don't think we're worth a crap, and that's fine. Keep crapping on us. That's the way we like it as well. Don't rank us this week. We're good where we are. We just like to just lay low and work really, really hard and come out and have fun on Saturdays as well. I promised Sir Big Spur I would do this. I'm disappointed that Sir Big Spur's not here. I think it's ridiculous that this is the only place apparently in the SEC that doesn't allow live mascots in the stadium, and that's what makes this league special, is the fact that LSU can have a freaking tiger at their stadium tonight, but we can't bring Sir Big Spur. So Sir Big Spur came over and gave us a send-off before we left the facility yesterday, and I told them I would say hello to Sir Big Spur in the press conference, so we miss you guys. Come on, Vandy, do better.
Okay, well, first of all, that Shane Beamer sounds like if Patrick Mahomes lived in the bayou for about 5 years and chain smoked every single day, then he would sound like Shane Beamer.
Yes.
Now, that is not quite as outlandish as the first one in terms of like the shock value of what he was saying.
Sir Big Spur.
Sir Big Spur, yeah.
Are you familiar with Sir Big Spur, their Gamecock?
Yes, the Gamecock mascot. Now, what is that?
Yeah, it's like a big rooster.
A big rooster, okay.
Pretty much.
You're
not familiar with a Gamecock?
Well, yeah, I'm vaguely familiar with what a Gamecock is. I'm going to say that's real.
Wow.
I think it's real.
More?
I mean, I've rolled all these in, so
Oh,
I feel like
that's fine.
like, sorry.
I did see this weekend too, so.
That too is real.
I did not. Now, I purposefully did not look these up because I
You
wanted to
didn't?
hear them
Oh,
for the
good.
first time and be able to be
Great.
able to honestly say whether I think they're fake or real, and I think that one is real.
I want to save a minute here. We'll play 2 more, and then I want your answer as to why, because I'm with you. I'm curious what your answer is to why this is only going to grow and filters are only going to be diminished. Kalen DeBoer had had enough. He had heard the heat in Tuscaloosa. All these fans want him fired. Lose to Vanderbilt, fire him. He's done. And then he goes to LSU and absolutely stomps on Live Tiger or not. How about Kalen DeBoer post-game?
Nobody respected the Crimson Tide after we picked up our second loss. The haters said we couldn't win football games. But we walked into Baton Rouge tonight, and we absolutely those Bayou in front of their own fans. Jalen Milroe put up 185 yards on the ground. Most of the Swamp Rat Louisiana fans tucked their tails and fled back into the trailer parks they came from. Kalen DeBoer's Tide are 7-2. We're headed towards the playoffs, and Brian Kelly's Bengals are headed nowhere. Roll Tide, baby. See you guys next week.
Okay, I have a pretty good idea of whether
Your
or not
game's
that
not
one is
very
real.
hard, Brock.
Oh, shoot, it's not? Oh, darn it.
Well, let me ask you this, Brock. When you heard this for the first time this weekend, as somebody who gets duped online a lot, what were you honestly thinking?
No, at first I'm like, good for Kalen, man, responding back. And some of that is real, right? I mean, some of that is real. The stuff that was spliced in. Yeah, the minute he started swearing, I don't think I've ever heard Kalen on a practice field even swear. So I knew then that that was not real. But the rats, the what? The
Swamp rats?
Tuck their tail back to
your idea for this made me really nervous. So let's just one more time make it clear that is not Kalen DeBoer.
That was not real. It was Kalen DeBoer partly, but then it was a lot of AI. All right. Okay, fine.
You can hear it in his voice. Like, if you listen closely, you can hear the AI come through. I know it's tough to decipher, but
pretty soon we won't.
It's only going to get better.
Pretty soon it's going to be more and more difficult. I listened to some of my stuff with Madden. I chatted with their people, right? And I don't know how much longer. It is still, there's still some separators of emotion and jokes and things, but it'll be interesting in 3-4 years whether or not it is all just my voice on AI. Pretty fascinating. Okay, last one. We go up to a booth. All right, so those are all press game. Here's in real time, reacting to a game. Here's the last one. I think once again, this is LSU Bama, and this is the Crimson Tide Radio Network.
Just enough time to get down your fiddle, get down your bow. They hardly beat Saban, apparently can't beat DeBow. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Real. 100% real. Again, I didn't listen. Yeah. Something about it. I think I'm going to go 4 for 4 on that. Now, the last one was obvious. This one's a little tougher. It's shorter, so there's less time to really. Are you hearing the AI sort of dubbed voice? I think it's real.
Can I get that one more time, Maura? It is real, and you aced the game, and I knew you would. But the Mark Hanlon one, especially the AD, I was like, that's just crazy. I can't believe he did that. But this is pretty good from those boys up in the booth. These are some of the youngsters, I believe. This is not their whole main crew. This is some of their college radio guys. Take some notes
Just
here.
enough time to get down your fiddle, get down your bow. They hardly beat Saban, apparently can't beat DeBow. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Oh, that's so up my alley. DeBow. That is so up my alley. I'm telling you, man, I could be down there in the South, Brady. It would happen so fast. This accent of mine would just come to life. And, and the amount of just passion. And again, on the plane yesterday, talking to some of these Colorado fans, in my previous life at ESPN, doing these games at LSU, at Bama, at Auburn, it is just different. Ole Miss beating Georgia, storming the field. I mean, it's cultish, it's crazy-ish, but the passion is very, very real. So
you're going to turn into Brian Kelly.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh, what a mess.
Are you going to start rhyming in the booth during games? Is that what we're Is that where this is
heading?
What?
I may try to. You know what? With SC, I may try to do a little something this Saturday. I may take that and send it to Benetti and see what he thinks. Hey, quickly before Blue 88, you said this is only going to happen more and more, right? Why? Why do you think we're going down this road? Whether not just the AI stuff, but these guys like Mark Hanlon, an esteemed, established, long tenured AD, loses his mind and is willing to get in front of a mic and just, I guess from his side, protect his team. Why do you think we'll see more of it?
I meant the AI stuff. I think the technology is only going to get better, and I think as newsrooms dwindle, there's going to be fewer and fewer reporters actually in those media sessions to call BS on it and say, no, I was there. That actually didn't happen.
That's true. I do think you are going to see some of the filter come down. You see it. You see it in player empowerment. I think you see it in the amount of transactions of coaches as well. You know, and so, I got to say all button. I got to just say the right thing. I got to just protect myself. I got to cover myself. I think some of that is going to be lessened over the years as well, and could make for some more fun entertainment. You know what's really fun is when I get to, again, turn the questions to you, and we got a little deep dive on this team down there parting the Red Sea and causing some issues in the NFC West. It's Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Saul.
All right, Brady. You said you wanted to save a little bit of this. We hit on a need to know. Arizona Cardinals 6-4 leading the NFC West. Are they for real?
I think they might be for real because their quarterback is playing for real right now. And Kyler Murray has always been sort of one of those guys where you look at and say, yeah, super talented guy, but is he really into it? Does he really love football? Is he really a guy that you can count on in the clutch? And I think that remains to be seen. But right now, he's playing some really good football. Brock, 22 of 24 yesterday, 266 yards, 3 total touchdowns. At one point, he completed 17 straight passes. And right now, he's got the second best total QBR in the NFL behind only Lamar Jackson. So he had an interesting comment post-game where he was talking about, I think the question was getting to what's working so well for you right now. And he said, I've told you guys before, this is the best I've felt. He talked about the chemistry he's got and how good the communication is with offensive coordinator Drew Petzing in the second year of that system. He also made a comment that I think really stood out to me where he mentioned realizing that the game was taken away from him last year when he tore his ACL. And that got me thinking about what do we know about Kyler Murray? Super talented guy, bad body language, something you're very big on. The guy always kind of seemed like there was a little bit of indifference towards the whole thing. And you saw that in the contract. Remember, there was the whole hullabaloo about the Cardinals having to write in a stipulation in his contract that, he had to study a certain amount of film per week because, so that he wouldn't be playing video games or whatever that full story was. That comment that he made about, the game being taken away from him, that made me wonder if maybe he realizes, how good he's at it. And maybe there is sort of a renewal and a recommitment to football. And maybe that was an eye-opening experience for him. I don't know that. I don't cover the guy every day. I just know that the comment stood out to me. And I know that you could make the case for that based on how well he's playing football right now.
Yeah, when your mortality, right, when you have been the most gifted and the most talented and you were the best Texas high school quarterback and you go win the Heisman, and you're the number 1 pick and you're a top 10 pick in the Major League Baseball draft as well, like you are immensely gifted and think that, you're immortal when it comes to sports. And all of a sudden it is stripped from you. It is taken from you. Real wonders if you can ever do what you did athletically again. Yeah, I think you do hit a bottom like that, and this is a little dangerous for the NFC West because he looks and is playing like a different dude. Question number 2. I sent over a little picture to you, Brady, and I saw the PFF Seattle Seahawks Twitter account put this out there, and many people caught on to it, of some of the numbers of Jackson, Smith, and Jigba in the slot. I'll raise my hand is one that, has been fairly critical, that there is more in the tank, that there's got to be more explosive plays coming from JSN. And then he has an absolutely career day, 180, a bunch of touchdowns. But overall, the course of the season, the numbers from the slot tell a pretty positive picture of JSN. Is that what you have seen?
Yeah, and I looked at our database just to corroborate those numbers from PFF. No shade there intended, maybe. Anyways, yeah, he is 54 yards per game out of the slot. That is first in the NFL this season. 41 receptions out of the slot. That's also first. 23 first downs receiving out of the slot. That's tied for first. So he has been, statistically speaking, one of the NFL's most prolific slot receivers. You also saw, you wanted to see more explosive plays. Well, you saw that in that last game. And I've really seen between that game, I think between some of the plays he made last year, that this guy, as well as he's playing in the slot right now, when you put him outside, he can make some plays, even without that elite speed. The two things that I would like to see from him, Brock, if I'm the Seahawks, is first of all, simply clean up some of the drops. He's got 3 drops so far. I would not expect that based on how sure-handed he looked. You saw him catch every single ball thrown his way over the offseason. The other thing about the numbers this season is really he's had 2 big games. And a lot of that production has been concentrated in the New England game in week 2 and this past game when he went for 180 yards. In those other 7 games, he's averaging 30 yards per game. So, look, it's one thing if you're DK Metcalf and you're getting double-teamed for a good chunk of the game to only put up 30 yards knowing that you're not seeing single coverage a lot. That's really not the case with Jackson Smith and Jigba. So if I'm the Seahawks, I want him to clean up the drops, which I figure he's going to do because you know how sure-handed he is. You also want to see him have a little bit, sort of even out that production where, when it's not going well for other guys in the passing game where he can really pick up that slack.
Yeah, and both of those dropped. 2 of the 3 were huge, right? The drop against the Giants there late in the game, and obviously the drop off his chest that leads to the first interception in their last outing. All right, question number 3. Do we ever play? We'll save the cuts. I got some Russell Wilson highlights. We'll save those for a little later in the show. Some fun guests, by the way. I didn't even mention Kurt Menefee is going to join us in about 40 minutes. Jay Glazer put out a little tweet in the pregame show yesterday about Mike McDonald bringing some Navy SEALs into town. Jay Glazer is going to join us at the end of the show as well. So kind of a big NFL Fox guest list today with Kurt and Jay Glazer. So you want to stick around with that. But they were talking and showing some highlights of one, Russell Wilson, who moves to 3-0 as a starter, throws 3 more touchdown passes yesterday. Brady, is it time to write the unhit piece?
Well, I don't cover Russell Wilson, so I'm not going to write anything about him. I will give him kudos, though, on the show, which he deserves. And I think you also got to give Mike Tomlin some kudos for making that change when the Steelers were, 4-2 with Justin Fields, and he decides that Russell Wilson's going to be their starter, and everybody says, wait a minute, you're going to make a change at 4-2? Well, it turns out Mike Tomlin knew what he was doing, because Russell Wilson is 3-0. He's got a 60.8 QBR in those 3 starts. Now, that is not enough playing time to qualify in, sort of ESPN's rankings, but that would be the 11th best total QBR in the NFL right now. So Wilson's playing some good football. The one interesting thing about this, Brock, is the accuracy that was always so good, at least during his prime in Seattle. That's one thing you really haven't seen. He's completing 58.8% of his passes. One of the great stats we've got in our internal database at ESPN is completion percentage over expectation, and that might actually be a next-gen stat, but just work with me here. Completion percentage over expectation, so that takes into account drops, that takes into account sort of the tight window, takes into account how far downfield it is. It's minus 0.5 right now. When he was in, I would say, the prime of his career, rookie season up to 2020, he's completing over 65% of his passes. The completion percentage over expectation was 4.1. So you just haven't seen, you've seen the results, you've seen the touchdown, you saw the moon ball to George Pickens to win that game last night. You just haven't really seen that trademark Russell Wilson accuracy that you were so used to seeing here in Seattle.
That is Brady Henderson with a little blue 88. Some pretty telling stats there. I would say, maybe to come to his defense, they're kind of like a lot of these systems are high completion, get the ball out of your hands, some RPO. Jaden Daniels doing a lot of that, quick screens, bubbles. It's back to some of the old school stuff, and you're right. In his prime, he's not in his prime. There's no question about that. But he can still chunk the ball down the field. And I think of Mike Tomlin and a coordinator and knowing yourself and knowing our system with the O-line and the run game, that this is the other element that Justin Fields just can't do. He just cannot throw the stuff down the field with the explosive plays that Russell can, and it's paying some pretty good dividends. Those Steelers 7-2. I mentioned Kurt Menefee is going to join us in a half an hour. Jake Glazer will wrap up the show at the end of the show with some of his stories and info and intel that he gained on the Seahawks during the bye week. We will spend a little time here. What did we learn about the Seahawks through the course of their bye week? And most importantly, what does that mean spinning it forward with the Niners in Santa Clara and the Cardinals first place the next 2 weeks? We'll dig into that and a whole bunch more. The Hitman is in for Salk. It is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
All right, I always like trying to figure out your answers to these questions, Brock. Upon further review, what Seahawk individual played one of the best games of his career?
Every day at 7:45.
Kobe Bryant, that hit at the end of the game was awesome. He went full speed to separate receiver from ball and did an amazing job at it. I don't know if he can ever be elite, but you kind of just feel his presence.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights.
Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey Seattle, Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Call Techline Roofing and trust the team I trust. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. That's TEKLINE roofing.com. Trust Techline.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey homeowners, this is Brock Heward for Tila Mortgage, and there may not be a better time to pay off your high-rate credit cards, consolidate debts, or lower your overall payments than right now. Call it dumb luck or just perfect timing, but home equity in our area continues to rise while interest rates have started falling back to levels we haven't seen in years. So stop stressing out about monthly cash flow. You're sitting on a pile of cash, and now's the time to do a cash-out refinance or HELOC and consolidate all your payments into one lower payment that allows you to sleep at night. Tila does conventional, FHA, VA, and reverse mortgages too. So whether it's a purchase or a refinance loan, let the experts at Tila Mortgage help you. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call Tila Mortgage today at 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker, NMLS 2472046.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew. Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all 4 engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, hello on a Monday morning, and yes, Salky will be Brock and Salk returning tomorrow. We are expecting him to return from, I don't know, what was it, a 17-day golf trip? Kind of felt like a 17-day golf trip down there in the desert. Got some stories on the first day. We'll look forward to hearing many of those over the course of his extended weekend, which he deserved. He's a grinder. He's been working. He's been going at it. Not quite like Maura, whose back is so sore from having to carry this whole show as she has over the last week or so. But Brady, now we spin out of the bye week, right? That has come and gone. The boys, do they get a bonus Monday? Is Mike McDonald going to do the Pete Carroll thing?
Yep, I'm heading out there in a little bit after this.
Okay, so a little bonus Monday. Kind of set up the bye week a little bit for me, if you wouldn't mind. a bonus day today. Are we going to hear from Mike McDonald? Are we going to hear from people? I know we've got our eyes, especially on Wednesday, when it comes to Abe Lucas, and they've got to kind of make some decisions on him for kind of the rest of the season. So if you wouldn't mind, almost just kind of schedule and perspective-wise, tee up coming out of the bye week what we're looking at now.
Yeah, so they are going to practice today a little before 1 o'clock, and then we're going to hear from Mike McDonald afterwards at 2:45, and that is, as you called it, a bonus Monday. So normally during a normal week, Sunday to Sunday game, they're not practicing on Mondays, but coming off the bye, they get an extra Monday practice, and then they'll have, I think, nothing going on Tuesday, at least media availability-wise, and then they'll pick it up Wednesday with a normal week. So I think last week during the actual bye, that was really about the self-scouting and really about sort of digging into their process. And I think a big part of that was figuring out the mistakes that they're making, how much of that is on the coaching staff versus how much of that is just on the players not executing. Mm-hmm. Meaning, are they putting these guys in the right position to succeed, or is some of their failures a product of kind of some process, whether it's the way they're coaching things, the way they're practicing, the way they're messaging, things like that. And that's something that I think I'm eager to hear what Mike McDonald has to say about what they really learned about themselves in that process. Mm-hmm. But I think you really do the self-scouting during the bye, and then you really do leave the game planning, I would imagine, for the normal game week.
Yeah, I think one of the things, Brady, that I have learned through 18 years on the college football road, and really watching my little brother Luke, right, who started he was a GA at Washington. He went out to Illinois State and quickly became quarterback coach to offense coordinator, and was there and frankly could have been there the last 15 years with Brock Spack if that's what he wanted to do and just kind of stay at that level. But he kind of wanted more and went and was an OC at Georgia State, an OC at Sac State, goes to Texas A&M. He's now the QB coach for Lincoln Riley at USC. I mean, it's been quite a journey. But I will say, and listening to Mike McDonald last week, or especially with us on the Monday after that game, talk about efficiency. You talk about efficiency with QBs, right? You talk about efficiency with these next-gen stats. I've really learned this watching Luke, in the lack of efficiency in some of the places that he has been, where he will call me and he's just like, oh, this is so hard. We are so inefficient in what we do. This just doesn't make sense in the amount of time in certain places he's been in the past that they just waste. Well, this is just the way it's always been done, and it's what we're going to do.
What does he mean by that? How are they wasting time?
Just the amount of hours that you spend in staff meetings or in positional meetings or in the okay, no, the hay's in the barn. We got this. Like just like in a game, you got to be so efficient. You got to be so crisp. You got to play clock. Let's go. Deion Sanders was saying this after our game Saturday night. And he's like, we go for an hour and 40 and we go as hard, all gas, no brakes. And that's it. We do not sit on the field for hours at a time and waste periods and waste reps. Mike McDonald was saying to Salk and I last Monday, there's areas that they had already kind of figured out through their methods that were inefficient. And we got to get on this faster. And, and he was speaking in a positive way. He felt like their defense that final week before the Rams was better. And it was better because they were getting stuff in earlier in the week. And there was just an efficiency that was like, oh, okay, yeah, we don't have to do that. Or we don't have to plan it that way. Or we don't have to have 3 hours. And this is not the Seahawks. This is some of the places Luke had been in the past. We don't need this 2-hour staff meeting. This is inefficient for all of us. We need more rest. We need more time. So I will be curious. He's used that standard versus methods, right? Here's the standard. Standard doesn't change. But the methodology coming out of it, I'd be very curious. Does he speak today or probably
He does.
not?
Yeah.
He does speak today.
This afternoon.
Okay. And I don't know how much he's going to go into that and how much detail, but I would think a first-time head coach that gets to take a breather 9 games in, that had a pretty good lesson from the week before as far as maybe a little tweak in the methodology, that, let's do this and let's attack this in this kind of manner moving forward. I bet you there will be in-house some efficiency changes.
Yeah, and when he said that, it made me wonder about how much he's thinking of stuff that comes up that you just can't really anticipate throughout the week. And the reason I thought that was because I'm reading this great book by Mike Silver. It's called The Why Is Everything. It's about the Shanahan coaching tree. And there's a passage in there where I believe it was Mike Tomlin sort of explaining to another, a head coach who was about to do it for the first time. And he basically said, The job is essentially that there's this tube that sits above your desk, and every day it just drops a bunch of crud right on your desk, and you've got to deal with it. And then when I hear Mike McDonald say that, I wonder if he's thinking, you know what, I've got to build in more time throughout my day to deal with the stuff that comes up that you don't anticipate. And I don't have a great idea of what that kind of stuff could be. Maybe it's drama with players. Maybe it's just stuff that goes on inside the facility that people on the outside don't really know about, the kind of day-to-day stuff that we're not really privy to.
And think about it, he still is doing the defensive coordinator job.
Yeah.
He's still doing what he's done for numerous years, and he knows what goes into that, right? And he knows the grind that goes into that, and he knows, and like on a very different level, I know, man, in the preparation and the routine that I get in to prepare for my games and learning the rosters and watching the game tape and learning the schemes and making sure I carve out, there have been a few occasions this year, where on a Friday we have both teams and we got to go right from a meeting right to another meeting. I don't have this time to decompress and write my notes and make sure I'm prepared for that next staff to not just ask the standard fair stuff, but try to get to the things that, we can utilize and maximize in a game. And I leave those meetings going, that was not as good as it could have been. That was not as good as it could have been. And I wonder how many of these weeks, as Mike does get a chance to look back and go, not as good as it could have been. Of me managing all the crud of being the head coach on top of all the game planning, on top of, okay, how much do I give to Dirty, right? So he can really do a lot of this prep, but I got to make sure that I got my routine. So yeah, man, there is there is a lot to sort through, and these 9 weeks have been valuable. And this 1 week off, I would guess and ascertain, also equally as valuable.
Yeah, and Mike McDonald, as you said there, he is the defensive coordinator of this team. Nominally, Adam Dirty has that role, and I'm sure he has a lot of responsibilities, but I don't know exactly what that breakdown looks like. But by and large, Mike McDonald is coordinating this defense, and there is a lot of stuff. And I noticed it in the summer when I think it was after preseason games where he would really, when he was asked questions about the offense, he would really defer and to Ryan Grubb, and he really wouldn't have a whole lot for you in terms of immediate analysis, and he would really defer a lot to Grubb after practice and everything like that. And so I think he's just got his hands full, running that defense, running this team. And so I think he probably has to, he probably has to delegate as much as possible just because there's a whole lot on his plate.
Yeah, and nice to have a 49er team that now has Christian McCaffrey, that you got to see that. The Buccaneers did not. I mean, nice and painful at the same time, but at least you got to see what did he look like, how did he play, how did he move. He looked unbelievably explosive, and to have a bonus day to prepare for those guys who have been just brutal for this organization, especially in Santa Clara, probably not a good thing. Kurt Menefee is going to join us in 20 minutes. That is always a good thing, some big picture, fun NFL stuff. Jay Glazer had some reports about what the Seahawks did during their bye week. He will join us at about 9:45 to kind of wrap up the end of the show. Before we get there, everything you need to know, and a pitcher over there in Japan whose posting is going to happen this offseason. What kind of ramifications, what kind of ripples can I have with the Mariners? We'll dig into that and much more, and everything you need to know. Brady in for Salk. It is Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Abe Lucas, if he does not come back on Sunday, he reverts back and he's not active to come and play.
It's like being an animorph. You get stuck in the body after a certain amount of time. Am I wrong or am I wrong?
I am in shock right now. That might be the most intelligent reference made on this station by a host in years.
If you don't get activated to the 53-man, you stay stuck in the animorph PUP body.
She's also made it so I actually understand NFL injury procedure.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no. So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
The holidays are here. Don't let your plumbing issues get the last word from your relatives visiting. Talk to the Hawk. When you need reliable septic, plumbing, and drain cleaning services, Flowhawks is there. Right now, mention KIRO and get $25 off any home septic service, $35 off any home drain cleaning service, and $45 off any home electrical troubleshooting or repair. Just mention KIRO. Flowhawks is the #1 name in septic and plumbing services. Talk to the Hawk. 1-800-FLOWHAWK or flowhawks.com. That's 1-800-FLO-HAWK or flowhawks.com.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett from Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
Are you interested in investing in real estate in the greater Seattle market, but don't want to manage properties, develop real estate, or sign on debt? Hi, it's Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital, based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 15 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Find out why over 800 local investors have invested over $200 million in our Legacy family of funds. Legacy Northwest Fund returned over 12% in both 2007 and 2008. Are you looking at diversification opportunities, especially with what's happening in the market this year? Get in touch with us today. Legacy's family of funds has a limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investment performance based on average return of LOF1, LOF2, and LSF from 2007 through the date of calculation and after deduction of fees and expenses. Legacy family of funds investments are available to accredited investors only.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555 or visit revivemenshealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
the holiday season means one thing, Toyotathon. But before the event kicks off, go to Toyota of Kirkland to take advantage of the widest selection of inventory ahead of time. Right now, Toyota of Kirkland has a premium selection of Tundras, Tacomas, RAV4s, Prius, and the all-new hybrid Camry. Toyotathon is coming, but Toyota of Kirkland is ready to put you in the game now. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today. Online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. up first.
Well, what you need to know up first is the NFC West did no favors to the Seahawks yesterday. The Niners get Christian McCaffrey back. Their young rookie receiver Pearsall has a beautiful catch and run for a 50-something yard touchdown, showing off his explosiveness and why they drafted him as high as they did. It did take a last-minute field goal to beat Tampa in Tampa. Ravaged by injuries, Buccaneers roster. They did miss 3 field goals. Deebo Samuel did try to choke out a long snapper, which also could have been AI or real. That all did happen. And then the Cardinals, you're telling me Kyler Murray completed 17 in a row, went 22 of 24, and absolutely thrashed the Jets. So if you were rooting for those teams to lose, and I don't know where many of you are out there when it comes to Russell Wilson, if you're also rooting for him to lose, well, that didn't happen either. He threw 3 touchdown passes, a great win for Pittsburgh in Washington to beat a loaded, red-hot Commanders team, and they moved, those Steelers do, to 7-2.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens with the Rams tonight playing the Dolphins on Monday Night Football, but this is a much tougher division. I think you knew it was going to be a tough division, just knowing how much the 49ers have had the Seahawks number, knowing that the Rams they're always going to be in it, but probably a little tougher than a lot of people realize, knowing right now that Arizona leading that division, I should say, by a game at 6-4. By the way, they've played some pretty good games against the NFC West. They've beaten, they beat the 49ers by a point earlier this month, or last month, I should say. So they got a quarterback who's playing some really good football. Again, Kyler Murray, as much as you want to kind of throw shade at his game and question sort of the want to and the fire, this guy has the second best QBR in the NFL right now, behind only Lamar Jackson.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, the second thing you need to know is the general manager meetings in Major League Baseball have come and gone. John Morosi was down there, spent some time with Justin Hollander. I think threw the question out that is going to be bantered about quite a bit up here in the Pacific Northwest all hot stove season long. Justin, this is John Morosi to Justin Hollander, the GM. Justin, what are you going to do with all those pitchers?
I think when you have starters as good as we are, a lot of teams ask, and we almost always say no. we love our starting pitchers. They're the foundation of our team. They will give us a chance every night to go out and compete with the best teams in baseball. So I think that, for us, it's been a common question over the years, and mostly we've said, no, we like our starters. We're going to keep them.
And mostly they have said no. And in fact, Jerry Dipoto at the end of the season kind of meeting said it would be plan Z to move on from one of their real foundational pieces. But what if, Brady, what if there was a prospect that some say is the best to ever come out of Japan as a pitcher? And he's young. And he's not going to cost you a ton of money because he doesn't have 6 years of experience in a professional league. So that means, kind of like Shohei was when he came over, you don't have to pay him $300 million. And what if he was available?
What would you have to pay him, by the way?
Oh, if he was eligible to make the contract, he might get $400 million because Yamamoto just got $325, and there's a lot of people out there that think. But
Lyle, that wasn't the question. He's not eligible. So what would Roki Sasaki, this phenom that throws in the upper 90s, 3 different pitches, absolutely devastating in a couple years there in the Japan Professional League? What would you have to pay him?
League minimum with international signing bonus. That is it.
That is it. And do you know who was over in Japan? Over the weekend?
Oh, so you saw what I was talking about this weekend.
You know who was over in Japan over the weekend?
Who was it?
It wasn't Salk. It wasn't Salky. No, he was in Arizona.
That would be one Julio Rodriguez. The timing is interesting, is all I'll say. Now, Divish responded to me and sent me a tinfoil hat gif, but all I'll say is the timing is interesting.
You thought there was maybe some recruiting going on there?
I don't know. It was like 2 hours after the announcement came out that Sasaki's getting posted that Julio happens to put on his Instagram story that he was in Tokyo, Japan. I don't know.
Just happened to be visiting.
Just happened to be visiting.
We will be watching.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Ooh, I tried to watch a little bit on Peacock. Tried to watch that whiteout. And it was a wipeout. It was a not competitive affair. 28-0 at halftime, to the point that Jed Fish said, you know what? Time for me to see a little more of my true freshman, because this O-line cannot protect a pocket passer like Will Rogers. After an opening drive, missed field goal, there was really nothing else that got going at all. So you inject the true freshman. Jed Fish asked about it post-game. Is this now Damon Williams' team moving forward?
We really weren't getting anything going after the first drive, and I thought that
it's an opportunity to give DeMond a chance to play a full half of football. He hasn't had that opportunity yet. I thought that was important for him. I thought he did some really good things. And I thought Will, was sort of a victim of circumstances a little bit. He was 10 for 13 in the first half, but we weren't able to get anything going.
Is he still your starting quarterback?
Yeah, at this point in time, I'm going into the week thinking that he will be our starter for Friday night.
Oh, going into left some wiggle room there.
Yeah, that wasn't exactly the strongest endorsement, was
left
it?
a little wiggle room. I'm going into the week, but it's going to be a short week, and it's going to be UCLA coming up, a red hot, by the way, UCLA team that just continues to win and is kind of going the right way trajectory-wise, and that makes for a big one Friday night. Really, for the Huskies, can they get bowl eligible? Can they turn this thing around? Because the final game of the year, if you thought Penn State was tough and rough and full of dudes that are all going to be playing in the NFL, do you know where there's even more of them? Down in Eugene, Oregon. And that is where they will wrap up their season. Kudos to the Cougs. Yes, in 38 minutes, we will have a little longer college football conversation, and we will get into John Mateer. We will get into Jake Dickert. We will get into the 8-1 Wazoo Cougs, who just absolutely boat raced Utah State. Should be favorites in their final 2 games. Should be 11-1. What does it all mean? UW, Wazoo, we'll tackle that in about 37 minutes. That's everything you need to know. Everything you need to know. Good weekend for you. Did you feel like you needed that weekend too, Brady? Kind of just a refresher, kind of a regrouper before the second half of the season?
Yeah, no, I'm not out there taking hits and playing
you're
football.
Grinding, you're grinding. Stop.
Yeah, lead blocking or, taking on linebackers or anything. No, but yeah, as any reporter will tell you that they always enjoy the bye weekend. Kind of, you get some stuff done around the house, in my case, around the boat, run some errands.
So did you winterize it? What does it take to winterize that beautiful boat?
Well, that's more of a thing for the actual motor when you're really taking the boat out a lot. I think you got to do some winterizing stuff with the actual engine. I didn't have to do
much of that.
No, I try to get as much of the woodwork done as possible, just because it gets really hard to do when it's wet out, because you sand the wood and then it rains and then you got to wait for it to dry and you can't put the varnish or the epoxy on it.
At some point, I got to just see this thing. At some point, I got to see it.
You really got to. Open invitation.
Can I stand underneath the boat in the galley? Can I stand?
Oh, yeah. Now, there will be some spots, like if you were to ever, for whatever reason, take a shower on my boat, then that would probably not be the most comfortable shower for you. You'd probably be really hunched over, because I can barely stand up in the shower, and you got me
I am in the airplane bathroom. Yeah.
It's the shower itself is a little like that. So you could stand in it for the most part. You'd have a fine time fitting on it. Just the shower would be a little bit of a. You kind of have to hunch down.
Do I still chuckle every time I walk into an airplane bathroom? I do. I still chuckle. Like, this is quite comedic. This is pretty funny.
Wasn't built for you.
No, this was not built for me. Not even close. Kurt Menefee is going to be kind enough. This guy just works. You want to talk about a grinder and a worker by Coastal. In L.A. on the weekends, doing all he does for Fox. He's in New York all week long with Good Morning New York. An absolute grinder, one of our favorites, one of my old partners up there in the booth. What have his eyes seen? How real is this in Arizona? Did Christian McCaffrey look like he's back? Where is the NFL and where do the Seahawks fit in it? Well, no one better than Kurt Menefee from Fox, who will join Brady and I next, right here on Seattle Sports.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
All right, I always like trying to figure out your answers to these questions, Brock. Upon further review, what Seahawk individual played one of the best games of his career?
Every day at 7:45.
Kobe Bryant. That hit at the end of the game was awesome. He went full speed to separate receiver from ball and did an amazing job at it. I don't know if Salk, if he can ever be elite, but you kind of just feel his presence.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators.
Like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
Cressy Garage Doors. Make your home unique and stylish. Have it stand out from the other homes in your neighborhood. The #1 return on investment for your home. Cressy Garage Doors since 1952.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people, and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Here at NC Machinery, people always ask, what can you do with Cat compact equipment? Well, here goes. Build gardens, patios, and parking, set posts and poles, plant trees, remove pipes, stumps, and rocks, clear snow, brush, and trees, trench, grade, and maintain. Landscape your backyard, your front yard, your neighbor's yard. Get through doorways, alleyways, and fence gates. Build ropes, trails, fire breaks. Move gravel, wood chips, and hay. Clean pens and barns. Break concrete, asphalt, and gravel. Use tools like hammers, tampers, trenchers, mulchers, and mowers. And for the doers doing, the landscapers, contractors, and landowners digging, call NC Machinery to get 0% for 60 months on select compact equipment. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Riverside Roofing is back with us for yet another year, and we're so grateful for Don, Jordan, and Brandon for allowing us to tell their story. Local family business, excellent work, all rooted in trust. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
We got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by-appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at KANTOR Diamond.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Parango, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I know. I can hear the people out there. Just one more day. gosh, an hour and a half more. Brock leading the show. So many of you clamoring for Salk's return. Bring back Salk. Bring back Salk. Nothing against you, Brady. All against me, because I don't like being the co-pilot or the pilot. I much prefer being the co-pilot, but it is great to have you in and all of your work, Maura's work and Lyle's work behind the scenes. Totally makes this go. And, well, our guest right now knows about that. Kurt Menefee from Fox NFL, from Good Morning New York. It really is the producers and the people behind the scene, isn't it, Kurt, that make the whole operation really work?
Basically, the less you give Brock to do, the better the show is. That's what you're saying, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah,
just keep it quiet. No. You guys were down there on the old naval base in San Diego yesterday, man. How cool was that?
That's awesome. It's our favorite show of the year every year, for the last several years. We've done a military installation somewhere around the world. The first one I did was in 2009 in Afghanistan, and, we've been to Qatar, but we've done military bases in West Point and the Air Force Academy and everywhere. And yesterday we were at Naval Base San Diego and spent the weekend with the Navy SEALs and a bunch of people. It's a cool place because the Top Gun flight school is there and the Navy SEALs training school is there as well. So you kind of get a taste of some of the best in the Navy. But it's just a chance to kind of honor the men and women that not only serve our country now but have in the past. And one of the things I try to bring up as well is people don't think about the families that serve. They get transferred and they go all around the world, or they're separated from their sons and daughters and husbands and wives and loved ones. And so anytime you get to try and just pay a little attention to them and say more than, hey, thank you for your service, but make sure that they try and have a good time and know that people are caring about them wherever they are and wherever they're serving. We love doing that, and it's become a Fox Sports tradition. And as I say, our favorite show of the year. So it was great getting to do it yesterday from San Diego.
No offense to you or Terry or Jimmy or Howie. I think I would take the four of you kind of out of this question and out of the equation. So if it was Glazer, Gronk, and Strahan, and they had to do a week of Navy SEALs, who endures and wins?
Oh, that's a good one.
I saw Gronk jump out of the helicopter. I mean, he's Captain Crazy.
He did that, and he also did the obstacle course.
Right.
Now, he didn't do it in 6.5 minutes like most of those sailors do it, but he did it. I think I would put or how about this? I'll put the order. I would say Glazer only because he won't quit. Yeah. I think that he might actually, and he's compact, so he doesn't have as far to go when he has to climb things or get underneath things. So I'd give him number one. Gronk, I would worry about his back a little bit, but I think he's the youngest guy out there, so he'd be the most physically inclined, and then Strahan. But I think all three would complete it. I have no worries about those three. The rest of us, as you said,
Out of the rest of you, Terry, Jimmy, Howie?
Are there nachos at the end?
Hey, Kurt, I saw Brock get really excited when you mentioned Top Gun, so I'm gonna give Brock a quick break here and ask you a football question about these Cardinals. Obviously, the Seahawks were on bye. I think it was a chance for a lot of people in Seattle to watch the rest of the NFC West and realize that, hey, it's pretty good. And the Cardinals right now are on top of that division at 6-4. I'm just curious for your take on how real do you think that 6-4 start is for Arizona?
I think it's real. Look, I still think the Rams are going to make a run here. I think San Francisco is getting healthy, and so we have a chance to see the quote-unquote real 49ers down the stretch. So I think it's going to be a really competitive division from here on, but I do believe Arizona will be a part of it because I do think they're real. And one of the things I was thinking about, and then I saw an article, and I wish I could remember who it was. It was in The Athletic. It may have been Mike Sando, so I want to give credit to the person. But there's a great comparison between the way Dan Campbell and the Lions started and the way things are going right now in Arizona, where it was a bit of a struggle for about a year and a half, and then all of a sudden things started to click, particularly for the offense. I think that you look at the weapons that they've put together there, the youth that's on that team, and Tyler Murray's turning into what everybody thought he could be. There was all he's too small or he doesn't do enough homework. Nobody talks about any of that stuff now. I mean, they've won 5 of their last 6 games in many different ways, and their defense, people aren't even talking about how well it's playing because the offense looks so efficient. I think that is a team that's going to be reckoned with, not just now, but for the next couple of years. But as I said, I think that division is going to be really, really strong down the stretch. And the Seahawks, I look at them and I go, wow. At the beginning of the year, we thought this was a rebuilding year for Seattle. And I think people got a little fooled by the first 3 weeks. And now it's kind of come back to the norm. Not saying it's going to be a bad team, but this is a team that's in transition right now. And I think as it goes on, it becomes a little bit clearer, while the rest of the division kind of went through their transition and are coming out on the other side.
We'll get to Geno and Mike McDonald here in just a second. Kurt Menefee, kind enough to join us after a busy weekend and celebrating Veterans Day around the country today as well. And shout out to all of those veterans that serve our country. And to Kurt's point, not just the actual veteran, but the family members, too, that actually sacrifice right alongside them. Brady and I saw San Francisco game a little bit differently yesterday. I'm curious what you saw with Christian McCaffrey's return and where these 49ers maybe look, compared to their peers of the last few years.
I think that looking at the McCaffrey situation first, man, he was involved a lot more than I thought he would be. He was in on 54 of their 61 offensive plays. So 89% of the plays, he was in the game. Had 107 total yards. I thought that was a lot more than I expected, at least for his first game back. I figured they'd test him out and see how he goes. And did he look like the Christian McCaffrey of old? When he caught the ball and turned upfield right away and saw contact, that looked like the Christian McCaffrey of old, but obviously he's still got some rust to work out. And I think he's just going to get better. I think that team is going to get better as it goes forward. The question about how they compare to 49er teams of the past, I think on the defensive side in particular, just how physical they've been the last couple of years is starting to kind of catch up to them. And so maybe that some games that they would win rather easily by just exerting their physical will, they're not able to win that way now. But I look at them like I look at Detroit right now, like I look at Kansas City. I think they just find ways to win. And again, I know the first half of the season they were 4-4 and all that, but I think injuries can be the reason for that. If they stay healthy down the stretch, I think they will just continue to find ways to win. Will they be as dominant as they have been in years past? No. Is there more competition for them in the NFC than there has been in years past? For sure. So I think those are some of the challenges they're going to have to overcome. But as an individual team, I think that they're ready for a little run down the stretch.
Yeah, Kurt, it's a good point about the physicality maybe catching up with the 49ers. And what I would add to that, too, is it might also be the fact that they have basically played another season between all those deep playoff runs that they've made, including 2 Super Bowl appearances, another one in the NFC Championship game. So the teams has played basically another season of football compared to some of their other peers. But I'm curious, switching. I think
that's fair. It's also they've also been able to, be pretty dominant over the rest of that division, which the Rams kind of had their run for a little bit, obviously with the Super Bowl year. But for the most part, Arizona's been down, Seattle's been down. So they really haven't been challenged the last few years as well by the competition in the division.
Yep, and now that's happening now. Now, switching divisions, switching conferences, I'm curious for your take on Russell Wilson. 3 straight wins, got it done against the Commanders yesterday, a good Commanders team, 3 touchdown passes. Is Russell Wilson back?
What's back? That's the question. Will he be the guy that led the Seahawks to, NFC Championship games, to Super Bowls, the consistent playoff appearances? I don't know if we'll see that Russ anymore. But is he a guy who can win games? When Mike Tomlin made that move, I think everybody inside and outside that organization were like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you going to Russ? It makes no sense. But it's been, validated with the last 3 games, and particularly it seems as though Russ is getting better and better and more comfortable each and every week in that offense. So I think that is – it has been the right move so far. I think yesterday was a signature win for him in a Steeler uniform. So I do think that he can be, and I hate the word serviceable because it sounds like a downgrade, but I think that he can be a winning quarterback in that division, in that conference, and with that team. And that's something that the Steelers haven't had in a while. I do look at Russ, and one thing I've always said about him, no matter what you think about Russell Wilson, he's got a sense of pride that he's going to do everything he can to not go out like what happened not only in Seattle, but with the year he was with Sean Payton in Denver. And so whether or not he can physically do some of those things anymore is a different question. But you knew the work ethic would be there, and the pride would come up. And and kind of come to the surface. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. And you put him around the rest of those pieces, I think that's good enough for them to keep winning right now. So I don't know if he'll ever be what he was before, but he's certainly a much better version than what he was in Denver.
Well, I think after a couple years in Denver and maybe some of that Hall of Fame conversation going off the tracks, to your point, Kurt,
yeah,
you know that he wanted to do everything imaginable to put that train back on the tracks so he can be in Canton, Ohio one day, which is what he was and what he looked like for 10 years here in Seattle. What about the QB here? Fascinating guy, Kurt. You know, if you were in our market, as you are there every morning in New York, and you listen to the fans and you watch these games and you reacted to our text toy and reacted to our listeners, you would think that Geno Smith's a bottom third quarterback in this league. He takes, I think quite a bit of the heat. It's head coach, it's quarterback, but in this case, I think maybe even the quarterback more than the head coach. Where do you see Geno's season here in 2024?
I would say it's a prove me season. But I think we've been through that before with Geno, haven't we? Yeah. I mean, did we say that last year and the year before? And he keeps proving to people that he belongs as a starter in the NFL. Now, is he a top third quarterback? I don't think most people would think that. Is he a top 50% quarterback? That's when you start getting into a debate. And once you get to that point, and particularly when you get a veteran guy, you go, okay, if we're going to be in the bottom half, do we make a move and kind of start fresh with someone who's got a higher ceiling? And I think that's going to be the question going forward with him, particularly with a new coaching staff. Okay, he's got them this year, but going forward, what's realistic? How high can we go with Geno Smith as our quarterback running the system that we want to run? And I think that's a question that the organization is going to have to address with John Schneider and the new coaching staff. And I think that's what the prove part is for the rest of this season for Geno. Is he the right fit for this team and this organization? Not about whether or not he can play in the NFL, because I think he's proven that. But as you go forward and you're trying to rebuild and kind of turn things over, like I think we talked about earlier, that Seattle's truly trying to do this year, is that what you want to go forward with? A guy who's in his mid-30s as you're trying to get the ship turned around.
Yeah, I think it's one thing to have
what
that
did you
conversation.
Say, get the what turned around? Get the what turned around? The ship?
Ship.
Oh, okay, good. All right. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Clarify
ship.
that.
Yeah, I heard ship. Yeah, it's one thing to have that conversation in a vacuum and say, is Geno the guy? It's another conversation, I think, when you really look around the league and realize how many other teams are struggling to figure out their quarterback situation, and how many teams would really like to have a quarterback like Geno. I mean, you look at a team like Las Vegas. I'm not going to call them Oakland like I did earlier in the show, but Las Vegas has a really tough quarterback situation. There's a lot of other teams that are really in a pretty bad quarterback situation that I think maybe would help put the Geno situation into some perspective, right, Kurt?
Yeah, I think so, but I also think, again, teams hate when you say they're rebuilding. I mean, but the Seahawks genuinely are. And so you go, okay, where are we going to be 2 years from now, 3 years from now? Are we better off ripping off the Band-Aid and moving forward and getting young guys? And look, people have this whole fantasy about, hey, if we have the number one pick or if we have a top 10 quarterback, I mean, we've seen that doesn't always work out. Just because you draft a guy highly doesn't mean he's the right guy. But, a lot of people look at it, it gives you an opportunity, not only from a salary cap standpoint, from a youth standpoint. It gives guys a chance to kind of grow together. It gives you a chance to kind of mold a guy into the guy that you want, rather than just accepting the guy that you already inherited, which this coaching staff has done. And so I think that becomes a question as well. It's not just about right now or even next year. It's about the longer-term future, and where do you want to go with that position? Do you want to be in a position that 3 years from now, okay, we've just kind of muddled through and have to start all over again? And when you see some of these rookies play this way, I think, Brock can speak to this much more than I can, but rookies coming to the NFL is still a hard transition, and it's never easy at quarterback. But they play so much football, you have a better sense of them, or you should, when you draft them than you used to. There's no or very little drafting a guy, letting him sit for 3 years. Like I guess Jordan Love was probably the last guy who'll do that. Rookies get forced to play right now because teams feel they know a lot more about them, but also because coaches only have 1 or 2 years and then they're on the hot seat. So I think if you're a coach who's a new coach in the situation, you don't want to wait 3 more years and go, okay, let's try and figure it out by then. I think you maybe want to make a move sooner than later. So I think that plays against Geno right now in this situation with the Seahawks in particular.
Okay, last thing here for you, Kurt, and thanks so much for the time, is you mentioned there, and it's something we haven't even said that much because, frankly, we're too often so close to this, watching week to week, and this is why someone like you and your eyes and your experience and your more global picture is beneficial. I don't know if any of us in town have uttered, this is a rebuild. This is a rebuild. I think that 3-0 start kind of threw that, right out the same. Like, what do you mean rebuild? They're 3-0. They're right in this thing. So from your perspective, how and why do you kind of quantify or qualify this as a rebuilding year?
Because I think anytime you change head coaches, it's a rebuilding year, and you change the coaching staff. I mean, let's just be realistic about that. They're very, you rarely get a Tampa with Tom Brady and Bruce Arians steps aside so Todd Bowles can take over, but he's got a Super Bowl winning team. I mean, that doesn't happen in the NFL. When you change head coaches, it's because you haven't won. And you're looking for the new staff to come in and turn things around, which is rebuilding. You don't usually keep the same pieces you've got. They've got to get their players that fit their schemes on both sides of the football, their philosophy inside the building, the kind of guys they want. We love the word culture right now, but that's a big part of it. And that is what's going on, not just in Seattle, but every team that has a new coaching staff. You see Dan Quinn has kind of stepped into a situation in Washington. Well, he found the right quarterback. He found the right coordinator, and magic is happening there. I know they lost yesterday, but overall for this season, magic is happening there. But that doesn't happen a whole lot with a brand-new coaching staff. So I think 90% of the time when you make the move to a brand-new coaching staff, you may not say it publicly because you still got tickets to sell. You still got to have your fan base believe. But a change in coaching staff means you're rebuilding.
Kurt, I appreciate it. How's the bi-coastal life going? You doing? Are you hanging in?
It's it's interesting. I do the show on Sunday. I get back to New York on Mondays. I have Mondays off, so that helps. But today I have to go see. Okay, yesterday I was doing football and on a naval base. Today, in about an hour and 15 minutes, I have to go see a screening of the new Angelina Jolie movie where she portrays the opera singer Maria Callas. So that's my day in 24 hours from one extreme to the other.
Yeah, interesting. Let me know how that goes. Let me know your thoughts on that. You can text me.
Okay, if I stay awake, I'll give you a report.
Okay, it's Kurt Menefee, a dear friend, super kind, flying through the night, nice enough to wake up and join us and give us a great perspective as you always do, Kurt. Thank you, and thanks for honestly, just you could feel it with you and Howie and Terry and the crew. Like you could feel what you said. This is our favorite show of the year, right? And
it really is, man.
Yeah, it was really, really cool. And on Veterans Day, a good reminder of how many people do so much for our country. Thank you, Kurt. Appreciate you, man.
All right, anything for you, brother. Take care.
There he goes, Kurt Menefee from Fox. Yeah, he lives a bi-coastal life, Brady. He gets down on Sundays. He flies through the night. He said, yeah, actually, I can do it tomorrow because it was just a single header, and I get home an hour earlier at like 4 in the morning, and I'll be up by 11 to to join you guys and wake up. And then he flies back to L.A. and back and back. I don't know how you do that at that stage of life.
That's a lot of flying, man. Hopefully he's got a good frequent flyer program. Brock, you got any family members who are veterans?
That is a good question. Absolutely. My uncle, my mom's brother, Uncle Pete. Uncle Pete served in the Air Force all the way up to colonel. And actually the meteorology end of things, like his nephew, he too is colorblind, so that kept him out of the cockpit and flying. But yeah, just awesome, Uncle Pete. Awesome dude. We would visit him in Mountain Home. We would take the old Dodge minivan and drive from Seattle to Mountain Home. We drove from Seattle to Omaha to the different bases down there in the Bay Area where he is settled now. So, yeah, Uncle Pete, appreciate him and all of his service through all the years. You?
Yeah, quite a few. Grandpa Don was in World War II, was part of the Normandy D-Day invasion. Wow. Uncle Donnie was in Vietnam. And then cousin James was an Army Ranger, did several tours over in Afghanistan. So really an impressive guy. And obviously, thank you for your service and happy Veterans Day. That doesn't even begin to do justice to what these people have done.
Doesn't come close. And I think as I get older, as like a dad and a husband, and Kurt's words ring that much more. Like it isn't, we celebrate, and we do. And we celebrate these men and women that serve all over the country in their time. And we don't always appreciate all of the family around it, the kids, the spouses, right? It was really cool. The middle linebacker for Texas Tech, one of my favorite players this season. Dude's name is Jacob Rodriguez, and he is mayhem. He was in our meeting on Friday. said to him, how do you attack this? And he said, on a football field, violence is always the best option. I'm like, oh, I really like that. And that's going to come out in the game. Well, he's married, and his high school girlfriend went to West Point, and she's a helicopter pilot in the Army.
Wow.
And, comes to his games, and we got a chance to catch up with her, too. So, pretty cool weekend. Fox does an amazing job of celebrating our veterans, and as you just heard from Kurt, their most special day and most special show of the year to give back just a little bit on one of those bases. And yesterday, it was down in San Diego. Hey, quickly here, we're going to get to college football in about 10 minutes and talk a little bit of Wazoo. When Kurt there so clearly says this is a rebuild year, is that kind of, if you frame this season yet in any of your pieces, Brady, and through those optics? Because I'll be honest, on our show, I don't think we really have sitting at 4-5, and rebuild in baseball is real. Rebuild in the NBA is real. I don't know if rebuilding college football in the NFL is nearly as real as it is in those other sports.
Yeah, the thing about a rebuild is there's a spectrum of rebuilds, and not all rebuilds are created equally. There's the extreme end of that is tear it down to the studs.
Detroit Lions 3 years ago, one win, and
sell off everything, try to save as much cap space, accumulate as much draft capital as possible. Then there's more of the rebuild on the fly, which we've seen them do after the 2017 season. I would characterize this as more of a transition season. And you are, to Kurt's point, I think you are rebuilding to some degree when you're installing new schemes and you're really realizing that you're having to rebuild sort of the foundation of your team, not so much personnel-wise, but scheme-wise. This is not a full...
Do you feel like watching this and listening to Mike, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but do you feel like, because with that, and Kurt's second point to that is, hey man, when you change staffs, it's a rebuild. And when those staffs need players for their system, do you think that's what we're starting to feel with some of the 5 losses in 6 games, is that maybe Mike and Grubb don't really have the kind of guys to fit what they really want to do?
Yeah, that could be. And we've talked about this before, where typically when a head coach takes a new job, you see him bring over not only several assistant coaches, but you see him bring over a couple players, both to help ease that transition in terms of the scheme and also the culture, to be sort of that messenger in terms of between the coaching staff and the players. And they really didn't do that, at least with players. There's not a whole lot of guys, if any, that played for that have played for Mike McDonald. You got a backup linebacker. And not really a whole lot else aside from that. So I think you just can't look at this as a full rebuild when you consider, okay, they made Leonard Williams. They re-signed Leonard Williams, made him the highest paid defensive player in franchise history this offseason, and he's 30 years old. You've re-signed other older players.
Typically, too, on that spectrum, it is GM and head coach and personnel department.
Yeah.
Right? A full-blown rebuild is going to include all of that. That didn't happen here. Right? They felt like they wanted to keep a lot of the culture and a lot of the personnel department and the general manager, and empowered, Johnny to do what he wants to do. And I think maybe now there'll be a little more. Maybe we'll come back to that at 9:30. Jay Glazer is going to join us in about 40 minutes or so. But I promised some college football conversation. I promised to give Wazoo their due because they deserve it. And in particular, a quarterback that's doing things over there that has never, ever, ever been done on the Palouse. So we'll talk a little Huskies, we'll talk a lot of Cougs, and we'll talk some college football as Brady's in for Salk. Brock and Salk right here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
John Morosi is here.
I think the Mariners, if you're not going to spend that money now and really not be a player for at least somebody in the Walker, Santander, Torres class of players, if you're not going to do that, then you might as well trade one of your starting pitchers right now, because you've proven already that you might be able to squeak into the playoffs with this current construction of the team, and you're setting yourself up to consistently come within 1 or 2 or 3 games of a playoff berth and fall short with the current construction of the ball club.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Buy a heat pump, get a furnace free. Now from Deere Services. You heard right. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free from Deere Services. Save now and combine the year-round benefits and comforts of both systems, giving you warm winters and cool summers. Make an appointment at DEARservices.net, and we'll be there within 3 hours, guaranteed. And get this, no service fees. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free now at Deere Services. Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash.
we've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got two great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 31st, get thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about hockey. Don't you love a sport where it's almost fair game to throw off your gloves and bare knuckle it in that gray area? Hockey brings excitement, intensity, passion, often drinking. It's like a party with a puck. If you enjoy too many shots at the bar while watching slap shots on the ice, don't try to make a breakaway because the police won't just stonewall your goal. They're much more likely to throw you in that penalty box. And it won't be just a few minutes to think about what you did. Go ahead, enjoy cracking one open. Just don't overdo it. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com for your free private consultation. Hockey is one of the only sports where you can wrap around the goal and there's no out of bounds. But the roadway is a different story. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY!
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G-Sky. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Get his freaking out! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
was pretty fun, Brady, last week. I think when Damon Sulky was still in. I guess it was Sulky's final day before he headed down in the desert for some nice R&R during the bye week. Some nice time with Larry and Jane, which always cultivates some wonderful stories. And then even better, 3 days on the golf course at a bunch of different courses. So Sulky should be fully loaded tomorrow. I'm anticipating there's times he comes back from some of these hiatuses where, there's not a lot in the tank. This one feels like there should be a bunch of fodder. But before he left last Tuesday, Jake Dickert, head man over there at Wazoo, took some time and joined us, and we had just a great conversation with him. We learned, as the whole world did, that his dad was in the movie Major League, which was really, really cool. We learned a whole lot more about John Mateer, his QB. And Brady, I was just looking at some Wazoo notes last night. So they moved to 8-1. They beat Utah State. They're going to play at New Mexico, favored this week. They're going to play at Oregon State. They're going to be favored. Oregon State's kind of hit the skids a little bit as their depth has been severely tested. And then they'll end the year with Wyoming at home. So, realistically, people stay healthy, and especially this QB, you're looking at an 11-1 season for the Cougs with wins over Washington, wins over Texas Tech, right? Win over San Jose State, who's playing some pretty good football, and doing things that I don't think anybody thought that they were capable of doing this year. And I just want to publicly give Coach Dickert, and in particular John Mateer, who has now thrown for, get this, he threw a couple more touchdowns yesterday. John Mateer has thrown for 22 touchdowns in 9 games. John Mateer ran for his 11th touchdown. And when I say doing things that have never been done, it was 1980. Where were you in 1980?
I was not even born yet in 1980.
You were just a twinkle in the eye. You were not even born yet. 1980, a guy by the name of Samoa. I don't even remember Samoa. I remember the throwing Samoan, Jack Thompson, but Samoa over there ran for 11 touchdowns. So John Mateer tied him, stays healthy. He will far surpass that. This kid has been, you probably not gotten a chance to see much of Wazoo this
Only
year?
some snippets, yeah.
Snippets and highlights. Mm-hmm. He is so fun.
Prospect?
In today's NFL, yes, more than 10 or 15 or 20 years ago.
Okay.
Because he's an RPO, he's a runner, he's twitchy, he's dynamic, he's strong. I'm not going to say Tim Tebow. He throws it better than Tim Tebow. He's not as big as Tim Tebow, but he's just a facilitator and a creator. And man, is it fun to see, and it's no different than Dan Quinn having Jaden. It's no different than Jim Harbaugh having Herbert. It's no different than Jake Dickert losing Cam Ward. And there was a dude that instead of leaving the last couple years was like, nope, you believed in me, and I'm going to pay it off. 2-star guy, not heralded coming out of high school, and had time to watch, had time to develop, had time to sit behind Cam Ward with the same coordinator, the same system, and absolutely take off. Now the question, and you asked this during the break, and the $1 million, if not close to $1 billion question is playoffs.
Playoffs?
Are we talking playoffs? Jim Morris Sr., are we talking playoffs? They're going to come out into the playoff rankings. They were 2021 in the first initial rankings, I think with some of the chaos around them, and a nice, again, multi-possession win. Should be the same in New Mexico. As I said, run the table, favored in every game, go 11-1, a chance to make the 12-team playoff? Probably not.
No. What's got to happen?
And the hardest part about that is, I think unlike next year they got some games on their schedule. Next year they play some teams from, big conferences. The two they had this year, Texas Tech, which was a great win. Texas Tech is 6-4, feeling like probably on their way to 7-5. So not a data point that helps you tremendously. Gosh, who was the other team they beat from the Power Four? They beat some other team from the Power Four. Oh, that'd be the Huskies. Yeah. They beat the Huskies at Lumen Field. And that team, 5-5, maybe at best trending towards 6-6, 5-7, a possibility. So that is going to be the problem you run into.
Not enough quality wins.
I just don't think from a getting in that room. I mean, 11-1 is 11-1. 11-1 is phenomenal. 11-1 amidst the chaos of college football, quitting on you, deserting you, and leaving you and your conference by the side. 11-1 is an unbelievable, remarkable point. But you had to beat Boise State.
Playoffs?
What, Jimmy? What'd you say? And that
Playoffs?
Yeah.
Never gets old ever.
It never ever does. You just unfortunately had zero margin. Like if you'd have beat Boise State,
in terms of margin.
Yeah, if you'd have beat Boise State, if you'd have beat Washington, if you'd have beat Texas Tech, if Washington and Texas Tech could have been a little bit better, those are your kind of Power 4 teams, then maybe there would have been a conversation. But to lose, I think that was by 20-something points in Boise. Army we'll see. Army will have to play Notre Dame. If somehow Army finds a way to beat Notre Dame, then yep, they're going to be unfortunately a step ahead. So just some of your peers, the SEC, it could be absolute chaos with all these teams that finish 10-2. And so I just think the landscape is going to be too tough to overcome.
And what about material? You talked about the loyalty and sticking with Dickert. As we know, Brock, in today's college NFL, in today's game, more than ever, money talks.
It does.
Are they going to be able to hang on to him?
Well, I think the real question is the two of them. Is Jake Dickert as well. Now, the one advantage that Washington State fans, I think, have is when you're talking about Jake Dickert in these coaching changes, is it's really hard to make a coaching change. Florida kept their guy, Billy Napier, and a lot of the conversation was, man, this 12-team playoff is a little bit like the NFL hiring process now, right? These teams go to the playoffs, and it's like, dang, when can I get to Mike McDonald? When can I get to this coordinator? When can I get to Ben Johnson? How long am I going to have to wait? If I wait in the cycle, and then college football in particular, like Indiana, did the right thing last year. They fired their coach, and in November, they hired this guy, Curt Cignetti, who brings then all of his players from James Madison and hits the ground running ahead of everybody else. Is somebody going to fire their head coach? Is Jake Dickert's going to run this season out. Jake Dickert's going to go 11-1. He's going to play all the way through November into December. And it just makes the hiring process difficult. So that's a positive for Wazoo. The negative is, I think Mateer just watched Cam Ward get paid 7 figures. And there will be plenty of schools that come knocking and say to Mr. Mateer, hey man, what are you making over there? 30 grand, 50 grand, 100 grand. I don't know what he's making. Nobody knows. But we got 7 figures for you down here in the SEC. Interested? We got 7 figures for you down here in the Big Ten. Interested? And that's going to be, that's going to be a question that only one guy can answer. And that is that quarterback who right now, as Jake Dickert said, man, to stick around as long as he did, at least gives you hope, right? I mean, to sit there and be loyal to a program that was loyal to him gives you hope. But Wazoo fans, if you've enjoyed this ride and you've enjoyed this season, and I know you have, and you're going to want to enjoy next year that much more against a tougher schedule, you're going to have to do what a lot of these schools have to do, and that's pony up in collectives to somehow find a way to keep that guy. So big picture, man, absolute kudos to Jake Dickert and Wazoo. Absolute kudos to John Mateer and his teammates. Absolute kudos when everybody left you that you didn't quit. And when the going got tough, you got tougher. And when the obstacles were bigger, you got even larger. And to sit there at 8-1 on your way to 11-1, absolute shout out to those guys over there on the Palouse. They deserve it. In about 20 minutes, we'll spin around the NFL and the drama and the storylines never ever stop. Jay Glazer will fill us in a little bit behind the scenes about those Navy SEALs and what Mike McDonald was doing over the break. We will do all of that after everything you need to know next, right here on Brock and Salt.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, the Seahawks worked out 4 tight ends this week. What does it mean for the position group?
So we know Noah Fant is banged up. Word on the street is he's not going to the IR. So this is a temporary fix is what they're trying to do. And who knows if they sign these guys. But N'Keal Harry, remember that guy? He was drafted before our guy, DK Metcalf. And so he's moved to the tight end spot. If you get N'Keal Harry, you're looking for a pass catcher.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, are you waking up on this Veterans Day on this Monday morning searching for a local, trustworthy group of pros to assist you with some of your financial and mortgage needs? Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and you can count on Tila Mortgage. They have been the go-to experts in the state for over 25 years. Other mortgage companies have come, and many of them have gone, but not Tila. 25 years in the making. So if you're 62 or older, I mean, you've heard about reverse mortgages. Well, TILA can help you decide if that's the right choice for you and your family. If monthly payments are impacting your credit score and killing your cash flow, well, TILA can assist you in consolidating your debts with proven programs like a refinance loan. And with the Fed and continuing to make cuts, may not be a better time. Or how about a HELOC, a home equity line of credit? Additionally, if you're purchasing a new home, well, no better time. TILA can once again guide you through all the ins and outs of a new home loan as well, with hundreds of 5-star reviews. TILA, spelled TILA, is a trusted source for honest and ethical mortgage advice. Give them a call this morning at 206-766-8888 or TILAmortgage.com. TILA Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker, MLS 2472046.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, Seattle. Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Call Techline Roofing and trust the team I trust. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. That's TEKLINE roofing.com. Trust Techline.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used in ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Don't let sinus problems, snoring, and allergies hold you back. I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatment to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get the relief you need easily, quickly, and permanently. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, up first is what you need to know is you were not rooting for the Seahawks because they beat BYE, so there was no rooting interest in the bye week. So if you were like me and a lot of the 12s, you were definitely rooting against everybody in the NFC West. Well, that didn't go so well yesterday because 49ers got Christian McCaffrey back, as you heard from Kurt Menefee. Dude played 89% of the offensive snaps, so there was no easing Christian McCaffrey back in. And then I missed 3 field goals. They probably route Tampa instead. It took a game winner to win by a field goal. And the Cardinals, you mentioned them, Brady, a couple different times. Kurt Menefee did as well. I don't know, man. Jonathan Gannon, it just felt like was such a mess when he was hired. It felt in his press conference they were laughable. Some of his stuff felt so corny. But even last year in those 2 games the Seahawks won, you saw how hard the guys played for him. Competitive and feisty, and they were young. And it's a young OC and a really young D coordinator and a young head coach. But there was some vibrancy to their competitiveness. And now with Kyler Murray playing the best he's played in his career, 22 of 24 yesterday, they absolutely thrash and throttle the Jets. And they actually sit atop this NFC West.
Yeah, by 1 game at 6-4 with a win over San Francisco already. And so, you know, our great stats department at ESPN, the ESPN Football Power Index, I think as of before Sunday, it gave the Seahawks only a 7-point-something% chance to make the playoffs coming out of this tough NFC West. And I think that reflected the fact that you not only have to catch up or keep pace with the 49ers and the Rams who have both beaten you. Yep. You got to do so also against the Cardinals team that there is more and more evidence that this team looks like they are for real at 6-4. Again, they beat a very bad Jets team that's in a complete free fall right now, despite having quite a bit of talent.
But against a bad team, what do you got to do?
You got to dominate them.
Yeah, you got to thrash them. You got to come out and you got to just sting them and hit them in the mouth and let them know we're not going to fumble snaps. We're not going to throw red zone picks. We're not going to bumble. We're not going to stumble. I will tell you, man, the one play that still is just in my craw. 3rd and 17 against the Giants.
Yeah.
3rd and 17. And they throw a little screen, and I'm telling you, it just gave them life. Like Daniel Jones played before, fumbles a snap, you nearly recover it, and it was just like, giveaway. Let's just punt it. Let's just throw a little screen. And they get 20, and from that point on, man, like just the onslaught of this losing 5 of 6 just kind of hit you. Not been able to stem that tide. Arizona, well, they just hit those Jets and hit them and hit them and hit them and sit atop, as Brady said, 6-4.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, the baseball world is moving. It's the hot stove around is kind of simmering. No big deals, but some news yesterday from, is it called Across the Pond? London's called Across the Pond. Is that called Across the Pond when it comes to Japan? I don't feel like it's across the pond. It's across the ocean.
I haven't heard that. Yeah.
No.
Across the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, it's the Pacific Rim. And some news out of there, Roki Sasaki, a heralded, and as Lyle has told me off the air and everything I read, maybe the best pitcher ever at his age to come out even better from a pitching standpoint than Shohei Ohtani was. His numbers speak to that in a couple years over there. Well, he's going to post. He's going to become available to Major League Baseball teams. And as a young guy, you're talking league minimum. You're not talking $300 million that you had to pay for some of the others over the years. Could he become an option here in Seattle? And if so, well, John Morosi was down at the GM meetings catching up with Justin Hollander. If so, would it mean maybe, Justin, you move on from one of your elite young starting pitchers?
I think when you have starters as good as we are, a lot of teams ask, and we almost always say no. we love our starting pitchers. They're the foundation of our team. They will give us a chance every night to go out and compete with the best teams in baseball. So I think that, for us, it's been a common question over the years, and mostly we've said, no, we like our starters. We're going to keep them.
Big picture, Brady, because I know you're a big picture baseball guy. Not into the details. You got too much other stuff going on. Big picture. Would you like to see the Mariners go outside some of their methodologies of the past? Would you like to see them take a little bigger swing, either through free agency, making a trade like this? Do you think now is the time to take a bigger swing?
Yeah. I mean, he said mostly the answer has been no. Well, mostly they haven't been a very good baseball team. And so the approach they've taken, as much merit as there is to it, the idea of building around a really good pitching staff.
They've been good.
Yeah.
They've been good.
But haven't been good enough to get over that hump. And so, yeah, if there is a bat out there that you could go and get, I say go for it. I say open up the checkbook, cut that check, pay the man. It's not my money. Do it.
You do it, Salt.
Get a bat in here.
You do what Salt did on the tee at 9 at Boulders. You tee it high.
Let it fly.
And you let it fly.
I like that reasoning, Brady. I got to tell you. Pretty sound.
Thanks.
You like it?
Thanks, Lance.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
A split weekend for the college teams in town. Not a surprise. Maybe a surprise to see 28-0 at halftime, non-competitive for the first time really this season for the Huskies, as Penn State just showed up in a big way, man. That scene, that whiteout. I know I've got some friends that went back there. Other media members are like, whoa, this is real. Like sometimes you hear so much like about a band or a concert or an event, and sometimes all that hype doesn't live up to it. No, it lived up to it. And Penn State absolutely throttled the Huskies, dug them in a hole. There was no coming back. They bench and make a move at halftime and give Damon Williams, the youngster, a chance, an opportunity. He did run around. He did make some plays. He did lead to a couple field goals, but it was all Penn State, much like it was on the Palouse. Cut number 5 here, John Mateer, his 22nd touchdown pass of the season.
All right, 10th play of this Cougar drive. And Mateer finds Kyle Williams. Touchdown. And the Cougs have had a perfect half. 3 possessions, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, Mr. Mateer put 4 through the air, 1 on the ground. 5 of them, dude, is just yeah, you asked me a prospect. I'll have to think about it. Maybe Blue 88 tomorrow. I'll try to find a comp for John Mateer. I live in the comp world when it comes to this stuff. Some people don't like it. Daniel Jeremiah last week said he gets a lot of hate for it. Just let them be who they are. Are you always comparing them to other people? Because that's what you do in the draft.
Yeah.
That's what you do is you play the projection game. I'll try to find a John Mateer, but all I know is that he has been a monster for every defense he has faced this year, a prolific year, a record-breaking year, and those Cougs sitting at 8-1 with rankings tomorrow that'll find them in the top 20. That is everything you need to know.
Brock, I've covered the NFL long enough to know that when a coach, and I'm sure this applies to college game as well, when you ask a coach, is so-and-so your quarterback, and the first word that comes out of their mouth is, I don't need to hear anything else they say.
Oh, you're talking about Jed Fish?
Yeah, I'm talking about Jed Fish when he was asked post-game if Will Rogers is still his quarterback. When I hear, I don't even need to hear the rest of the answer. Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think about that quarterback situation?
I think we need to play that sound next. We're going to spin around the NFL. I've got 4 pieces of sound for you, some highlights that are somewhat specific back here to Seattle, but we will play exactly what Brady was talking about when Jed Fish was asked, is it still Will Rogers' job moving forward? And is an always an or is it an We will dig into that next. Right here on Brock and Salt.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
The most overused sports takes ever.
I'm going number 1 off top. We just got to take it one game at a time.
Oh, that was my number 1.
One game at a time.
When you're talking about a team you just beat, we have a lot of respect for those guys.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You're like, y'all
no,
whack.
you don't.
This guy, Player X, is a rare combination of size and speed.
Oh, you mean the guy that's about to be selected in the NFL draft?
Every single NFL player is a rare combination of size and speed.
For real.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and we got some exciting news at the station. Riverside Roofing and 710 have renewed our partnership into a deal that will carry us into our 8th calendar year working together. A big thank you to Don, Brandon, Jordan. Not only are those guys terrific roofers and businessmen, but even better people. And I've been fortunate to get to know them, text them back and forth, playing golf together. Just truly awesome people. And all that matters when choosing who you want to work with. People want to work with people they like. And most importantly, they want to work with people they can trust. And that's Riverside Roofing. You've heard me say it for years now, and you'll continue to hear it for a whole lot longer because it's true and it works. We've had people text into the show. They say, Salk, you told me I could trust them, and you were right. If you have an upcoming roof replacement, they need to be your first call. Again, big thank you and congratulations to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust. That's riversideroofingllc.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew. Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all four engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
The Harnish Auto family has always found ways to make a difference in our communities, and the need never stops, and neither does the Harnish Auto family. Hey, Brock Heward here. With the holidays approaching, we often think of those less fortunate. Food bank supply, well, it's at an all-time low, but we can help. Drop off non-perishable food items at any of the 6 Harnish dealerships this November for food banks from Everett to Puyallup. Visit Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Subaru, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Chevrolet and Kia of Everett to donate today. It's the Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, happy Monday to all of you. Hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. Thank you to all of our veterans. It was a blast to have Kurt Menefee on the show last hour. If you missed it, you could just hear it and you could feel it. I watched a bunch of that pregame show yesterday as I was making my way back from Lubbock, Texas, and Kurt said it is our favorite show of the year. Jay Glazer in about 10 minutes. He will jump aboard. He, too, was down there. I know his love for the military and for the veterans and those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice. So Jay will join us in 10 minutes, I'm sure, to echo many of those same sentiments, Brady. And he had a little tweet there before or during the pregame show about Mike McDonald bringing in some of the Navy SEALs. And what did Jay hear about all of that good stuff? So Jay, NFL insider there at Fox, will join us in about 10 minutes or so. But the very intrepid Brady Henderson, the very esteemed reporter that is Brady Henderson, not just the good-looking 5 o'clock shadow, not just a great golfer, not just the boatman, no, the intrepid reporter who's listened to so many of these coaches over the decades in these pressers, caught a little something there and caught an of all things, you catch an out of the mouth of Jed Fish post-game there in Happy Valley, cut number 4. Was asked about the change at quarterback, made the change. Will Rogers, the offense got nothing going after missing an early field goal. While the numbers look good, I don't know, like 8 of 13, like 50 yards. There's just nothing. There was no threat to that defense. And Jed did what I think you had to do. Put some speed and athleticism on the field, Damon Williams, and asked about that move at halftime and what it means moving forward. Here was Jed.
We really weren't getting anything going after the first drive, and I thought that, it was an opportunity to give Damon a chance to play a full half of football. He hasn't had that opportunity yet. I thought that was important for him. I thought he did some really good things. And I thought Will, was sort of a victim of circumstances a little bit. He was 10 for 13 in the first half, but just we weren't able to get anything going.
Is he still your starting quarterback?
Yeah, at this point in time, I'm going into the week thinking that he will be our starter for Friday night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going into this week thinking, now look, I'm gonna look. I don't cover Jed Fish. I haven't listened to a whole lot of his press conferences. I don't know how he typically likes to answer that questions. I just know, Brock, that when a coach wants to slam the door shut on any sort of question about whether his quarterback is really his quarterback or whether that guy is really the starter, coach can typically do that. And to me, it didn't really sound like he did that. And the other side of that is, look, if he felt like, or if you surmise that the reason he made that change was because that offensive line was just not holding up enough and you needed a more athletic guy in there, then is that rationale still going to be the same going forward?
Yes. I was actually just watching UCLA, Nebraska, and a little crossover work. I got Nebraska this week and watching those guys, and they've got some big Polynesian kids in the middle. They've got some edgy guys. They've got some linebackers that are hyperactive. So if you made that move, and then, oh, by the way, Oregon the week after is better than Penn State. Oregon's front and in their building, and after losing 3 times to you, that is kind of, I think, one of the real challenges for Will Rogers when he looked at the situation and looked at the landscape in retrospect. And maybe he didn't have any other options, and I know UW paid him really handsomely, but maybe he could have looked at that and gone, geez, you know what I need? Roger Rosengarten and Troy Fautanu. I need to go someplace where my skill set comes to life because I'm not a creator. I can't run. And this Husky O-line was thin coming into the season. It's gotten thinner over the course of the season. It has gotten really beat up and was just unfortunately not able to hold up. So I will be curious. Jed has done this a few times. After the Apple Cup, after a difficult 4th down play, put all the blame on himself, went back and watched it, and went on Monday after the press conference like, yeah, it was The call was fine. It was actually about the execution. So I will wonder, and I'm sure he's going to be teed up and asked an awful lot about that situation moving forward. You know who else was asked a lot about a QB situation was Mike Tomlin. Let's shift some gears here to a couple of the NFL stories, in particular, a guy that is very familiar to Seahawks fans who now happens to be in the black and gold out there in Pittsburgh. Why don't we have a little quick Russell Wilson conversation before Jake Glazer joins us in a couple minutes? Here was, yet again, another touchdown pass. Cut number 10, Russell Wilson doing Russell Wilson things with his arm in that big playability that has seemed to ignite what was a bit of a dormant Pittsburgh offense.
3rd and long. Wilson floats it way upstairs. Williams, he's got it. Touchdown. Mike Williams, the newest Steeler.
I believe that is now 6 touchdowns to 1 interception and 3 starts for Russell. A few of them have been of the moon ball variety. Many of them have been in the vertical game. Asked after the game, cut number 11, Russell Wilson right here on that particular touchdown to Mike Williams. Here was RW.
First of all, I think you got to love clutch moments. You know, when you get guys that can make plays and do things for you. You know, first of all, Big Mike over there, just traded for him. You know, he's a tremendous football player. We got GP on the right, Van on the right. You know, those guys, you know, Pat showed up in big ways. I mean, just guys just stepped up in key moments, and just another great moment. You know, when you're playing the game, it's a collection of, 75 plays, and you want to see how many great moments you can have. And when we had that one in the key part of the game, obviously.
Yep, sounds like Russell Wilson naming every receiver on the team when he was asked about a single play. Yeah, he does love to give everybody credit. Doesn't really like to single any one player out. But yeah, so I think the answer was vintage Russ, and I think that throw to Mike Williams. I think I may have said George Pickens earlier in the show. That was Mike Williams catching that touchdown pass.
He did have a nice one to George Pickens earlier.
He did. Yeah, that's right. And yeah, that was vintage Russ. Now that was a little on the move too. That was not totally like a. You know, one of those big play action deep shots where you max protect and he's just standing there in the pocket.
Why does he have to do that? Why does he have to do that? I didn't listen to anything you said. I apologize. Why does he have to do that? Why can't he just talk about Mike Williams? Why does he have to do that? At every point, was it Salk last week or 2 weeks ago? Last week, right? Where he was, I think he even wrote a whole column on it of talking about, I want to get back. I want to root for Russ. It's over. The history's far and gone. They're in the other conference. You know, it was such crash and burn in Denver and everything else. Why can't he just be?
It's like I want to root for him. I know what Salk said. I want to root for him. You get the nostalgia watching him play. And then he opens his mouth.
Yes.
I wonder, here's my theory. I wonder if some of that tendency traces back to the whole Percy Harvin saga. And remember how much resentment there was behind the scenes when Percy Harvin got paid. And I wonder if he thinks in his mind that if you start hyping one guy up, then maybe some drama builds and maybe other
Lord
guys.
have mercy, we got Percy.
Yeah.
It's Wendy the sweet Wendy lady, and her name's Wendy. She's in the cafeteria every day.
Okay, all right.
The sound is so bad.
He doesn't just do it with teammates. He does it. He named like every member of the training staff in Denver, and then started talking about Wendy, the lunch lady.
You know, the good news for him though is he at least has Mike Tomlin, right? Mike Tomlin, cut number 12, asked about Russ. So if Russ starts going down, I would imagine maybe Mike might be the one to finally grab him, be like, Russ, stop talking so much. Because here was Tomlin after the game about that touchdown pass.
How many times have you seen that Russell Wilson throw like that over the years? Just throw it up there and connect.
I've seen it a few times on highlight shows. It's a little better in person. Believe it.
I mean, just perfect. Like in every way. Arthur Smith, the OC, the O-line, the tight end, Najee, the run game, the weapons down the field, big receivers to throw that ball to. Like, it's all there. Just don't talk so much. When you're asked about Mike Williams, talk about Mike Williams.
Yeah, and Mike Williams, that's a guy who got there earlier this week, so you got to imagine there's not a huge package of plays that are available to him, but when you're that big and you can run like that and you've been that good of a deep threat, then yeah, running a go ball like that, that's going to be one of the plays that you got available to you. So,
okay, does this continue? They're 3-0. They're 7-2. Right now, time capsule, you know Russ really well. You've written about Russ. You've covered Russ. You know his agent well. We all know what comes with Russ and all the other stuff. And I said before the season, perfect scenario. Me and 100,000 other people. Perfect situation, right? Underdog. chip on your shoulder, not getting paid, everybody counting against you. Kurt Menefee talked about his pride to get back to being a Hall of Famer, right? And then football-wise, everything I just rattled. Does this continue? They're 7-2. Do they win the AFC North?
Yeah, I think Russell Wilson, however much he was going to come back from those 2 tough years, really the one exceptionally tough year in 2022, I think it was going to be based largely on how willing is he to commit to somewhat of a new style of play, where how willing is he going to be to accept the fact that you just can't spin out of pressure and you just can't escape and create like you used to. And so you're going to have to play a little bit different game. Yep. You can't take those killer sacks that result from you thinking that you're 25, 26 years old and you've still got that prime Russell mobility that you just don't have anymore. And that's the same with every player who gets in their mid-30s. You just that mobility only goes one way.
Well, Father Time gets everybody, but doesn't get Jay Glazer. Not when Jay Glazer's up at the sun rising, down before the sun sets, doing the MMA, doing the meditation, doing the work. Jay Glazer, I appreciate you. Am I pulling you out of workout right now?
You're preventing me from getting punched in the face. So it's a good morning.
Well, good morning, man. Thank you. And by the way, Kurt joined us last hour, Jay. Honestly, and I know that it's not your doing. It's our company. It's Fox. It's real to them. They care about veterans. They care about our armed service, all of our servicemen and women across the globe. What was yesterday like for you to do that show on Naval Base?
Yeah, it was so amazing. But they really, all of them are. This is my 21st year at Fox. And I've never gone a year where I have not been sent to a military installation on Veterans Day and or Thanksgiving. Like, when Fox says we appreciate your service, they really mean we appreciate your service. And, they've sent us, we went to Afghanistan. I went up to the demilitarized zone up in South Korea. And actually, I probably shouldn't say this in the air, but ran into North Korea for like 30 seconds and ran back with a fighter I was with named Vikings and Henderson. Because the guards walked away. Probably shouldn't say that.
We'll dump that, Jay.
But it was cool. We got to train troops throughout Korea. We've gone to Pearl Harbor a couple times. We went to Naval Base, went to West Point, Air Force Academy, Fort Irwin, Fort Benning, like you name it. They really are committed. And it's our boss, Eric Shanks. He's the one, hey, we're going every single year. We put so much thought into this. But it's cool. But this one itself, look, for me, on Saturday, we work with the SEALs all day. And I have a lot of friends I've trained with in the SEALs, and just being around them, they're different. And, look, you talked about the mixed martial arts thing. I started training guys in 2007 in MMA. I created the first MMA training program for pro athletes in this country. And the first guy we ever trained was a long snapper from the Chiefs, who was a part-time DM. And our whole thing is like, man, we're going to give this guy the fighter mentality. Now we're going to learn from him, for our fighters, how to have a sport IQ, watch film, tendencies, things like that, because fighters never had that. But we're going to teach this cat how, man, if we're hurt or tired, you'll never, ever, ever know. We don't put our hands on our hips. We don't take a stool in between rounds. And that guy went out and ripped off more sacks than anybody in the league that year. And that guy was Jared Allen. And people don't remember, he started as a long snapper. And then everybody called and said, man, whatever you did for him, do it for us. But the whole mentality we try and teach these guys is the mentality of the SEALs. Like, you're not going to break them. I mean, in the Hell Week, these guys sleep 2-hour shifts the entire week. That's it. But if they're hurt or tired, man, they will just do whatever they have to do for their team. Team is everything. So for me to be around those guys, like I've trained with them in MMA elsewhere, but I haven't done it there on site where Buds is. That was like, man, it was like Holy Land for me. It was like I went to the Coliseum this year in Italy, and that was incredible. I felt the same way when I was over there, over at Buds yesterday or Saturday. It was incredible.
That is really, really cool. Well, two things here, Jay. Number one, we had Kurt Menefee on last hour. I asked Kurt, I said, listen, I'm going to take you and Terry, Howie and Jimmy out of the equation. Like, it's just not fair to the four of you. Age, stage, beat up, all that. You're out. But Glazer, Gronk, Strahan, Hell Week. Who finishes? Rank them for me. 1, 2, 3.
Gronk.
Oh, no.
I'm not an endurance guy. I'm a short. Well, I'm short, but also I'm meant to go like 5 feet in a cage, and that's it. And man, and I need my sleep. You kidding me? But Gronk at 270 going through that obstacle course as, retired, however old Gronk is, I'm probably going to have to go Gronk on this one. I got it.
Okay,
but by the way, I got screwed this week because my big thing was I'm held captive and they're rescuing me. And I'm getting rescued by Kurt and TB. Are you seriously? How are they going to rescue me? But they're getting to shoot big guns. I'm holding a football like a damsel in distress. I'm like, come on, man. I'm with the SEALs. Let me do something.
Well, to be fair, Kurt took you because he just said you wouldn't quit. Like, no matter what, you would not quit at all. And I am curious to spin this back to the Seahawks and your report yesterday that caught our attention and why I bother you a lot. And I texted you again and said, hey, man, if you have a few minutes, could you bump on the show? Because you reported that Mike McDonald and the Seahawks during their bye week actually brought the SEALs in. Can you kind of fill in some of the blank there or what that all looked like?
Yeah, actually, Mike was great about it. He's like, man, he brought him in beforehand. And then it was like, man, I didn't do this for the whole team. I got to bring him in for the team. And the message is great. Like, our game plan is not always going to go to plan. And when it doesn't go to plan, we still need to stick together as a team. And he brought him in before the Rams game. And they certainly stuck together in that game. And they fought and fought and fought and fought. But also, like, this is the start of something. This isn't year 3 of Mike McDonald. You got to realize. So he's looking like, man, where can I help build this winning culture? And who better to lean into than to go to these SEALs and bring them in for the team? Oh, guys, I got to take this call. I got to take this call. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. There he goes. There goes Jay Glazer. No. All good. Oh, get ready.
Uh-oh.
Get ready. Get ready.
I know what I'm doing right now, Brock. I'm firing up Twitter right now.
What could that? This is gonna be kind of fun. That's the first time that's happened.
Yeah,
I think on the show to us right there. But that's pretty cool background by Jay and a whole lot of fun. So Jay Glazer's got probably something to do that. He's probably got something he's going to report in the NFL. Any inkling what that could be?
Well, the trade deadline is passed. That was last Tuesday, so it's not going to be a trade.
Is that going to be Doug Peterson out in Jacksonville?
Yeah, that's where your mind goes next. Is some sort of a firing. Although, and it is, the Monday, a day after a game, and some of these teams, I think we're late enough in the season right now to realize that some of these owners, as impetuous as they can be, might be making a decision to move on from a head coach who maybe lost a game yesterday. And
hold on, we got a false alarm. He said false alarm.
Oh,
Maura, if you want to dial him back here quickly so we can hear maybe the second part of that story. He just hit me up. Does that happen to you sometimes too, Brady? Where you'll get a text or a call, or you're not necessarily in the news breaking business.
Yeah, I know we got Jay back on. I will tell you a fun story about that.
Okay, very good.
After we're done with Jay.
Jay, no problem. And if it's not a false alarm and you got to go again, totally get it. That's
was that a butt dial, Jay?
Yeah, what was that? What happened? Did Jerry Jones butt dial you? Do we got Jay? Hello, Jay? No Jay yet?
I thought he was taking a call.
No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Call him back more. He said it was a false alarm.
Okay.
Yep. So why don't you try to holler at him for just a sec. You got it. Can you tell the story quickly?
It was I got a scoop and I was with my girlfriend and I was driving her to a conference and I wasn't able to pull over because I had to get her to the conference on time. So I said, babe, look, I need to dictate these tweets to you. So I was on my phone. She had my work phone. I gave her the phone and I'm driving and she's dictating some tweets, and that's how the Jerome Baker trade news was broken.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Just like that. The girlfriend tweeting while you were driving because you don't tweet and drive.
Don't tweet and drive.
No,
don't ever.
Not
when I can avoid it. Not when I got somebody in the car to tweet for me.
Don't ever do that. Was that Jerry Jones? Did Jerry Jones butt dial you, Jay? What was that?
No, I was like, hey, when people call, you got to answer. I'm sorry. You got to do it. You never know.
No, you never do know, and especially on a Monday after a game when a bunch of these teams around the league struggling, and you never do know. So you were right there in the middle of talking about Mike McDonald.
To Mike with Seals. So, again, who better to bring in? And look, I think the key to anything, whether it's football or fighting or obviously what they do, is to try to be calm under chaos, right? Yep. When those bullets are flying in real life, right? You got to make sure everything slows down. When you're in the middle of football game, you got to try and get everything to slow down. Also in a cage, you got to slow down, kind of follow your game plan, and you got to stick together. Even if, like, we always tell guys to be prepared when you're going against somebody, and all of a sudden they're stronger than you thought, or faster than you thought, or hit harder than you thought. You can't let it throw you off your game. We got to stick together here, right? You got to just be calm under chaos. And there's no better team to learn that from the Seals. So I applaud Mike for bringing them in. Let me go to the experts in this and bring them in. But it was really about team building. How do you stay together as a team? And
Jay,
when
how many teams do this? I feel like I've heard, whether in camp or certainly on the college end of things over the years, like how many teams in your perspective maybe do it a little bit, or really like, hey man, let's jump in and truly engage this?
It's not as common as you think. Sometimes they'll do it. Like, I think everybody should do it, right? I think what Mike did, you should all do it. I know John Harbaugh hired somebody named Steve Claggett, who was actually, we were on the phone the other day, he served, and his commander was the guy who was taking us through all our stuff the other day with the SEALs. But he's on their staff. Dan Quinn brought SEALs in starting in camp to put them through a bunch of team building stuff, but he continues every week to talk to this guy. But he actually brought up a SEAL in for the last game. And then he does like an after-action report every Tuesday with him. But I love that, again, what Mike did, most teams don't bring in a group of SEALs to talk to the entire team, to teach you, again, how to stick together. Like, listen, man, life really is about how do you handle the tough times. We don't need books for how to deal with the good times. You don't need that, right? Mm-hmm. All those motivational books and everything you're learning out there is how do I get through the difficult times? And again, like, there's nobody who keeps it calm and keeps that calm demeanor for the good of the team. When we were there with them, I did ask the SEAL commander, I said, hey, is there a common denominator for the people who make it through buds, make it through Hell Week, make it through all that, just how they are between the ears? And he said, yeah, it's not what you'd think. So it's not the high school quarterback star, and it's not the prom king, and it's not the this and that, and the people who've been through all this great stuff. It's really guys who've been through adversity. But he said more than anything, it's the dudes who live for their teammates. That's who make it through. Mm-hmm. And what a message for Mike to give his team. It's the perfect message. I think more should do it. They have over the years, but man, like no matter what, listen, I went to the league like 10 years ago with this idea, and even brought up to Roger Goodell that I think they should make officials all special ops guys and guys with football experience. Though he's like, "Are you crazy?" Which I am, but that's a different story. But I said, "Listen, these guys again, they're calm under chaos. When things are going, they can make decisions. Right when things are going nuts, they can put themselves in a position to make a better decision." And the coaches probably aren't going to yell at them in the middle of the game. Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I do too. Hey, Jay, thank you. Hey, man, thank you so much. I know you got to get running back in there to your training. We're up against it here at the end of the show, but really do appreciate all you do and all that Fox has certainly done. As you said, 21 years you've been there. Yep. And it's not just talk, man. They walk it, and we know it, we feel it. So appreciate you, my friends.
One quick thing to our veterans out there today. Celebrate yourselves today. You deserve it. It's your holiday.
There you go. Echo that completely. There he is, Jay Glazer from Fox, taking some time out of the ring to join us. Brady, right back at you, man. Thank you for seriously filling in. Salk has been out a couple days. He will be back in tomorrow. I look forward to these opportunities, and it's fun to watch you, man. You came into our building years and years ago. How many years?
2010.
2010, man, 14 years ago, you came in, you started writing, and just to watch your career blossom and grow and all the things you're doing, you're getting so doggone good at this. I really do enjoy our 3 hours together. They fly by. Mora and Lyle behind the scenes, making it go. I know Mora is going to be excited to have Salk back and shouldn't have to deal with me trying to pilot this ship and all the chaos that I create from this end of it. But I really genuinely do appreciate you. And I know, Brady, you stand with me on this, as Jay said. To all the veterans out there, this is your day. And we are so thankful for your heart and your family's heart to serve this great country. So Thank you on Veterans Day. Salky will be back tomorrow. But for this day, Brady, the hay is in
the barn.
The barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Bump, we are going to look at the remaining games for the Seahawks, 8 remaining games, and figure out which of these are, quote, winnable. Are the Cardinals a winnable opponent?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is a matchup you can win.
I think there is a road where we enter a Sunday night football game against the Packers, and they're still just hovering around 500, feeling okay. Within those 4 games are 2 wins and the possibility of sweeping the Cardinals.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 31st, get thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
The rain's been coming down in sheets lately, and there is more to come this winter. But despite all of those big raindrops, you want to know a surprising fact? A metal roof will not magnify the sound of rain. That's right. That was one of the first questions I asked Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, when he was explaining the benefits of a metal roof. Metal roofs are all the rage right now, and they're more eco-friendly. They last almost twice as long as a traditional roof, and they are a great option for adding solar panels down the road. Asset Roofing is leading the local push in metal roofing, and they can even offer metal roofs for up to 30% less than their competitors. They make each roofing panel custom and in-house to speed up production and save homeowners like you time and money on their roofing project. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Go to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Cal Raleigh became the Mariners' first ever Platinum Glove winner, awarded to the top overall defensive player in the American League on Friday night. Another accolade perhaps coming for Raleigh. Silver Slugger finalists are announced tomorrow afternoon. Washington State up to number 19 in the AP poll. Latest college football playoff rankings come out tomorrow. And tough news for the Huskies. They lost to Penn State, and they lost a recruit over the weekend. Vander Plug, one of the top tight ends in the 2025 class, switched his commitment to Oregon.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
The bye week's over, and now we're back in the flow of the NFL schedule. Doing things a little differently, though, today, Mike.
What are these voices?
He's Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump and Stacy, who are filling in for Wyman and Bob. So if you're anticipating Bump and Stacy today, you will get them just at a different time today.
You know what that just made me think of? Have you ever seen Parks and Rec, where they do the scene? Leslie Knope is on an NPR station, and the guy comes on and he goes, "I'm so-and-so, filling in for so-and-so, who is filling in for so-and-so." That's what just made
Derry
me think
Merble
of.
is his name. Yes. Pawnee Public Radio.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the exact names. I'm sorry.
A great show.
Yeah.
Jazz plus jazz equals jazz.
Of course. How did I forget that program?
But that's for a different time, Mike. It is the bye week. Well, it's over. I just said it's over. And we're looking around the NFL world yesterday. It was fun to get to view really everybody else in the NFL rather than just the Seahawks, as we're so focused on every single Sunday. I want to know, what was your biggest takeaway maybe from watching all the other games going on? And, you know, it could be an NFC West takeaway. It could be just a big picture takeaway. There was so much to look at. There was so much to gather yesterday in terms of information. So what were you feeling yesterday when you were watching these games? What was a thought that you kept coming back to?
Well, I think the first thing I went to is, wow. It's a real sacrifice to sit on the couch and watch 14 hours of football when you had the very early game out in Germany. Apologize to the German fans for having to deal with Panthers-Giants. Surprisingly entertaining, but still Panthers-Giants.
Look, the United States will get it in return in a couple weeks when we have to sit through Thanksgiving Giants-Cowboys.
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to be brutal.
Yeah, I know, but we sacrificed. So, yeah, the 14 hours, and you take that into account all the way to the end of Texans-Lions. And you kind of look around, and as this relates to Seahawks and even their last loss against the Rams, good teams find ways to win, and bad or teams that don't really have everything figured out yet, who don't have that aura about them like the Lions or like the Chiefs, they don't know how to win yet. And that's the difference. I think that's the one thing that separates the elite teams from a good team, or a good team from a team that's still figuring it out like the Seahawks with so much new. There was that inevitability for the Lions. There even was for the Chiefs. They set up for that field goal. The Broncos getting ready to kick one of the easiest field goals you will ever kick, despite an early morning of adventures and misadventures for kickers. But it's a 32-yard field goal, and yet, I don't know, in the back of your mind, did you think, how are they going to screw this up? That's kind of was going through my head. I'm like, how are the Broncos going to screw this up? Turns out the Chiefs made the play. But a good team, and the Lions mentioned this might be more practical outside of the fluke block that the Chiefs had. there is no panic, there's a belief, and there's an assuredness, and that kind of gets into the head of other teams. You could feel that with the Texans. And I think that's kind of what we've run into a little bit. The Seahawks, maybe this year, but in the last few years, and they played the Niners, so they played the Rams. There's that sense of, well, this other team has built up so much that mentally you kind of psych yourselves out of it.
Yeah, and I think that kind of mentality, especially in late game scenarios, is not something that's picked up in one day, in 1 week. It's not something that teams are just born with. I think it comes with winning over time. You look at the Steelers, who pulled off a late victory yesterday against the Commanders, drawing that offsides penalty to really ice the game. Mike Tomlin has been there for almost 2 decades now as their head coach. Andy Reid has been in Kansas City for a long time now. I think longer in Kansas City than he was in Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken. You mentioned Detroit. Now, Dan Campbell hasn't been in Detroit as long as those two guys have, but he has really established his culture and has made things, so much different in Detroit than it's ever been. 5 interceptions should not come in a victory. And that's exactly what happened last night, because the Texans, while they are a good team, still have a lot to learn in terms of what comes with the territory of being a good team. Last year, they took everybody by surprise. This year, they're more of the hunted. And we've had some mixed results with them. We've seen some mixed results with them. Last night, also very much a bad result for the Texans team, especially considering when you turn the ball or when you generate 5 turnovers, that should be a guarantee for a victory. But didn't happen. So, yeah, I think that's a really good one, is just seeing these teams that have been there time and time again continue to deliver. And, I mean, look, Russell Wilson, we'll get to that conversation later on in the show, which I'm looking forward to, because we're seeing maybe a renaissance before our very eyes. That's a guy who has been in a lot of battles. That's a guy who's played a lot of games, has won a lot, and in those situations, despite all the setbacks he had in Denver, it's still pretty trustworthy in those moments. He's always been very clutch. For me, Mike, I want to specifically focus on one team and the struggles that they've been going through, and this might lead into our 10:30 conversation as well today. I'm looking at the Chicago Bears right now, and their offense is so bad. It is just embarrassing what they have done to the sport of football.
The offense is offensive.
Exactly. Over the last 3 weeks, they've scored 15 points against the Commanders in a loss that they probably should have won if Tyreek Stevenson hadn't been, showboating the crowd before that. They scored 9 on November 3rd against the Cardinals, losing 29-9. And then they only mustered up 3 points in a home loss to the Patriots. The Patriots, they're terrible. And this is a Bears team that spent all offseason surrounding Caleb Williams with weapons. His wide receiver group, a lot of people were calling one of the best in football. You spend a top 10 pick on Rome Odunze. You extend DJ Moore. You bring in Keenan Allen from the Chargers. They have not been able to generate any consistent offense outside of their 2 wins against the Jags and the Panthers, 2 of the probably 3 worst teams in the NFL they were able to score consistently on. Now, is this a Caleb Williams problem? Maybe. Is it a Shane Waldron problem? I think so.
Well, we could light the text line on fire with just a Shane Waldron discussion for the next 4 hours. So, yeah, we could certainly go down those lines. And thank you for not mentioning the team they beat at the start of the year.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Bears.
Yeah, they got off to a 1-0 start.
Yeah, they got off to a 1-0 start.
Against the, it says here, Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, it doesn't compute there. You can tell the Bears are poorly coached.
Right.
And getting back to the big takeaway and the difference between teams that have what it takes to win, and you were saying with the Texans, not knowing how to finish the job, not knowing what it takes to put together a complete game, or when the situation flips and you have that pressure of maintaining a lead. I go back to the Seahawks game against the Rams. They're up 13-3. They're up 13-3 at halftime. That's a game you need to win.
Yes.
I don't care that Matthew Stafford's there and the Rams have a more established coach and the Seahawks have everyone in a first-year position. So we'll get into, what they might have done coming out of the bye and what they have worked on. But that's a game where the Seahawks need to win, and you saw, hey, a new situation for everyone involved because it's a new staff, because then players taking directions from a new staff are put in different positions. So that's the acclimation process and kind of the realization that it is very tough to win in the NFL.
Yes.
And if anyone thought that Mike Macdonald would come in here and just have a pretty easy adjustment, probably unfair to him, even though he had racked up a ton of accolades as a defensive coordinator, coaching some of the best and historically good defenses. It's so much different when you're that head coach. You're in charge of everything. Then you're overseeing guys who are now in charge of those specific positions, a new offensive coordinator, a new defensive coordinator. So the Seahawks are learning, I think, to put that complete game together. The big difference is, I don't think we saw that from them the last few years either, but they had a coach who's been there for a while. So right now, not as concerning, but it's something you like to see develop with them.
Right, and one of the ties from the last couple of years is Geno Smith, a quarterback, who has been there for both Pete Carroll and for Mike Macdonald. He's been the starting quarterback for both head coaches. Shane Waldron was let go after this season when Pete Carroll's staff was entirely let go except for Carl Scott. I'm looking at Mike, just seeing what Shane Waldron is doing with Caleb Williams and has completely just hindered his growth as a rookie quarterback. And I'm like, how did Geno put up back-to-back like 4,000-yard seasons with this guy calling plays here in Seattle with a very similar supporting cast, a really good set of receivers, especially in 2023 in Waldron's final season here with Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, and a rookie Jackson Smith and Jigba. If Geno doesn't miss those 2 games, he probably surpasses the 4,000-yard mark last year again. And like, were the Seahawks able to put together back-to-back 9-win seasons in 22 and 23, maybe despite Shane Waldron? Because we're seeing it now with a completely separate cast of characters, a completely separate quarterback, completely new offensive skill guys to work with. And, like, boy, it is brutal to watch Chicago Bears games.
Isn't that the most fascinating debate? Coach or quarterback, or coach or player. And that played out in New England after kind of the breakup happened with Belichick and Brady. And so retroactively, you can go back and then make sweeping pronouncements on something. But yeah, I think you kind of led into it, Curtis. It makes you have a better appreciation and sense of what Geno's able to do, because Bears fans, they thought they fleeced Seattle. There was mass excitement. I reached out to one person I knew in the Chicago media. I was like, well, maybe temper that enthusiasm about Shane Waldron. He had no idea why. He goes, well, what do you mean? And it was because of what you said. Because of Geno's numbers, the correlation was, well, Shane Waldron did this. That prevailing notion was Geno Smith had great numbers because of Shane Waldron. So look what he could do here in Chicago with a young rookie quarterback. I think we're finding it is the exact inverse right now.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me of this clip of Jackson Smith and Jigba at Super Bowl Media Day. Asked about Shane Waldron by a Chicago radio host, didn't have much glowing praise for him.
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell them about who they just hired to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
This is live?
Yeah. We're not live. We're not live.
I'm playing.
The first.
Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person, great offensive coordinator. I was very lucky to have him my first year. Learned a lot from him. I think him and Justin will mesh well.
Not glowing
Curtis,
praise.
I'm going to give you an example that you would not have any experience with recently, because you're a happily married man, 2 children, blah, blah, blah. So when you're going through the wreckage that is dating, someone will sometimes try to describe a friend, or they'll describe someone they want to set you up with. And if they say what JSN just said, when you're asking about them and they lead with, well, they're a great person. Like, what are you not telling me?
There's a glaring red flag
There's a glaring red flag there. So
are you going to tell me about it, or am I going to have to find this out on my own?
Yeah, you usually have to find it on your own.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what my mind went to when after that initial hemming and hawing, where that and the realization from the host, like, okay. And then JSN finally is like, all right, I do like the guy. He's a good person. Probably was fun to get along with. I mean, he always seemed nice when we heard his pressers and when we interact with him. But when it comes to actual play calling and his role as an offensive coordinator, that is pretty glaring that was the first explanation and description that JSN had.
What's interesting is that Matt Eberflus is having his Monday press conference right now as we're talking and seeing some quotes come through.
And we'll take it live. No. Okay. No.
And seeing some quotes come through. Eberflus says, quote, there will be changes, adjustments being made. I'm not going to disclose those right now. I'm not at that point in the process. I'm sure a lot of Bears fans are hoping that Matt Eberflus is part of those changes. But it is weird to see. Well, not weird. I think it's interesting to see in the post-Shane Waldron offense, Geno continue to put up good numbers, and Waldron go elsewhere and see the Bears just absolutely crater offensively. I think they had better offensive numbers when they were running out whoever it was their quarterback last year, it was Justin Fields. Mm-hmm. Like, they were putting up numbers more consistently for sure.
And that one guy, that third-string guy he was there. Remember that? Oh, Badgett, yeah.
Oh, Tyson Badgett. He's still there, I think, right?
Yeah, that was a starter for a couple games.
His dad, no joke, is a champion arm wrestler.
I think I remember hearing that story. Yeah, they interviewed him on the sideline one time when the guy made his debut. Yeah,
right.
So there you go. That's how it has gotten.
It is, and so here we are now, week 9 games in the books for the Seahawks, and they got off to the 3-0 start. They're 4-5 right now. And we're looking across the NFC, and one thing that jumped out to us in getting ready for the show today and just kind of looking through the wreckage of Week 10 across the NFL is, where does the Seahawks team kind of fall in terms of the NFC? Because that's your direct competition. That's who you're going to be jockeying with in terms of playoff positioning, in terms of wild card seeding and whatnot. And I think the Lions are the clear-cut favorites in the NFC right now. And point differential, best in the NFC. They've won 7 straight. They have not slowed down after the loss of Aiden Hutchinson. But after that, Mike, it gets a little murky. It gets a little bit crowded in terms of figuring out who's good and who's not in the NFC.
Well, in relating to this conversation, let's throw this out there for the Mac and Jack's text line. Independent of a situation. So you can't take a quarterback and give him the situation he has in that current team. So you take any quarterback in the NFC, plop him into the Seahawks' exact situation. 866-979-3776, the Mac and Jack's text line. How many quarterbacks would you take right now, pluck them into the Seahawks situation, and think that they're better than what Geno Smith's doing?
Boy. So in the NFC,
because I think the answer is very slim, and it's all in the AFC. I don't know anyone that you could pop in right now and have the success that the Seahawks and Geno Smith are having. And they're 4-5, and that says a lot. Because look at, we talk about good teams. Look at the Vikings, who won despite Sam Darnold yesterday, who he got off to a great start. Now he's coming back down to earth. So he's not a better quarterback than Geno Smith. Jared Goff, maybe you probably would say yes because of what he's doing and the weapons he has.
Matthew Stafford, I think, is one when he is fully healthy could do what Geno is doing here.
Even with the offensive line he has here in Seattle. If you put Matthew Stafford on this Seahawks team right now. Yeah. So the thing is, though, there's no definitive yes.
No.
Now, maybe the Texans have a different answer, but I don't think there's a definitive quarterback in the NFC you could say, yeah, you put him in, and he's better than the situation the Seahawks have right now.
It would be interesting to see what Jaden Daniels could do in this situation here in Seattle. Would he have the kind of success that he's having right now in Washington, even after Sunday's loss to Pittsburgh? I still think he would be able to do, maybe not to the level of what he's doing in Washington, but maybe a portion of that, like 75% of what we've seen from him. But still, that's not the best version of him. I mean, I don't know if Dak Prescott would have been able to do what Geno's doing right now. There are a lot of quarterbacks in the NFC that would struggle in this situation. In fact, most of the good quarterbacks in the NFL are all in the AFC. Like, it is wild just how good of a quarterback situation it is in the AFC right now, where you've got guys who would probably be like third or fourth best quarterback in the NFC if they ever made it over there, but are probably like 6th or 7th. Like, I think about Justin Herbert with the Chargers. Is he a top 4 quarterback in the AFC?
Probably not in the AFC.
And if he's in the NFC, he's probably the best quarterback in that conference.
He might be the 6th best quarterback overall.
Yeah.
But he's not even the 4th or 5th best in the AFC.
Right. So it is an embarrassment of riches on the AFC side of things. But for the NFC, just kind of looking at where the Seahawks are right now, it stinks because they are pretty much the exact middle. And the other problem is that we just talked about the Chicago Bears. We talked about them for 10 minutes to open up this show. They have the exact same record that the Seahawks do in this moment. Now, the routes that those two teams have taken to get there have been very different, especially considering the Seahawks getting off to that great start to the season, being 3-0, and then 5 of their last 6 games have ended in losses. But I'm looking at the Saints. They're clearly better than them. The Panthers, same thing. I still think they're better than the Bears. They're better than the Giants. I think they're better than the Cowboys right now. But there is a big gap, I think, between the good teams in the NFC and the bad. And right now, the Seahawks, I wouldn't say they're bad, but I would definitely not say that they're a good team.
Aggressively mediocre.
Yes.
There we go. That's our category for the Seahawks right now.
Yeah.
And maybe most of the NFC.
And what stinks is that being in the NFC West and kind of hovering around 500 keeps you in the playoff hunt. It very much keeps you in the playoff hunt. So I don't know if
good for short term.
Right, good for the short term. Exactly, because if you miss out on the playoffs, you're picking probably in the same spot you did last year, pick 16. I think they would have like the 15th pick right now in the NFL if they were to go, if they were to kind of finish out around 500. So I'm looking at this Seahawks team right now, Mike, and do they have it within themselves to kind of get to that next level? Looking at their schedule coming out of the break, 49ers on the road, Cardinals at home. Those are going to be 2 very tough games. At Jets, I think you should win that. The Jets are an unmitigated disaster. At Cardinals is tough. Packers at home is tough. Vikings at home is tough. At the Bears, who knows? At the Rams, who knows? It's a divisional game. I mean, there's probably one should-win game the rest of the season. Everything else is a toss-up.
Yeah, this is where it hinges on, hey, are the Seahawks going to make the playoffs? And they very well could. Or is it going to bottom out? And if you do get into the playoffs, even if that record is, I have to do the math now, 17 games, even if it's, 8-9, and you get in because of the NFC and the shifting wildcard teams, or if you find a way to win to the division, but clearly you're not as talented as some of those top-tier teams, I think that's a success for this year. I think making the playoffs is perhaps more than the expectation for this Seahawks coaching staff in a year-one situation. Everyone's brand new to coaching. Everyone's brand new in the NFL. You talk about, okay, well, Mike McDonald, maybe he's not having as much success as some other first-year head coaches in the league right now. Jim Harbaugh's off to a great start, but he's done it. He's been there before. He's been an NFL coach before. He's been a longtime college head coach. So the expectations, while frustrating, I think making the playoffs is a bonus. If you do bottom out, you don't want that. You don't root for losing. But if that's the unintended consequence of this staff figuring it out, you have that draft capital. You have a draft pick that can then help out in the short term to build this team up to a level where they can get quickly up to that top tier of Lions, Eagles, and who knows who else could be in that top tier moving forward.
Right, and you absolutely have to hit on your draft picks. I mean, you look at the Lions the last couple of years. They've gotten so many great picks. Jahmyr Gibbs, Campbell on their defense, Brian Branch at pick 45 this last year. Penei Sewell, they have not missed. And that's something that the Seahawks, I think, prior to sort of this re-emphasis on the importance of early round draft picks, guys like Devin Witherspoon, Charles Cross, and Byron Murphy, they went a long time between having successful first-round picks. I would say that Cross, Witherspoon, and Murphy have been successes in varying degrees, some more so than the others, but I don't think any of them you could say was a waste of a pick or anything like that. So the Seahawks have a very tough road ahead of them if they want to kind of dig themselves out here coming out of the bye week. And it's going to be tough for the rest of the season, but it should be definitely something worth monitoring over the season's final half here. Hey, coming up, we're supposed to talk with Cody White of the Seahawks coming up at 12 o'clock later today, so you're not going to want to miss that, especially coming off of a career day out of nowhere against the Rams. We'll be excited to talk to him about that. Also, coming up at 10:45, are there some realignment regrets in college football? But up next, do teams have the patience anymore to develop young quarterbacks? We'll dive into that. He's Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
John Morosi is here.
I think the Mariners, if you're not going to spend that money now and really not be a player for at least somebody in the Walker, Santander, Torres class of players, if you're not going to do that, then you might as well trade one of your starting pitchers right now, because you've proven already that you might be able to squeak into the playoffs with this current construction of the team, and you're setting yourself up to consistently come within 1 or 2 or 3 games of a playoff berth and fall short with the current construction of the ball club.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
This is Stacey Rost. Is that leaky faucet driving you crazy? Don't wait until it becomes a flood. Call Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At Ben's Plumbing, they pride themselves on 5-star service, where your satisfaction is their priority. Whether it's a stubborn clog or a complete plumbing overhaul, their team of dedicated professionals is here to help with no commission sales tactics. Just honest, reliable service you can count on. Call today at 206-789-5353 or visit Ben's.plumbing. That's Ben's.plumbing.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about football. It's exciting when Seattle fans shake the earth. You can even feel that energy on your 100-inch variable refresh QLED surround sound 7.1. At 1-800-DUI-AWAY, we know that enjoying the game often involves alcohol. And the police know it too. Have fun, be responsible on game day, and pace yourself. If you feel sacked in the fourth quarter, get a designated driver to take you to your end zone. If you get carried away with too many Bloody Marys after too many Hail Marys, call for a timeout. You get the point. Be safe. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com. Watching the game in your blue and green jersey is a lot more fun than wearing an orange jumpsuit.
1-800-DUI-AWAY! Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Seahawks have had their struggles so far this season, but of the 4 first-time head coaches taking over NFL teams this year, Dave Canales in Carolina, Brian Callahan in Tennessee, Gerard Mayo in New England, and McDonald here, Mike McDonald has his team off to the best start at 4-5. NFL Media's Greg Rosenthal joined Bump and Stacy last week and graded McDonald's season so far.
He's a C.
if you told me before the season they were 4-5, like that sounds about right. Their over/under was 6.5 or 7.5. I like the over for that. I still do. They've just been a little more erratic overall, like a little sloppy.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hey homeowners, this is Brock Heward for Tila Mortgage, and there may not be a better time to pay off your high-rate credit cards, consolidate debts, or lower your overall payments than right now. Call it dumb luck or just perfect timing, but home equity in our area continues to rise while interest rates have started falling back to levels we haven't seen in years. So stop stressing out about monthly cash flow. You're sitting on a pile of cash, and now's the time to do a cash-out refinance or HELOC and consolidate all your payments into one lower payment that allows you to sleep at night. Tila does conventional, FHA, VA, and reverse mortgages too. So whether it's a purchase or a refinance loan, let the experts at Tila Mortgage help you. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call Tila Mortgage today at 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
TilaMortgage.com.
Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker, NMLS 2472046.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Kind of bringing it back to a conversation we had in the last segment, Mike. He's Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bumpin' Stacy today. You'll hear Bumpin' Stacy later as they fill in for Wyman and Bob. That comes your way at 2 o'clock. They're on from 2 to 7 today. We're on.
And tomorrow, Chris.
And tomorrow.
We're
right.
here. We're here again.
This is 2 days only.
Yes, let's do it.
And then everything's back to normal-ish on Wednesday. I think there's still some bye-week vacations.
No, you know who's going to be in here on Wednesday?
No, I don't.
With me.
What?
From 2 to 7. Gary Hill.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
You want to talk about Mariners pregame
Wow.
situation? I brought him out of hibernation.
Man.
I don't know if the
what
beard
does
has
he do
been
this
shaved in 3 months. Or
Boy, looking like Tom Hanks in Castaway. I don't know what he does outside of baseball season.
Let's ask him. You can stick
tune
around
in
and
to
ask
find
him.
out on Wednesday.
There we go. There's a tease. Tune in to find out what Gary Hill does after baseball ends.
But, Mike, I was looking at some of the young quarterbacks in the NFL, and Caleb Williams is up and down, mostly down rookie season, has got me thinking about just how teams go about developing these young quarterbacks. And Jaden Daniels, a smashing success in Washington. Some people are talking about him as an MVP candidate to start this season. I don't necessarily think he's there right now. I think Lamar Jackson is kind of firmly ahead in that race. But it's kind of like teams are running out of patience when it comes to developing these young quarterbacks. And obviously Bryce Young and Anthony Richardson, the jewels of the 2023 draft class, they have been benched in the weeks to start this NFL season. Bryce Young has gotten the starting job back ever since Andy Dalton was in that car accident. Young got the win on Sunday over the Giants. But I'm looking at just the patience that some teams have with young quarterbacks and the patience that some teams don't have with young quarterbacks. And maybe teams that are in a worse off spot have less patience because they just so desperately want to get out of that rut. And they think, well, this guy's got to be better than what we had at the quarterback spot. And then if they don't show the progress that's satisfactory, then teams are worried. But if you go that route, Mike, Like, when is that sort of break glass in case of emergency point for these teams? Because it feels like it's happening quicker and quicker.
Yeah, I think Tom Brady actually mentioned this, and everyone thought it was kind of a rant, like, oh, the kids these days. But there is an immediacy to win in the NFL because of these shifting timelines, because your championship window is a moving target. You're constantly having to pay guys. You draft a good player, it's a double-edged sword. Mm-hmm. You need to draft a good player, but if you're drafting enough good players, you're going to have to pay all of them. And so if you're paying all of them, you're going to want to win now or win before those guys become too expensive. And with how prohibitive some contracts are, if you're going to pay a superstar quarterback or a superstar wide receiver, you better hit elsewhere or you better win immediately. So if you're a team like the Bears, who they have a lot of pieces, they have some expensive ones on defense, but you have this group where right now you have them all together. You brought in Keenan Allen, you brought in DJ Moore. There is some urgency, even though theoretically you should not expect a rookie quarterback on what was the worst team, right? Because they're picking first, so they were the worst team in the NFL last year, to elevate this team. But that's the expectation now out of these quarterbacks. And if you want to tie it back to the Seahawks in that heated discussion of, well, do the Seahawks just need to find a way to draft a quarterback? You know, is it better to lose most of their games, to lose to get a better draft pick? I don't want to even call it tanking because that's just not a fun proposition.
No.
But if you're a team that ends up with a high draft pick, then you run into this situation. Hey, is there a quarterback that you're going to draft? You anoint him automatically the franchise savior, and then you might rush him in because you have to see what you got. Because there is a benefit to letting a guy sit and develop, except you don't have time to do that because if he develops and then he's not the guy, you've wasted more years.
Right.
That's the issue.
You've wasted your time.
Everyone points to look, Patrick Mahomes sat for a year. Jordan Love sat for a couple years. You don't point to the ones that maybe didn't even make it because they weren't even good enough to get on there. Or when they did get into the game, and when they started to get their starting opportunities.
Trey Lance sat for a long time.
Yeah, and he's still sitting.
Yeah.
So teams will put a quarterback in right away because you have to see what you have. And if you're trying to commit to that route, if you're a fan who wants the Seahawks to do that, there could be a lot of pain and a lot of frustrating seasons involved with that situation and no guarantee that it works out.
Right. Kurt Menefee of NFL on Fox, he joined Brock and Brady Henderson this morning to talk about why these young quarterback situations could be giving pause to teams maybe looking to move on from their established veterans.
Yeah, I think so, but I also think, again, teams hate when you say they're rebuilding. I mean, but the Seahawks genuinely are. And so you go, okay, where are we going to be 2 years from now, 3 years from now? Are we better off ripping off the Band-Aid and moving forward and getting young guys? And look, people have this whole fantasy about, hey, if we have the number one pick or if we have a top 10 quarterback. I mean, we've seen that doesn't always work out. Just because you draft a guy highly doesn't mean he's the right guy. But, you know, a lot of people look at it. It gives you an opportunity, not only from a salary cap standpoint, from a youth standpoint. It gives guys a chance to kind of grow together. It gives you a chance to kind of mold a guy into the guy that you want rather than just accepting the guy that you already inherited.
It is a very tough needle to thread. When do you move on from somebody, and what route do you take in order to fill that void left by the established starter prior to that? I think the Seahawks maneuvered the breakup with Russell Wilson perfectly in that they already had a guy that they had full trust in Geno Smith. The thing is that guy does not exist on the roster currently unless you think Sam Howell is that guy, which I don't know of many people in that building that think Sam Howell is the guy post-Geno Smith era in Seattle. Maybe he is. He's still young. He's still 23 years old. He's younger than most quarterbacks that were drafted in the 2024 draft. But if I'm the Seahawks, I don't know if there are many available options out there better than what Geno Smith has offered you this season or next season either.
You have to look at the particulars of the draft class, too, because we were just talking about the struggling rookie quarterbacks in what was considered a very good draft. If 6 of them are going to go in the first round, that's a great quarterback class. This class, not so much. Even for the people who don't know all the names out there, you know, Curtis, you and I could rattle off all the quarterbacks out there. But out of these QB-ready teams in college football, there is nothing appealing about any of these quarterbacks. And if there are, maybe one guy's going to go high and someone will have to take a reach on him because that's the desperate nature of the NFL. So if you're the Seahawks and you say, well, we're going to draft a guy this year, you might have to reach. And we know they don't like to do that. They have drafted pretty wisely when it comes to not reaching for a quarterback or a skill position player who might not pan out. And that's what's kept them in this consistent winning, which now ironically has led to the kind of malaise of you're stuck in the middle, but they haven't bottomed out. And bottoming out is so frustrating because you might not ever break that cycle.
Right.
It might take years. The Bears.
The Browns.
We talked about the Bears to start this. The Bears, the Browns. So many teams, they go through these cycles where they're stuck there forever, it feels like.
Yeah, the Broncos. I mean, they've been there. Maybe Bo Nix is a guy that they're going to be able to have for multiple seasons, but they've been in this churn post Peyton Manning. And it doesn't, I mean, maybe this is where they finally get off the roller coaster. I don't know, though. I mean, Bo Nix has looked better as the season has gone on, but still remains to be seen.
I think, we just need to look up the Browns quarterback jersey and see how long it is now. That infamous list of the number 2 jersey with all the quarterbacks who started for Cleveland in the past, 15 years, and it's lengthy.
It's very lengthy. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we're talking Russell Wilson. Are you rooting for him now that he's having some success in Pittsburgh? We'll dive into that conversation coming up. But up next, are we having regrets about realignment in college football? We take a look at the old Pac-12 and their new conferences and how they fared here in 2024. Starting to see a theme amongst them. We talk that next year. He's Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
Hawks Live.
Thursday nights from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Join former Seahawks Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer as they go deep on the Hawks with player interviews and opponents analysis.
Rookie Michael Jarrell, what's your approach? Are you the talking type?
I'm pretty much quiet until somebody get me riled up or we make a big play. I'm gonna talk a little bit. We get a first down, I'm gonna talk a little bit. Or our pancaking, I'm definitely gonna talk. So it's
Presented by the Bellevue Collection.
Every Thursday night throughout the Hawks season.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars
accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Score More sales event. Save up to $160 instantly on a wide selection of 4 tires and 4 wheels. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way, you'll get more from less. Stop by the store or find your tires at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Uh-oh. Looks like your plumbing just threw a Hail Mary into the wrong end zone. But don't worry, folks. Flowhawks Plumbing and Septic is here to intercept the mess. From busted pipes to clogged drains, we've got the plays that'll turn your plumbing fumble into a winning touchdown. Why risk a penalty? Call Flowhawks, the hometown heroes who will blitz that plumbing problem before it costs you the game. Because when your pipes are on the line, we bring our A game. Talk to the Hawk. 1-800-FLOWHAWK. That's 1-800-FLOHAWK.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Not all good things are new. Or maybe they are. For some,
I used to think so. New is always better, as they say in How I Met Your Mother.
But
I'm just throwing all the comedy references out there.
Yeah. I watched How I Met Your Mother up until probably about season 7, and then it got
You
really
jumped
bad.
off the right point.
Yeah, it got
Good job.
really bad.
You escaped.
I did. I did watch the finale, and that was horrific. Not a good finish. Some of these Big Ten schools that were previously Pac-12 schools hoping for a better finish. Same with the Big 12 schools that were previously Pac-10, Pac-12 schools hoping for a better finish. But Mike, the Huskies got boat raced again on the road in the Big Ten, traveling east, traveling multiple time zones away. They have not looked good away from Husky Stadium. At Husky Stadium, at Montlake, they have been phenomenal this season. Haven't lost this year, but on the road, true road games, it has been a nightmare for them.
How about that disparity? They have one of the longest home winning streaks in college football. They haven't lost at home. And then the second you leave that stadium, just
It's
outmatched.
gone.
You are not unprepared. You're just thoroughly outplayed on the road. And some of these road games, okay, losing to IU, that's no shame. They're ranked 5th in the country.
Yeah,
now.
the Hoosiers are
losing to
good.
Penn State, clearly no shame in that. That's one of the best teams in the country.
Mm-hmm.
But losing to Iowa, like you did,
got dusted.
That just kind of speaks to the, okay, this team is not doing enough to get ready for something like that, for that travel, for an earlier start, for a new environment. And I know a lot is new. Like we talked with the Seahawks, a new coaching staff here. A lot of players are new. You had to overhaul the roster. So many transfers came in, but there's just something that's not clicking. There is a disconnect when this Husky team has to go on the road.
Right, and they're not the only former Pac-12 school to be struggling right now. I'm looking at I tabulated the results of 2023 for all the schools that departed the Pac-12, and their new conferences and just kind of how they're faring in 2024 compared to last year. Oregon, they're the number one team in the country. They're doing better right now. Huskies, worse, but far worse. They were 14-1 last year. They're 5-5 right now. In fact, the 2022 and 23 seasons, they didn't even lose 5 combined games in those 2 years. USC, worse. UCLA, worse.
You want me to read this next one?
Please do.
Okay. Arizona, 10-3 in 2023.
The biggest difference between
3-6 in 2024.
Probably the biggest difference between 23 and 24 of any former Pac-12 school. It's very painful to watch Arizona play football right now. And what's even worse is that ASU has actually looked a lot better. They're 7-2 this year compared to 3-9. Colorado, a lot better too. They're 7-2 compared to 4-8 a year ago. Utah, much worse. Stanford, worse. Cal, about the same. They had 6 wins last year. They've got 5 right now with an opportunity to become bowl eligible in the season's final couple weeks here. So, Mike, are we having regrets about realignment just in terms of win-loss record? Because you look at the 10 schools that left, only I'd say about 3 for sure are having better seasons in 2024.
Well, in a vacuum, yes. And I'm sure fans have regret, and maybe coaching staffs who are going on the road and having these tough travel situations regret it. But that doesn't matter. It's the administrators. It's the athletic departments. It's the school presidents that are doing this for the money. So the money talks. But in a vacuum, if Jedd Fisch could have every resource that he had while also still being in the Pac-12, yeah, you would love that. You have that built-in West Coast recruiting base. You get to stay out here. You play all these teams where, it is kind of a weaker conference top to bottom than what you're experiencing in the swollen Big Ten or the SEC, where you have 18 teams in the Big Ten. So that talent is a lot better with the teams you're going to be playing on a week-in, week-out basis than some of these schools you just rattled off. Like Cal, for the most part, and Stanford, for the most part, were never going to be contenders. UCLA and USC had been misrun. They hadn't really been contenders. Arizona State and Arizona, until recently, had not been true contenders. So for the most part, Washington was beating up on everyone in the Pac-12. Washington, Oregon, you got to get all the benefits of being in a weaker conference and not have to worry about all that. So the Big Ten, it's got more resources for you. It's going to help you more in the long run to have to compete in the new world of college football, where you have to pay a roster $20 million. You're going to have to pay. The top schools are going to be paying their athletes up to $20 million a year.
Yeah.
So you need to be in the Big Ten to do that. But yes, in the short term, I think there are a lot of frustrations with the long travel out to Rutgers or out to Penn State, and having to play an early morning game at IU or at Iowa. So yeah, for the Huskies, just on the surface, regret. But the administrators do not regret it at all.
No, not at all. They were able to get Pat Chun at the snap of a finger after Troy Dannon left. They were able to pay one of their basketball players, Great Osabor, $2 million in NIL fees. So, they have definitely reaped the financial rewards of being in the Big Ten, but there are definitely things that they are going to have to adjust to if they want to have the kind of success that they had in the Pac-12 as they want to have in the Big Ten. Jedd Fisch was on with Brock and Salk last month and spoke about the challenges of all these new travel destinations in the Big Ten.
It's unique, and it's harder than maybe any of us wanted to give it credit for early on, when you just get the excitement of the schedule and you're like, yeah, we get to go to Penn State and this is going to be amazing on a Friday night at Rutgers, and then we're going to head to, and then you start realizing that we're all victims of network TV slots, and we're all looking at ways to figure out a way to get your team ready to go when you're waking them up at 4:30 their body time and asking them to go play in a competitive football game. We experienced against Iowa. There's a lot of things that I'm doing different this week playing Indiana than I did against Iowa. And, to be honest with you, I didn't do a good enough job getting our team ready for the physical demand of the travel to Iowa and for the physical demand of the game that Iowa brings you. And that's something that we have to learn, and it's unique, and it's year one.
And they're still learning it. They've learned it in a very hard fashion over the last.
And it also hasn't helped that, yes, some of these road games are your tougher opponents. Now, is UW still undefeated if Penn State had come in here, or if Indiana had come in here? Probably not. So that kind of goes hand in hand with that. But yeah, that's been a massive adjustment, and I'm sure that next year Jed Fish and the staff, or any Pac-12, former Pac-12 team that's going far, will look and say, do we maybe travel a day early, like the Seahawks do when they go west east? Do we go and really just reorient our routine, or have to bring in a sleep study expert for what these guys need to do on the plane, or how they wake up, or anything possible to make sure they're playing at their best?
Hey, make sure you rate, review, and subscribe to the Bump and Stacy podcast. We're available wherever it is you get your podcasts, as well as seattlesports.com and the Seattle Sports app. Coming up next, Russell Wilson, 3-0 in a Steelers uniform. Are you rooting for him again? We talk that next. He's Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Kurt Menefee from Fox NFL. How and why do you quantify or qualify this as a rebuilding year?
Because I think anytime you change head coaches, it's a rebuilding year. And you change the coaching staff. The Seahawks, I look at them and I go, wow. I think people got a little fooled by the first 3 weeks, and now it's kind of come back to the norm. Not saying it's going to be a bad team, but this is a team that's in transition right now, while the rest of the division kind of went through their transition and are coming out on the other side. But a change in coaching staff means you're rebuilding.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Parango and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185, 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's That's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
Here at NC Machinery, people always ask, what can you do with Cat compact equipment? Well, here goes. Build gardens, patios, and parking, set posts and poles, plant trees, remove pipes, stumps, and rocks, clear snow, brush, and trees, trench, grade, and maintain. Landscape your backyard, your front yard, your neighbor's yard. Get through doorways, alleyways, and fence gates. Build roads, trails, fire breaks. Move gravel, wood chips, and hay. Clean pens and barns. Break concrete, asphalt, and gravel. Use tools like hammers, tampers, trenchers, mulchers, and mowers. And for the doers doing, the landscapers, contractors, and landowners digging, call NC Machinery to get 0% for 60 months on select compact equipment. Terms and conditions apply.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew. Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all 4 engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes and professional services for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. From flowering or fall color to mature evergreens for privacy, Big Trees has it all. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit bigtreesupply.com. That's bigtreesupply.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Rams host the Dolphins tonight on Monday Night Football. Kickoff is scheduled for 5:15 p.m. from SoFi Stadium. You can watch that one on ESPN and ABC. Gonzaga moves up to number 5 in the AP poll after wins last week over number 8 Baylor and Arizona State. And Japanese pitching sensation Roki Sasaki will be posted by his Japanese team, paving the way for the 23-year-old to join Major League Baseball in 2025.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Floor Coverings International.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
The Monday after the bye week is always a weird one in sports radio because you're so used to diving into game reaction immediately following a Sunday or really just any day after the game, and we don't get to do that today. There's no game to react to that the Seahawks played, Mike. It's just all across the NFL that we're kind of reacting to and just still kind of looking back at that Rams game. We're now starting to maybe turn the page towards the 49ers game, but one NFL storyline that is starting to, I think, gain a little bit of momentum after the last 3 weeks. It started out a little, kind of like, oh, look, Russell Wilson got a win over the Jets. It's the Jets. Whoop-de-doo. Welcome back. Like, let's see you beat some good teams here. The Steelers then win again. They're 2-0 with Russell Wilson as quarterback. It's like, okay, let's see what you got. A really tough road environment against Washington yesterday, a Commanders team that has been rolling this season, and the Steelers get the victory. So I'm asking you now, Mike, are you rooting for this Russell Wilson renaissance? Are you rooting for the guy that won it out of Seattle, took his lumps in Denver? It was a nightmare for him from start to finish, and now has been humbled, I think, and appears to be getting back to maybe the Russell Wilson that we saw here in Seattle.
Before I answer that,
okay,
can I bring up the biggest news that we haven't addressed yet and discussed? So it finally happened. The greatest 7:15 segment on a Mariners weeknight off night during the baseball season has made it to the big time.
To the daytime.
We have expanded that segment to now 4 hours. Today and tomorrow. We're with you here. We should have gone back to the memories of the greatest 7:15 off-night segment in radio.
Boy,
maybe we'll get
when we're
going
not
for that.
in season, extra innings it's not there. And I say this as the host of extra innings, but Boy, that's on me.
You forgot about that completely.
I did.
Yeah, it's a historic day, Curtis. A big start to the week.
That's got to make this the best show in radio, right? On a Mariners off day.
Award-winning best show in radio on a Mariners off day during the off season. That's what this show is called now. That's what the official title of this show is for the next 2 days. We have struggled with a name or with a title for this because it's not technically Bump and Stacy, because those two people are going to be on in the afternoon. They're going to be on for Wyman and Bob, but they're not Wyman and Bob.
No.
And we're not Bump and Stacy. So that's been a source of confusion. I think we've ironed it out. And now I can address your question and your well-thought-out question about Russell Wilson. I think any Seahawks fan should root for him because he helped them a lot by performing so poorly when he went to Denver. Honestly, if you were sour and frustrated by the end of what happened here, rightfully so, you can certainly do that. I think a lot of us were. And there's, we talked about in retrospect, was it coach? Was it quarterback in a lot of these situations? Well, the Seahawks benefited greatly when Russell Wilson left. And then when he performed so poorly in Denver, when the Seahawks had those draft picks, they benefited even more. So, hey, almost like thanks, Russ. We appreciate it. You taking this long to figure it out and then do this in Pittsburgh, not Denver. But I think the serious response behind that joke is, it might have taken that for Russell Wilson to get to this level again, and that's why you can root for him, because it needed that wake-up call, that realization. When you do something well for so long, and this is anyone, any walk of life, any situation, there's just a natural hubris that sets in. There's a natural belief and confidence that you are good and nothing needs to change. You are a successful quarterback who won a Super Bowl early in your career. You led a team to a lot of wins, Pro Bowls, a lot of playoff appearances. That's galling. That's appalling that someone would ask you to change. It's like, no, everyone needs to tinker around what I do well because I'm the starting quarterback of this team. And we saw that play out at the end. And then in Denver, there were some butting heads after the disastrous situation of probably putting a head coach in there who was not ready, and Russell Wilson still not realizing how to change. So to see him succeed in Pittsburgh, I think is a direct result of what happened in Denver. And because of that, it's easy to root for that guy. Had he not changed, had there been signs that there was still this obstinance in Pittsburgh, I think it's still tough to root for him. But because he's going back to what he does well and not trying to force things, not trying to run around and play hero ball when he can't do that anymore, play within that system, it is easy to root for him. And he's also in a good situation. I don't know if Russell Wilson has this success and if it plays out this smoothly if he's not with the stable coach like Mike Tomlin. If he doesn't have the strong defense around him. I mean, the Steelers are not, 7-2 at this point because of Russell Wilson or because of Justin Fields before that, who led them to a good start. They're there because of their defense. So in almost getting back to what Russell Wilson did really well at the start of his career, he's kind of come full circle, and that makes it a nice kind of redemption feel-good story.
It does, and it's funny because the way he celebrated yesterday after drawing Washington offsides, it was like, oh, that's the confidence that young Russ had. That's the confidence that Russ, when he was balling here in Seattle, was playing with, and you never saw him be that happy in Denver at any moment. He was not, doing the first down celebration the way he did yesterday when that basically clinched the game for Pittsburgh. I think it's cool to see him play with that mojo again. And Kurt Menefee talked about Russ in Pittsburgh and how pretty much the end of his time in Denver, that didn't sit well with him. And, he's a professional athlete with a lot of pride. And I can imagine that was something that just ate at him his entire offseason, signing a league minimum deal with Pittsburgh and just being like, no, I got to write this.
One thing I've always said about him, no matter what you think about Russell Wilson, he's got a sense of pride that he's going to do everything he can to not go out like what happened not only in Seattle, but with the year he was with Sean Payton in Denver. And so whether or not he can physically do some of those things anymore is a different question. But you knew the work ethic would be there, and the pride would come up and kind of come to the surface. And I think that's what we're seeing right now.
So am I rooting for Russ? Yes, I am rooting for Russell Wilson. I think he is deserving of a redemptive storyline in Pittsburgh. Now, there comes the caveat that he's doing it with a team that has a lot of history here in Seattle that a lot of people don't like because of Super Bowl 40. That's a weird wrinkle in this, seeing Russell Wilson have success for a team that everybody hates in this town.
So you're rooting for him to an extent.
Yeah.
Then it might swing the other way, is what you're getting at.
Would I root for him even more so if you're wearing any other uniform? Probably. But since he's wearing a Steelers uniform, I'm kind of like, I like the success you're having specifically, but I hate that it's leading to Steelers victories because I don't like the Steelers at all.
There comes a point, and it might be another thing that kind of ignites this conversation again here, and maybe frustration or maybe wistful thinking of, what could have happened if we go further down that path, Curtis. And if this success, and while it's still early and they haven't played a single division game yet, which is just stunning. I can't believe the schedule worked out like that.
And the AFC North is a good division.
Yeah, and so that's why, how much this is for real. But yeah, at 7-2, 10 weeks into the season, the Steelers haven't played a single division game yet. So we'll see what happens when they play Baltimore coming up and when they have to play the Bengals and then the Ravens again. But the natural conclusion, if you really want to expand this out into the crazy hypothetical, what if Russell Wilson gets back to a Super Bowl with the Steelers? So you're rooting for him, but does that come to the point where, that would almost retroactively make you pause and think about that trade in a different way?
Right, and then it's kind of like, well, if we'd kept hold of Russell Wilson, like, is that us? I don't think that would be the case, because at some point the Seahawks were going to have to bring in young pieces on this roster. You were going to have to make a very tough decision to be like, all right, we have to get younger. And they've done, I think, a good job of that. All the picks that they've gotten from the Russell Wilson trade, I think they've gotten Boye Mafe, Derek Hall, Devin Witherspoon, and Charles Cross from that trade. Those four guys are a big part of what the Seahawks want to do here, not just in 2024, but in the years down the road. And ultimately, I think the Seahawks are better off, even if Russell Wilson were to have a resurrection to what he was like early on in his career. Now, he just in the 3 games that he has played dealing with that calf injury, he has not really ran the ball. He's only had 10 carries for 13 yards, has a touchdown. It was a quarterback sneak against the Jets. So he does not have the ability to run the ball much right now. So he is kind of strictly a pocket passer, or a pocket pass that's kind of extending plays. But yeah, I am rooting for Russell Wilson. The Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776. If you want to join on the conversation, you can head there. 417 says, I'm rooting for Russ. He rules. Seattle messed it all up, not him, and now he's fully back. I don't know about that. I think him and Mark Rodgers definitely played a big role in Russell Wilson not being in a Seahawks uniform anymore. 206 says, absolutely, I'm pulling for Russ, all while laughing at the whiners who hate his success. And then 360 says, I wish Russ well, but he's not playing well for us. I can't forget that. He suffered a pretty significant injury his final year here in Seattle. And I think that might have had a lot to do with his decline in production. Now, he did turn the ball over a bit more, especially in that 2020 season when they were throwing it more than they had ever done so. But that final year in Seattle, if he doesn't break his finger, kind of wonder what happens, because then the Seahawks don't get a longer extended look at Geno Smith. That's kind of one of the great butterfly effect moments in Seahawks recent history.
For a lot of teams then, too, because then you
go
Broncos
Denver,
and coaches get fired. And
Steelers, yeah.
Oh, that's a fun rabbit hole to go down. So we could do that some other time, really flesh out the possibilities and the scenarios. But, yeah, you look at that and you think, would that all have been possible here? And it still is a fascinating conversation, 3+ years later, because I don't think there are any people fans out here that are just ambivalent. You feel passionately one way or the other about this topic. You either are very happy for him, or that frustration and almost sense of betrayal lingers. So it is interesting to look at, especially with the Steelers out to the 7-2 start. What I would take from this, too, if you're looking at the Seahawks team trying to build up to what the Steelers are, how do you get to where Pittsburgh is that Russell Wilson, at this age, coming off of injuries, is able to come in and have that success? Because he's not doing anything markedly different than what he had done in Seattle. It's not like he is a brand new quarterback. He is not a young scramble around quarterback. You just mentioned he's not running much. So how has he been able to go in there and have this success? So you look at that team building wise. Well, Pittsburgh, they have one of the best defenses in the NFL, second best scoring defense in the NFL. They have premium talent at those positions that are important. And you can kind of see some parallels to what the Seahawks are trying to get to. I think for Seattle, we know the issues on the offensive line. But if you're trying to build a model where any quarterback can come in, or even a quarterback like Geno Smith that is good, but maybe not a top 3 to 5 quarterback in the league, you could argue, some will, that he's not a top 10 quarterback in the league. I think he's up there. I think he's around the 10-ish range. How do you get your team to the point where Pittsburgh has that Russell Wilson can just go in there in year one, coming off some injuries, and have this team at 7-2?
Yeah. Pittsburgh is a team that, I mean, you look at all of their key contributors outside of their quarterback spot, it's so many homegrown guys. Like George Pickens, drafted. Pat Freiermuth, he was another guy that was drafted. TJ Watt, Cameron Hayward, all of those guys were great draft picks made by them, and they were able to just build through the draft, get these guys in the system. Joey Porter Jr., another draft pick. Now, they've had a lot of guys also come in other ways. Patrick Queen was a big free agent signing for them. They just traded for Mike Williams, who made that big touchdown catch, his only catch of the day yesterday, that 32-yard reception. Really, really fantastic catch made by him. But I would say for the most part, Pittsburgh has been able to draft fantastically, and that has allowed them to just kind of plug and play in the years since Ben Roethlisberger leaving. I mean, heck, even when you had Mason Rudolph or Kenny Pickett as your starting quarterback, you were still putting up winning seasons. Like, that is a testament to how built out that organization is, how built out that roster is, to where you could put literally anybody at quarterback and it almost guarantees them a winning season because of everything else around them.
Well, you just led me down a path that I hadn't even thought about, because Kenny Pickett was just completely forgettable. But getting back to maybe our original conversation about developing quarterbacks or teams reaching for something that's not there, how about the Steelers and Kenny Pickett? Like, that's a team that was desperate for a quarterback, so they take him in the first round. That quarterback draft class was not good. It was a terrible quarterback draft class. So if we get back to Geno Smith and all right, well, if not Geno, then who? There is no real alternative, especially in this upcoming draft class. So that's the challenge the Seahawks are in, because you go back and look at that 2022 draft. Oh, it is tough to find a quarterback. I mean,
Brock Purdy, I think, is the best one.
And he was picked. Let's call it what it is. It was a fluke.
Yes.
It was a fluke for the 49ers to do that.
Absolutely.
They completely bungled a situation that should have crippled them. The Trey Lance move should have crippled them for years. They got lucky. It's so frustrating. It's very unfortunate. But yeah, you're talking about, now he was the only quarterback drafted in that first round. That's how bad the quarterback draft class was. We just saw 6 quarterbacks drafted in the first round. Kenny Pickett, the only quarterback drafted in the first round in 2022. I can't find a quarterback. I'm going down the list here. I can't find a quarterback till you get to Desmond Ridder in the third round. That hasn't worked out. So you can't just say, well, we need to get a quarterback. We need to get a young quarterback if we're the Seahawks. Oh, there'll be an automatic fix. We know. Here's recent proof, 2022, you can't just go to the draft and get your fix. You could try, like the Titans did in the third round with Malik Willis. That didn't work out.
He's doing better in Green Bay.
Yeah, he's doing okay. He's all right. I mean, the one team he beat in Green Bay was the Titans.
Right.
So I don't know what you want to make of that. But there's not the fix of, hey, if it's not Geno, we can get anyone else. You have to build your team to be good enough that if you think Geno isn't the guy, then sure, okay, someone else that comes in, he's walking into a situation where he can succeed and won't have the same struggles.
Right. I've always kind of felt like when you're building out a team, the last piece you should look for is quarterback. Yeah. Not the first, because I think that's what gets a lot of teams in trouble who are picking number 1 overall, number 2 overall, number 3 overall time and time again, is that their biggest need is quarterback, yes, but you've got to be patient. You've got to be able to build out the rest of your roster before you go out and get that stud quarterback that you can then add to your team, because then you get a quarterback on their rookie deal with a much better roster around them. You look at the Browns' history of drafting quarterbacks, it's terrible. But the best first overall pick they've had is Myles Garrett. Like, he has been phenomenal. He's been everything you could want out of a number one overall pick. And I think that kind of shows, like, hey, just because quarterback is your biggest need and just because quarterback is the most high-profile position in all of the NFL and all of football, doesn't mean it's the necessary pick. Doesn't mean it is the right pick for that time. Because if I'm the Browns, I mean, there was, I think that was the 2017 draft, if I'm not mistaken. You could have had, like, Patrick Mahomes, yes.
Or Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah, who went number 2 overall. You could have had Deshaun Watson. Wouldn't have had to spend 3 draft picks on him in a fully guaranteed contract. But, like, Myles Garrett at number 1 overall, no one is saying that was a bad draft pick because he has turned out to be a Hall of Fame caliber player. But for the Seahawks, I think if you were to spend a first-round pick on a quarterback right now, this team is going to continue to kind of languish in that middle part of the NFL. And, I mean, one of the names in this quarterback draft class that was there at the beginning of the season that I don't think is there anymore is Carson Beck out of Georgia. I think in his last 4 games, he's had 9 interceptions, only 5 touchdowns. That guy's playing himself out of what could have been a very easy first-round grade for him because of just the lack of talent at the quarterback spot heading into this upcoming offseason. Shedeur Sanders, I think, is going to be a lock in the first round because he's improved upon his season last year. Has kind of stayed a little bit out of the headlines. He likes to talk a big game for sure. Comes from his dad. I think that's a pretty easy spot to see where he gets that personality from. But outside of, like, Shedeur Sanders, maybe Cam Ward out of Miami is another guy that's potentially in the first round, but he's very streaky in terms of his productivity as a quarterback. So there really isn't that guy in this draft that you can look at and say, yes, I want to do everything I can to make sure that is my quarterback of the future.
And if you're not going to that route, there really aren't many options because you're not going to get a quarterback in free agency that a team thinks is good enough. There are no immediate fixes in free agency. I don't even know what the Falcons did. You could vastly overpay and get Kirk Cousins coming off an injury who is clearly not good enough to get that team to where they need to be. So that's your best option in free agency, overpaying. Or you could trade for a quarterback. The Rams did that, but they kind of did what you were saying. That was the last piece they needed. The Rams had a team where they felt, we have a good enough team. We have now realized Jared Goff's not the guy. I don't think the Seahawks are there yet and thinking we have a good enough team where we can know for sure if Geno is or is not the guy. When you get to that point, you can make that trade, plug in a veteran, and Matthew Stafford, who is languishing over there in Detroit, he comes into a situation and he does well. He succeeds. But you have to be in that situation where you know for sure. Because if you have all those players and your championship window is now, it better hit, or then you're going to go through another kind of rebuild and reconfigure the roster because those guys won't be on the team for much longer. Look at how the Rams had a completely overhaul. Now, unfortunately, they've done a great job of that with drafting. But all those guys from that Super Bowl team, they've completely gone away except for Cooper Kupp and then Matthew Stafford still. But you've had Aaron Donald retire. You've had your entire team kind of move on, or you had to get rid of them. But they were there and they were ready in that moment. And the Seahawks aren't there yet because of offensive line questions, because, some secondary questions. Your linebackers are still a position you're sorting out. So to make any kind of move, to move away from your quarterback definitively right now, before you know for sure how good you can be with him, I think that's just risky, and it's opening yourself down the path of, we might be going through a long rebuild.
Yeah, and boy, that rebuild, you'd hate to get stuck in that churn. You absolutely hate to do it because, like we've talked about, you end up picking the wrong guy or some other things that you don't take into account happen, and then you're just stuck there. You're languishing. You don't want to be in that spot.
I know we talk about fan bases being miserable, and the Seahawks fans, they have encountered their share of misery because of the way games have played out. Situations like that. But there's a different thing from being miserable and being hopeless. So on the fan hopeless scale, the Seahawks are not close.
No,
you have teams like the Jets and like the Bears and the Browns and sure, maybe the Titans. But you have a team like the Bears that forever is just not good. They're just terrible, 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 and there's no hope. So right now, at least there's hope. There's a path that you can see how the Seahawks get back to contention. And a lot of teams in the NFL, you just don't have that at all.
Coming up, have you ever had a bad first day of work get off to an even worse start? Because one NFL head coach yesterday had his first day of work get off to probably the worst start imaginable. We'll talk about that next. It's the Timeline. He's Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump and Stacy here on Seattle Sports.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, the Seahawks worked out 4 tight ends this week. What does it mean for the position group?
So we know Noah Fan is banged up. Word on the street is he's not going to the IR. So this is a temporary fix is what they're trying to do. And who knows if they sign these guys. But N'Keal Harry, remember that guy? He was drafted before our guy, DK Metcalf. And so he's moved to the tight end spot. If you get N'Keal Harry, you're looking for a pass catcher.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
An airliner heads for Alaska with 101 passengers and crew. Then, somewhere over the Gulf of Alaska, Flight 293 slams into the icy waters below.
Even if all 4 engines quit, it just doesn't fall out of the sky.
No bodies were recovered. Loved ones had no closure and were left to wonder.
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories, What Happened to Flight 293 is available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't let sinus problems, snoring, and allergies hold you back. I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatment to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get the relief you need easily, quickly, and permanently. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Food banks are in need of our help. Would you please drop off non-perishable food items at any of the 6 Harnish Auto Family dealerships, including Subaru, Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Kia and Chevrolet of Everett. It's a Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G-Sky. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
With Floor Coverings International, the mobile flooring showroom comes to you. Book an appointment, pick out the flooring you like, and they'll order and install it for you. It's that easy. Visit FCIFloors.com to book an appointment. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got 2 great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or, if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a Reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is coming to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on November 16th and 17th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, November 16th and 17th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Geno Smith has 11 touchdowns and 10 interceptions so far this season, which is obviously not the kind of ratio you want to see. But Robert Mays of The Athletic joined Bump and Stacy last week and explained why you have to dig a little deeper when looking at those numbers.
But I still don't think the interception totals, even on Sunday, are indicative of what sort of ball we've seen Geno play this year. If you look at PFF, he has 10 turnover-worthy plays, and I think his bottom 8 in turnover-worthy play percentage. He has 10 picks on those 10 turnover-worthy throws. That's hard to do. Like, that requires a level of bad luck that I think not enough people are taking into consideration when they look at the box scores. Down to down, this guy is one of the reasons that this offense is even able to stay afloat.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Friday, April 25th.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your fucking stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not."
Tickets at EmeraldQueen.com. One of today's biggest touring comedians, Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit EmeraldQueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
This hour is brought to you by Floor Coverings International.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline. It's where we scour the internet for some of the funniest quotes, funniest clips.
I was looking forward to this segment the most. I gotta be honest.
Have you ever done The Timeline before?
Maybe once or so. I don't know.
Oh, man.
I've been on here a couple times.
Well, this is where it gets fun. Every day at 11:30, we take a look at all the stories that are trending on social media. We begin with Saints interim head coach Darren Rizzi, who his first day as head coach, his first game as head coach, I should say, got off to a rough start. Things did improve, though. The Saints ended up getting a victory, but Darren Rizzi shared maybe a little too much about his first day in charge right here in...
I was going to say, what happened that made it such a bad first day?
Well, let's take a listen.
This is how my day started. I get down here to the stadium, get down here to Superdome, I go in the head coach's locker room, which, I've never used before, right? So here I am early in the morning, I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet. And I'm like, this is going to be a crappy day, pun intended. And so listen, I'm like, okay, this is not really a great start to the day. Here we go. And so, I'm not really feeling like a head coach of an NFL team right now. So
I immediately thought of Dave Wyman.
Oh, yeah. Dave Wyman's got poop stories like nobody's business. I mean, we've all clogged a toilet. If you haven't, you're a liar. It happens to everybody. But, yeah, that's got to be an awful situation where you're trying to psych yourself up for the biggest day of your coaching career to that point. And all of a sudden, you've got to worry about something completely different.
Yeah, can you imagine the panic?
Oh.
Just that you're like, oh, no, wait,
There's a lot of panic if it's my own toilet and I see the water come back up and I'm like, no, not right now.
He thought he was just getting a good start, the easy, stress-free part of his day, before he had to deal with the actual real business of trying to coach in an NFL game for the first time. And this comes to the forefront.
That might have been the most stressful part of his day, is trying to unclog that toilet.
No wonder he was so excited during the game.
Right. And the
he
Saints
had to think about that.
And, boy, things got better for him because the Saints ended up winning. If they didn't win, clogged toilet plus a loss, that'd be a terrible day.
And we don't get to hear this story. That's the biggest issue. So I'm glad they won. We got to hear this story. Wonderful resolution on the day. But, thank you for sharing too much there, Darren Rizzi.
I love it. Next story on the timeline, we head to the friendly skies, or maybe the unfriendly skies. Auburn University basketball, number 10 ranked team in the country, was traveling to Houston this weekend to play the number 4 Houston Cougars. Now, flight got off without a hitch. It's in the air. All of a sudden, there's a fight between players or some roughhousing, what have you, and the plane has to turn around. It has to be grounded because things have gotten out of hand. The team has turned on each other, and they all of a sudden have to go back to Alabama. They cannot take off until things, they got to figure things out. So Bruce Pearl talked about that today with Jeff Goodman on his podcast, but didn't really offer much insight to it.
Well, listen, I'm limited in what I want to say, but it was an unfortunate situation, but we are dealing with it head on. And, it's sort of an ongoing process. So I think that's the best way I can approach it.
Now, Mike, you'd expect a team that has gotten into such a big fight that they had to ground a plane that they would probably get waxed in their upcoming game.
Especially against a good team.
Yeah, especially against a number 4 ranked team in the country.
At home for
team
Houston,
that's been to a couple of Final Fours recently. No. The Auburn Tigers, despite suspending 2 players that were involved in this fight, they were able to come away with the 74-69 victory on Saturday.
Bruce Pearl can coach. Now, he's running into some murky murky waters recruiting.
Sure.
Yeah, there's a famous infamous story about some of the things that he can do now because these NCAA rules were quite illegal back in the day. But, yeah, he was really good at Tennessee. He took Auburn to the Final Four that year. Virginia won the title. They came close to beating Virginia. They arguably should have beat Virginia in the Final Four. So he can coach. And I think, you know what coaches do? They use that as a teaching moment.
They
and
do.
I'm sure after they got it settled out, they get back on the play. Bruce Pearl is gleefully licking his lips. He's just clapping his hands, pumped up. He goes, I have a speech now. I have an absolutely perfect motivational speech to get these guys rolling. And I guess it worked, whatever he said.
It did. So shout out to the Auburn Tigers getting the victory in the face of adversity. Have you ever had a flight get rerouted?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me if I've ever gotten into a fight on a flight.
Sure, that too.
No, not that.
I've never had one get rerouted.
Yeah, luckily I have not. I travel a good amount, so maybe I'm due. I mean, hopefully not. But yeah, it's got to be a major inconvenience. So the thing is, this is a charter flight, so it's just their team. At least they didn't inconvenience anyone else, which, hey, that's not always the case because only basketball and football, and now maybe women's basketball and colleges, do they charter. If you're the baseball team or field hockey or soccer,
you're flying commercial.
You're flying commercial. You are on a flight with everyone else going to their destination. Imagine if you were the person on a flight and you have to tell the story about why you didn't get to your destination because so-and-so of this team
hooligan college
were
kids
getting into a fight with each other, so your entire plane had to turn around.
Brutal.
Yeah, sorry, I can't make that wedding, but the reserve guard and the forward just got into a fight.
Last story here, and we talked earlier about realignment regrets. I think Utah AD Mark Harlan is experiencing some after Utah's controversial loss to BYU in the Holy War on Saturday.
Been an athletic director for 12 years. This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team.
I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight.
You know how wild and inappropriate that is? That is such a deviation from anything that happens after a game or in any setting. How do you think you feel if you're Kyle Whittingham and you're trying to keep your team in line and you're a coach and you're like, all right, don't make excuses. That's frustrating. Like focus on ourselves, do it all you can do. Then your boss just storms in there in that press conference where usually the coach has to deal with the hard questions and just drops that. He's like, well, I'm going to complain about the officials when coaches have gotten fined for complaining about the officials.
Yeah, Harlan got fined, I believe, $40,000 by the Big 12 for complaining about the officials. Now, here's the thing, is that this referee crew that the Big 12 used on Saturday, this was a former Pac-12 crew.
Yep.
Like, this is not something that the Big 12 has, been like, all right, here's a brand new set of referees.
And what conference was Utah just in?
They were in the Pac-12.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they're the ones familiar with that refereeing crew. BYU, that's a new crew for them.
Right, because BYU has been in the Big 12. They've been independent too recently. They've not been anywhere near the Pac-12.
We don't even have to get into those semantics. Just the fact that the head of an entire organization, an athletic department that's a multi-million-dollar fundraising arm, it's as university presidents say, our athletic department is the front porch to our university. So that's your most visible, forward-facing person in charge of your entire athletic department, and he sounds like a whiny 10-year-old. That he's complaining, he's whining. Yeah. He's the kid that lost playing pickup basketball and wants to take his ball and go home.
I'm taking my ball. I'm going home.
And then complains about everyone else that it was unfair.
God. I
think your daughters are more mature than what Mark Harlan displayed.
I think so, yeah.
They wouldn't complain like that.
No, they would not. They would not. They'd just kind of sit there in shock and just be like, what? That is today's timeline. Coming up at 12 o'clock, we're hoping to speak with Seahawks wide receiver Cody White. But up next, we take a look at the NFC West following Week 10. Big wins by the Cardinals and 49ers. Rams still to play later today. We'll look at that all coming your way right after this. He's Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Brady, now we spin out of the bye week.
Last week during the actual bye, that was really about the self-scouting, sort of digging into their process, figuring out the mistakes that they're making, how much of that is on the coaching staff versus how much of that is just on the players not executing.
But I would think a first-time head coach that gets to take a breather 9 games in, that, you know what, and let's do this and let's attack this in this kind of manner moving forward. I bet you there will be in-house some efficiency changes.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Looking for Seahawks tickets? Sign up for text notifications to receive alerts about last-minute ticket availability and offers. Simply text the word Seahawks to 71211. Go Hawks!
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and we got some exciting news at the station. Riverside Roofing and 710 have renewed our partnership into a deal that will carry us into our 8th calendar year working together. A big thank you to Don, Brandon, Jordan. Not only are those guys terrific roofers and businessmen, but even better people. And I've been fortunate to get to know them, text them back and forth, playing golf together. Just truly awesome people. And all that matters when choosing who you want to work with. People want to work with people they like. And most importantly, they want to work with people they can trust. And that's Riverside Roofing. You've heard me say it for years now, and you'll continue to hear it for a whole lot longer because it's true and it works. We've had people text into the show. They say, Salk, you told me I could trust them, and you were right. If you have an upcoming roof replacement, they need to be your first call. Again, big thank you and congratulations to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust. That's riversideroofingllc.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed a musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about the bar. Not where you get drinks. I'm talking about the bar exam. That rigorous beast that's required to practice law. You've got to pass it, but not anymore. Soon students can pass on the bar exam instead of passing it. Can you imagine unlicensed electricians burning down the house? Plumbers? Yuck. Dentists? Ouch. Fortunately, all our lawyers have passed the bar exam with flying colors. And with that comes over 300 5-star reviews, over 30 years in business, and a 90% success rate getting cases reduced or dismissed. So call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com. The world is changing fast. Rely on the best in the business. Bar none. 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
NFC West checking in. Rams, Cardinals, 49ers all playing in Week 10. Seahawks have the week off, so how did everybody fare? Well, the Cardinals and 49ers, they took care of business in their games. 49ers escaping Tampa Bay with a victory, but there was some drama, though. Deebo Samuel and, the kicker, Jake Moody, and their holder.
He shoved the holder.
Shoved him.
Deebo Samuel just went and shoved the guy.
Out of my way.
Yeah. And he didn't even shove the kicker. I get that you're frustrated, but hey, shove the kicker. No, I'm not advocating to actually shove the kicker, but Jake Moody had missed 3 field goals. What do you get mad at the holder for?
Right, exactly. And the Cardinals, they blew out the Jets. The Jets are in total free fall mode. The Cardinals have won 4 in a row. Mm-hmm. They're 6-4. They will be in first place for another week in the NFC West. And then tonight you have got the Rams taking on the Dolphins, a Dolphins team that has had a really tough 2024. And if the Rams win, they go above 500. They go to 5-4. All of a sudden now, if the Rams win, you're the only team below 500 in the NFC West. You're a game behind the Rams. You're a game behind the 49ers, a game and a half behind the Cardinals, who I don't think have had their bye yet. So, Mike, this NFC West, it turns on a dime every single week this season.
It really does. And I regret to inform all of us that the Cardinals might actually be for real. Like the Cardinals might actually be for real because there was a lot of jokes about Kyler Murray and Jonathan Gannon, and I think everyone just kind of wrote Jonathan Gannon off because he came off as so weird and uncomfortable. So I go back to this first presser he had.
What's up, Bird Gang? Jonathan Gannon, your new head coach, Arizona Cardinals. Ready to get to work. Buckle up. We're gonna have some fun.
He was just awkward. Monotone. There was no excitement. We could play a lot more because it got passed around. Yeah, but because of that, people underestimated how good of a coach he really is, and that's shown with being able to kind of rein in Kyler Murray or keep him engaged. The big issue with Kyler Murray is, well, can he stay interested? All that stuff came out about him with wanting to play video games or not being on the same page with Cliff Kingsbury. Well, Jonathan Gannon has figured out a way to maximize what Kyler Murray can do and keep him locked in. I mean, he was 22 for 24 yesterday, 266 yards and a touchdown. That team looked immensely better than the Jets. Now, that in itself is not saying much because the Jets are a walking disaster. But when you look at what the Jets should be, what they aren't, and what the Cardinals are, a team that you thought was still kind of rebuilding because they have a second-year head coach. They have a lot of young players, a lot of high draft picks that we can talk about with, maybe a path for the Seahawks and what that entails going down that route. But the Cardinals look good, and the 49ers, we know it, we talk about it, they represent that weird, almost psychological challenge of talent-wise, they might not be as good this year because they're banged up, because they're dealing with so much uncertainty, yet they came in here and had no problem with the Seahawks. So you have those two kind of looming right away.
Right.
I mean, it's Monday, but we'll talk about the 49ers a lot more as we lead up to this game. So you have to overcome that mental hurdle first of this long losing streak against San Francisco, and then you can see, hey, does our best match up now with the Niners getting healthy and being at their best?
Yeah, that's been one of the most confounding things about the 2024 season to me is how the 49ers have looked average to maybe below average this season in a lot of games. They're 5-4 right now, just getting above 500 for the first time since week 1 when they went 1-0 against the Jets. Why is it then that they look so good against the Seahawks and have looked pretty mid against everybody else? I mean, beating the Cowboys by just a touchdown, beating the Bucs by 3 points. They blew out the Patriots back in week 4, but they've got, their losses have been to good teams this year, the Vikings, the Rams, the Cardinals, and the Chiefs, but they have not looked like the world beaters that they were last year or the year prior playing in back-to-back NFC championship games.
Now, I would hope the easy answer is the coaching staff, I'm not going to say they weren't prepared. I hope the easy answer from that first matchup was the coaching staff didn't know the best way to prepare on 3 days between games. They're learning that. That's the acclimation process for a first-year coaching staff where you come off, you don't have practice the day after a game. Now it's a Thursday night game. You only have a day or two to prepare. And some of those breakdowns felt like the communication issues, just guys out of place, everyone not being on the same page. It led to the long Deebo Samuel touchdown or big plays where George Kittle could run free. So you hope that the exact opposite, a bye week, then the 49ers, with what we've seen this coaching staff do when they had another extended time off before the Falcons game. They came back. They had some time off before that Falcons game. After the Niners lost, they regrouped. They put in what I think is probably their most impressive win of the season, going down to Atlanta, beating a team that is above 500, that had played some teams well, that were good in the NFC. So if this coaching staff understands now how to prepare for this team, hopefully that irons out a lot of the, why was everything going so poorly in that first matchup?
Right. And I like the point that you bring up about the extra time to prepare against this 49ers team, which is something that the last 2 times that you have played the 49ers has not been the case, because last year...
Always those Thursdays.
Exactly. They played on Thanksgiving night, and it was a horrific performance by the Seahawks against the 49ers, one that pretty much cost them a spot at the playoffs. I know that they ended up snapping that long losing streak that they had a year ago against the Eagles and finished with 9 wins, still finished with a winning record, but they looked completely outmatched in that Thursday night game last year against the 49ers. They looked outmatched a lot. They did have opportunities late in that game to make a comeback, but yeah, this is the first time you've played the 49ers in a long time with extra rest. Hopefully that means that you are going to have a better understanding of what awaits you on Sunday, especially because you're going into a hostile environment. You're going into their building, a place where the Seahawks haven't won in a long time. It's been more than a couple of years for sure since the last time the Seahawks won at Levi Stadium, a place where they used to dominate, a place where their fans used to, run that building. Would love to see that happen, sometime soon. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon because the 49ers have been on this winning run over the last few years. But, yeah, there's going to be you've got to take advantage, I think, of this extra time because, I mean, if you can't beat the 49ers now with extra time, I don't know if you're going to be able to beat them if you were to meet up with them again later on in the season if you meet in the playoffs.
We'll have more time to talk about this, too, throughout the week. You and I only have one more day, but we can talk about it tomorrow if we want. But we'll have injury updates later. Yeah, in the hall. We'll talk about this. But you could potentially have Abe Lucas. You might be healthier in that position. At the very least, you'll have more experience for an offensive line that hasn't been good, that's still learning to play together. So that's another thing you can maybe hang your hat on, that will be different from the last time.
Coming up next, we will hear from Cody White, Seahawk receiver who had himself quite a day against the LA Rams all the way back in Week 9. It feels like it was forever ago, but that was the last game the Seahawks played. We'll take you to Seahawks headquarters next as we visit with Cody White. That's coming your way. I'm Curtis Rogers. He's Mike Lefko. This is Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports. And
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
All right, I always like trying to figure out your answers to these questions, Brock. Upon further review, what Seahawk individual played one of the best games of his career?
Every day at 7:45.
Kobe Bryant, that hit at the end of the game was awesome. He went full speed to separate receiver from ball and did an amazing job at it. I don't know if he can ever be elite, but you kind of just feel his presence.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. Yeah, I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Transform your home from top to bottom with State Roofing. Hi, it's Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. It's not just about a new roof, it's about a new look for your entire home. Deck out your backyard or give your exterior a facelift with our siding and window options. And there's no better time to start than now with our incredible offer. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Why wait to make your dream home a reality? We do more than just roofs. Visit stateroofing.com. Let's talk about what's possible for your home.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a 5th-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Eddie's!
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our US-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Bonneville, Seattle, and Seattle Sports are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
A couple of quarterback updates around the NFL. The Colts announced today that Joe Flacco will start on Sunday. Meanwhile, the Panthers, coming off the win over the Giants, haven't announced a starter for their game against the Chiefs. And we'll get some updates from Mike McDonald. He'll speak for the first time after this bye week later this afternoon. Washington State up to number 19 in the AP football poll. Latest college football playoff rankings come out tomorrow. And some great accolades for Cal Raleigh over the weekend. Became the Mariners' first ever Platinum Glove winner, which is awarded to the top overall defensive player in the American League. And Cal Raleigh up for one more. Silver Slugger finalists are announced tomorrow.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Blocked! The ball is blocked! Center! The ball is blocked by the Seahawks! Inside the 20-yard line! There was about 4 Seahawks who broke through. I'm not sure who got there. Jay Harbaugh dialed it up. The punt block was on. The first one this season. Was it White? I believe it might have been Cody White. The wide receiver activated today. He did. He got through, got skinny, and took it right off the punter's foot. Just like you draw it up. The Seahawks are back in business. 1st and 10 at the Rams 19.
I know there was a lot of frustrating things to come from that Seahawks-Rams game a Sunday ago. But, Mike, everybody was talking about the day Cody White had. Just getting activated prior to that game, no one had thought much about him heading into
Just
that
didn't
game.
know what to expect.
Exactly. Yeah. And then all of a sudden he has a block kick in that one. He comes up with 2 pretty big receptions late in that game as well. Heck of a day for a guy just, coming off the practice squad and being pressed into duty.
Yeah, we'll catch up with him in a couple of minutes. So I'm curious to know just what the mindset was when he found out, okay, hey, you're in, you're playing.
Make some plays.
I'm sure they tell the players a little sooner before they announce the inactives and announce when the guys are activated off the practice squad. But still, that's got to be a rush of adrenaline, a huge moment to make your Seahawks debut. He has gotten into some games over the course of his NFL career, but to be there in a moment like that, to make a play like that, certainly has got to be huge. And it did come in an unfortunate circumstance where the disappointment and almost frustration of not having DK again. So, Cody White elevated because DK Metcalf's still out with a knee injury. You hate that it comes because of that your best receiver is out, you're missing his services again in a must-win game, and a game against a division team that, is very important in the standings. So all of that kind of put a bad hue on this, but then he comes in, he performs, and it becomes like the Cody White game, like the Jake Bobo game against the Browns. So highly unfortunate the Seahawks couldn't win, because then we would speak in hushed tones about the Cody White game, the blocked punt that led to a score, the late catch that led to, or the punt didn't lead to a score. Was that the turnover afterwards? It's also
unfortunately
long.
yes, it was a turnover right after that. But
the late catch that went out of bounds that led to the game-tying touchdown. Yeah. Yes, so all of that, and you would speak about it in these hush, reverent tones. Unfortunately, that kind of got lost because of the outcome of the game.
It did, but that doesn't take away from the day that he had for the Seahawks in that Rams game. So shout out to him for getting the job done. But before we get to Cody White here, as the Seahawks are kind of milling about, we'll hear from him in just a couple of moments. I want to talk to you, Mike, just kind of about our expectations for the Seahawks coming out of the bye week, where you have all this extra time to put in the work, to put in the self-scouting, to kind of really just dive in a way that you haven't been able to really going from week to week, just in the flow of a normal game week. Paul Moyer was on with you guys and kind of spoke to how valuable this time is when you're trying to figure who you are out as a team.
Sunday comes around, you're watching your film immediately. Now the way they break it up, you get up on that morning, you watch it together as a staff, and then the players come in and you're coaching them up on that game. So Monday and Sunday, I mean, you're still just looking at your last game that you played. And then I got to say goodbye to you guys. Basically, get the heck out of my office. I got to start working on the game plan. I'm working a little bit on Monday for the next opponent, and then all day Tuesday. So I don't have a chance to really go back and talk to you. All right, let's look at the last 3 games, Ray, and how teams are attacking you right now. And hey, here's some things that we're going to start making some adjustments to. It's all about the next game, and it has so much less to do about my current players and what they have just done.
It is a great point brought up by Paul, in that you just have so much more time to figure out who you are, to figure out your opponent that you're going up against. And there's a lot of familiarity with this opponent, because this is a team who the Seahawks have played. This is a team who you play 2 times every single season. So Paul bringing up, like, hey, you just have so much more time available to you during the bye week. It is of the utmost importance to take advantage of that time if you're going to come out firing after this extended break during the middle of the season.
Yeah, I think it's even more important for a staff like this, a first-year coaching staff where so much is new to the day-to-day routine of the NFL. And you are, as Paul said, you get trapped in the preparation of, well, what's next? Here's the next opponent. I have to be prepared for them. What are they going to do on film? What wrinkles will they throw out there? So you're getting so ready for them. There isn't time for someone like Ryan Grubb to go back and think, oh, have I become too patterned in my play calls? Am I not doing the things that would lead to success for this team? Because you might have the best game plan. You're scouting the other team's defense and say Ryan Grubb has noticed something that he wants to exploit, works on those tendencies. You don't have time to go back and say, well, can I actually call these plays? Can I actually try to do that if my personnel is not the best? So you sit down in this bye week and the players are off and everyone's off. But for everyone else, the coaches are in there. They're working. They are looking back through almost every piece of film and saying, okay, if we did this with Geno in this situation, it might not have worked. If we didn't give the ball to Ken Walker more than 5 times in a game, that's not going to happen. And, it takes something like after a game against the Giants where you realize that because you're in the midst of all this and you don't realize at the time, oh, I haven't given the ball to Ken Walker a lot. It's just in the flow of the play calling, it doesn't happen. So to go back, and I think for the first time for this Seahawks staff, to really iron out all of their weaknesses or all of the things they might not have been able to do. We've talked so much about offensive line. I know all our shows did last week. So in talking about the offensive line, if you don't have time to really dive in and say, well, you know what? We aren't calling the plays to put our line in the best situation. You don't have time to do that until now. So now they've gone back in there. They have worked to come out with what game plan, maybe some special wrinkles, anything like that. And also everything that Mark Schlereth or Baldinger said or things like that we heard this past week, they're going to put their team in a better position to succeed because they've had time to look at that and say, well, something that we thought worked really well in practice, it actually didn't work because of this and this and this.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be when the guys come back together today, which they have, I'm sure they are all chomping at the bit, getting ready to go and getting ready to attack this second half of the season because great opportunity awaits this ball club if they can take advantage of it. I think they can absolutely do some things here if they are able to kind of play above themselves, punch above their weight class. And it starts on Sunday against this 49ers team as the Seahawks travel to San Francisco to take on them. And now we bring in on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, Seahawks wide receiver Cody White. Cody, good afternoon to you. How's it going?
Same to you. How are you doing?
Doing well. I can't imagine we're doing as good as you were feeling after that Rams game, at least about your personal performance. Coming up with that block kick, also having a couple of big receptions. What was it like just kind of getting pressed into duty last minute and then delivering with some big plays?
Yeah, just always staying ready, making sure I'm ready for every opportunity. So when they called my number, just knowing I'm able to make plays, and those were some big plays in the game. I just wish we would have came out with the win.
Yeah, Cody, we were joking about how it feels like it was so long ago, but that's the last game, and you left us with this great impression. For you, when did you find out you were going to be elevated or you were going to be a guy? Do they call you into a meeting? Do they say, hey, just, maybe be a little extra prepared this week? Or how did that play out for you?
Yeah, so I had a little bit of an idea about Wednesday or like earlier in the week. Some coaches were saying that I might be up. And then I really found out in the team meeting when the head coach had told me about it and said it to the team. So right at that moment, I knew I was ready to go. I was prepared. So from that moment, that's when I kind of knew that I was going to be up.
Take us through the block punt. I mean, those plays, it just feels like it's absolute chaos when it happens, but obviously there's a lot that goes into it. How's the hand feeling after getting a couple of fingers on that ball? Was it stinging, or was it just all the adrenaline, you didn't even feel anything?
No, it wasn't stinging at all. It's one of them things where you block the punt and it's like everything that went into it just ended up being perfect. So it's more of an excitement than a pain at that point.
I can imagine. I'm sure the adrenaline is coursing through you as well. And then kind of along those lines, Cody, how was that game day routine different for you? Did you have trouble sleeping? I mean, how did you get ready for that game?
I didn't have really any trouble sleeping. I was more just I felt like I was just really locked in. Finally getting an opportunity, being able to go out there and show what I can do. I feel like I was really locked in for the game, and I feel like it just showed in my play.
Cody, your dad played a number of seasons in the NFL. What's it like having somebody just a phone call away, just a FaceTime away that has a ton of experience, not just on the field, but also in front offices too, just has been around the game in basically every facet?
Yeah, it's an amazing blessing to have. My father have played in the league. He's been in the front office in the league for a long time. Just having that, like you said, that phone call away. Me basically growing up in football with him working for the Lions when I was growing up. So it's just great to have.
What are those phone conversations like? Because with him working for the Steelers right now, I mean, another pro team, you guys probably can't dive too much into X's and O's considering that, he works for another team, right?
Oh yeah, I tell him all the time. I don't talk no X and O's. He's the enemy when we talking about football. Whenever I call my dad, it's more about family and how he's doing because we enemies right now.
What advice has he helped you out with? Just kind of growing up in the game. What did you learn about what it takes to make it at this level? And when you do talk to your dad about these things, what advice does he tell you about kind of working your way through like you have this year?
Yeah, just the experiences that he's been through. He knows the game and just teaching me really how to carry myself, how to come in prepared, do everything the right way, and just showing basically just keep showing and being consistent every day and letting your play do the speaking more than what you're saying or how you're going about it. Just making sure that you're carrying yourself the right way and things will work out and things will end up working out.
Cody, you are there with a fellow Spartan, Ken Walker. You guys both
go green.
Exactly. What's that like? Because there's a number of Michigan guys too in that locker room. Do you guys give each other a hard time?
We definitely do, but we're Seahawks at the end of the day, so that rivalry kind of goes away. But if they ever wear Michigan gear around me, I'm gonna let them know. But I love all those guys, man, and just being able to move on from college and be in the NFL with them now, you see why they were so good at their respective college, for sure.
Cody, you've been in a few stops and a few different teams. How have those different places helped you along your journey here?
I would say the most part is just like that never give up mentality. Like no matter what a team had told you previously, no matter what they told you about your play or how good or bad or things that you need to work on, just learning from that and then just never giving up. Just keep going and being consistent every day. I feel like that's what I've learned from every stop, for sure.
Cody, I'm filling in today for someone who is a Washington State Cougar alum. He played on their football team for a number of years before you were in college, for sure, Michael Bumpus. But I'm looking at the box score. That 2017 Holiday Bowl, you had 2 touchdowns against the Cougs. Take us through that performance. I mean, that's going to be really cool, scoring a couple of touchdowns in a bowl game.
Yeah, it was definitely cool. That was my freshman year, so that was my first bowl game experience. So, that was a good game for us for sure. I think we defensively they only gave up like 14 points. We ended up running away with it. So that was a good game for sure.
Cody, what's the wide receiver room like, or what's this offensive room like when you guys? I know you just got out of a meeting, but when you're in there with these guys, who do you really kind of listen to or learn from in there?
Definitely the older guys, especially in our room. We got a few vets that's been there for a long time, and Tyler Lockett and DK. Just listening from them and learning from them every day for their experiences. So that's always been good. And then we got a group that just is resilient. We're never going to give up. So whenever we're going in, we got faith in everybody in that room.
Cody, how'd you spend the bye week? I know some players like to get away. Some will dive in even further, put in the extra work. What'd you do to spend your bye week?
I like to just kind of step away for a little bit and relax. Take your mind off of your job just for that little week. It's good a good little reset. But then now that we're back, it's go time.
So you mean you didn't spend like 14 hours on the couch watching football, like some of us here might have done?
I did watch football on Sunday, but I did not spend 14 hours, no.
So we always kind of ask guys this because we're watching as fans and as people who cover the sport, but you as a player in this league, are you watching in a different way? Do you pick up things? Do you find yourself kind of watching and analyzing other receivers or other guys out there?
So for how we watch film, it's hard not to be honest. Like the way that we digest and know the game, it's hard for us not to look at it in that certain way. But I feel like it's a good thing if you love football. So I never have a problem with it.
Love that. Cody, last one from me. You have spent a lot of your career, going from practice squad. You've been across the league. You've played a number of different stops. What's it been like here in Seattle? I mean, you have definitely gotten a good view of a lot of different teams in your career. What maybe stands out to you about being a part of the Seahawks in your year plus that you've spent now with them?
Yeah, I think the big thing that stands out when you've been on a bunch of different teams is just the culture. The culture that's being built or the culture that's already been set. And I feel like we're building that here. I feel like the culture is one of the best in the league, or at least from what I've seen and the teams that I've been on. So just being a part of that and being in something that I feel like is getting to something special, I feel like it is one of the big things that I've noticed being here in Seattle.
He is Seahawks receiver Cody White. Cody, congrats on the personal performance for you against the Rams team last week. Bummer that you guys couldn't pick up the W, but you definitely left a great impression on all sorts of Seahawks fans with your effort in that game. Congrats to you on that one, and we'll definitely be watching for you on Sunday.
Appreciate it.
There goes.
Thanks, Cody.
Yeah, there goes Cody White, Seahawks receiver. If you missed that conversation, make sure you check out the podcast page at 710 or at seattlesports.com. But getting back to our expectations for the Seahawks coming out of the bye, Mike, when you look at this Seahawks schedule that is coming up for them, obviously San Francisco, not easy for them. You've got a game against the Cardinals now that has definitely ramped up in terms of level of difficulty. Jets, Cardinals, Packers, Vikings. It's weird how when we looked at the schedule initially, we looked at that stretch from probably week 3 against Miami through the Buffalo game as that was going to be the toughest stretch for the Seahawks. But I don't know. It feels like right now, outside of that Jets game, weeks 11 through about 16, so 49ers, Cardinals, Packers, Vikings, all of a sudden now that looks like that could be a very tough stretch in its own right.
And Curtis, this was almost identical to the tough stretch last year, where you go back to 2023, week 11 against the Rams, and you had all those division games built in, almost an eerily identical situation where it was the Niners instead of the Cardinals. But last year you had Niners, Cowboys, Niners. Now you have a couple of games, but the Cardinals just in rapid order coming up. So you have all these division games just jammed in here, including these two ones right here. We kind of learned that last year at that time, the Seahawks, okay, they were a middling team where they had some issues, and that was ultimately that 4-game stretch was what undid them. That was the tough part that made them not a playoff team. So here, yeah, you kind of go back right to it where on the surface, maybe a Miami team you thought would have been tougher. It wasn't. But now this Cardinals team is probably, if you go through at the start of the year, you circle. You play that game, right? We all play that game. The win-loss game. You'll go through.
There's a win.
You'll circle. You'll do everything.
There's a win.
And then it completely changes because we're doing this in like late August and people get injured or new things happen. You have breakout stars you don't know about. But yeah, it does feel like because of the division, that is still very much in play.
Oh, yeah.
For all we've talked about, for all we've mentioned about the Seahawks struggling and the fact that they don't have the best momentum going into the bye and now coming out of it losing 5 of 6, it's right there in the division. No one has separated themselves. You have divisions where you'd essentially be eliminated at this point. If you're in the AFC North, if you're in the NFC North, you're not winning the division. But because team number 1, the Cardinals, is 6-4, and you still get to play them twice, there's that potential. There's the swing of, yes, you win and you're right back in it, but hey, they're good, you might lose. So that represents so much. I think these two games specifically, you go Niners, Cardinals, just from a moral standpoint, morale, not moral, maybe moral too, but from a morale standpoint,
right and wrong.
Talking, it's a Monday. I'm not used to talking this early, Curtis.
Right.
But from a morale standpoint, if you lose to both those teams, or even if you split, you're 1-3 or 0-4 in the division. That is a huge then void to overcome. You have to then get past all of that to try to get back into contention because it can represent such a swing. And if you win, you're fine. You've dealt 2 division losses. You're 2-2 in the division. You still have more games to play against this NFC West group. So I think you just, for the sake of measuring yourself up to these teams, these 2 games specifically and this stretch represents the biggest, most impactful stretch on the calendar.
Which NFC West team do you have, I guess, the most confidence in right now that they are going to be crowned NFC West champs at the end of the season? Because I got to be honest, I don't think there's a team right now that I'm looking at going both hands in, being like, yeah, this is the team that I think will be NFC West champs.
I think you have to default to the Niners, right? Just because of history and because they have the most stability of any of these teams, but they also have the most players shoving long snappers. So who knows what happens there. That we know of. At least on camera. If you're looking for a reason to think, well, maybe the Niners still are ironing some things out. I mean, Christian McCaffrey just was back for 1 game. So is he going to hold up? That was a pretty significant injury. and it lingered. He had to deal with. The Rams, they're shaky. The Seahawks still feel like they had that game won. The Rams, because of Matthew Stafford and what he can do and conjure up some magic, they won that one. And I think it's back to the perception of the Cardinals. Until they actually go out and win the division convincingly, I'm just not going to be convinced that this Cardinals group is for real. We've seen this version of Kyler Murray, or so we think, collapse before. We've seen
that was the 2021 season.
Yeah, they were 8-2 or they were something insane and then missed the playoffs. So we've seen versions of what the Cardinals can do and then what happens. So at this point, I still think, the Niners are the team. You knock them off, you're in good shape, and that's what's looming on Sunday.
Coming up next, Jerry Jones has had a lot of opponents in his time owning the Dallas Cowboys. This next opponent, I don't think he can ever defeat. We'll talk about that in NFL headlines. He's Mike Lefkoe. I'm Curtis Rogers. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
Hawks Live.
Thursday nights from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Join former Seahawks Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer as they go deep on the Hawks with player interviews and opponents analysis.
Rookie Michael Jarrell, what's your approach? Are you the talking type?
I'm pretty much quiet until somebody get me riled up or we make a big play. I'm gonna talk a little bit. We get a first down, I'm gonna talk a little bit. Or our pancaking, I'm definitely gonna talk. So it's
Presented by the Bellevue Collection.
Every Thursday night throughout the Hawks season.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Ready to take your Seahawks game day to the next level? From pregame sideline passes to postgame field goal kicks, create unforgettable memories with friends and family this season at Lumen Field. Visit Seahawks.com/game day experiences to level up your game day.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is coming to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on November 16th and 17th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars, and free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, November 16th and 17th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Do you hear that? These are the sounds of our jeweler's workshop at Shane Company, where they're working their magic to bring beautiful, fine jewelry gifts to life. At Shane Company, we love jewelry as much as you do, and we know what it takes to create something special. No matter your budget, we craft our jewelry with expert care to be passed down for generations. With Jewelry Craftsman in every store and an unmatched free lifetime warranty, we're here to make sure your jewelry always shines bright. Stop by and shop online at Shanco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Seahawks have had their struggles so far this season, but of the 4 first-time head coaches taking over NFL teams this year, Dave Canales in Carolina, Brian Callahan in Tennessee, Gerard Mayo in New England, and McDonald here, Mike McDonald has his team off to the best start at 4-5. NFL Media's Greg Rosenthal joined Bump and Stacy last week and graded McDonald's season so far.
He's a C. If you told me before the season they were 4-5, like, that sounds about right. Their over/under was 6.5 or 7.5. I like the over for that. I still do. They've just been a little more erratic overall, like a little sloppy.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Hey homeowners, this is Brock Heward for Tila Mortgage, and there may not be a better time to pay off your high-rate credit cards, consolidate debts, or lower your overall payments than right now. Call it dumb luck or just perfect timing, but home equity in our area continues to rise while interest rates have started falling back to levels we haven't seen in years. So stop stressing out about monthly cash flow. You're sitting on a pile of cash, and now's the time to do a cash-out refinance or HELOC and consolidate all your payments into one lower payment that allows you to sleep at night. Tila does conventional, FHA, VA, and reverse mortgages too. So whether it's a purchase or a refinance loan, let the experts at Tila Mortgage help you. Tila, spelled Tila, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call Tila Mortgage today at 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
TilaMortgage.com.
Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker, NMLS 2472046.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bump and Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's time for NFL headlines. We want a Seahawk headline. This coming from ESPN's Brady Henderson. Another major shakeup to the Seahawks inside linebacker core. He's told that they plan to release Tyrell Dodson, who has started all 9 games this season. Mike, this linebacker core looks completely different than what it was to start the season.
This is the show of breaking news, isn't it?
Is.
That's a big one to drop right there, Curtis. Right on me as we come out of the break there. That's an interesting one because it felt like Dodson was someone who fit what they wanted to do. Mm-hmm. Dave Wyman would talk about how he would range and kind of cover the field, but it feels like in kind of remaking this team, getting Ernest Jones in there instead of Jerome Baker, there's just a better recognition of gap integrity, where they have to be to stop the run at the point of attack. We've seen so far a little bit of that difference between Ernest Jones and Jerome Baker. I am surprised by the Dodson one, though. This is a guy that came in as, the green dot, as the guy calling the defense. I think he still had been the green dot,
yes.
Even though Ernest Jones had come in. So now to get rid of one of your starters, that's a pretty big shakeup at the halfway point of the season, essentially.
Exactly, and coming out of the bye week, too. Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times says that he's had this confirmed by a league source as well. Looks like Seattle plans to go with Tyrese Knight and or Drake Thomas alongside Ernest Jones at inside linebacker. So big news for the Seahawks here on this Monday. Tyrell Dodson expected to be released by the Seahawks. That's a weird one, too, because, I mean, he was one of the guys that would have a weekly press conference. He was always talking to the media. By all accounts, a good dude talking to the media every single week. So kind of surprised by this. Now, his productivity, not the same as what it was in Buffalo. I would say that his probably biggest contribution to the Seahawks this year was baiting Puka Nacua into punching him, leading to Nakua's ejection on Sunday.
Goes out a winner, I guess.
Does.
That was the last game. So, yeah, I mean, we can certainly talk about this more coming up next segment, the ramifications of what this does, because you're losing a starter. I mean, Drake Thomas or Tyrese Knight have played. Mm-hmm. They certainly aren't a guy who had been a starting linebacker in the league. So a lot to kind of unpack. So, yeah, we can certainly dig into that more. But Curtis, you have kept the mantra of breaking news continuing on this
That's
show.
Right. Even though the parts are a little different today, it still happens between 10 and 2 every day right here on Seattle Sports. Speaking of Jerry Jones versus his latest opponent, I think this opponent is pretty undefeated. In fact, one of the most undefeated opponents one could go up against. We're talking about the literal sun.
Yeah, you would hope that it never gets defeated, because if it does, we're dead.
That means
all of humanity ceases to exist.
Bad things if the sun ever loses. So, what happened? On Sunday, CeeDee Lamb, Cowboys star receiver, lost a ball in the sun, dropped what would have been a would-be touchdown, cost Dallas 7 points. Here's CeeDee's reaction to losing a ball in the sun.
Couldn't see the ball at all. The sun. But yes, 1,000%.
You talked to Barry about that.
I mean, y'all doing my job right now.
CeeDee Lamb has voiced his frustrations now about the tours at the Cowboys facility, and now about the sunlight that creeps into AT&T Stadium. Now, Jerry Jones, always level-headed, always has the right response in these kinds of situations, was asked about the sunlight impacting players and how they can't see the ball at times. And obviously, he went on a pretty typical Jerry rant.
So we do know where the damn sun's going to be in our own stadium.
Why not put the curtains in? Why not mitigate that?
What?
The sun and see these eyes.
Let's tearing the damn stadium down, build another one. You kidding me?
But it's not, you don't have to go that way.
Everybody's got the same thing. Every team that comes in here has the same issues. They know where the sun's going to be. So every team has the same thing.
So is it more on Mike not understanding where the sun is and not
I'm saying the world knows where the sun is. You get to know that almost a year in advance. So someone asked me about the sun, and what about the sun? Where's the moon?
So it's our fault then for knowing where the sun sets, and not his fault for just lowering the curtains that do exist at AT&T Stadium.
I like how the two most recent Jerry Jones blow-ups, the one that we heard with his own radio host show that he goes on, he didn't like the radio host questions. They have featured the most logical questions, followed by the most insane responses. That first question was as simple and as well laid out as you can get.
Right.
And it's to the point. That's actually, if you're teaching a class on how to interview, or if you're going through your basic journalism classes, yes, no questions get an answer, but use open-ended questions if you want, a response. So that guy get right to the point. Don't leave an out. Don't leave any equivocation. Hey, why didn't you put the curtains in? Well, I'm not talking about the curtains. Like you said,
curtains tear the whole stadium down.
Curtains exist. They've been used for other events. They have a lot of events that happen at AT&T Stadium.
It's not just Cowboys games.
College basketball tournaments, concerts, WWE,
Boxing,
right? Everything's there.
Yeah.
They use those curtains to block out the sun. But Jerry Jones, too prideful because he wants everyone to see out those windows.
Exactly.
So God can watch his Dallas Cowboys.
That's right. I forgot. That's why they have the windows.
Yeah.
Oh
That's why they have the hole in the roof.
Oh.
Literally, the explanation
so
from Jerry Jones.
And watch his Cowboys.
Yep. So, man, if this was the only thing, too, coming out of the Cowboys after that. But I think we have more.
We do. In fact, Micah Parsons, speaking with, I believe, reporters after the Cowboys' blowout loss to the Eagles, he's not really feeling Mike McCarthy as the Cowboys' option at head coach.
You know, that's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, you know, all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But guys, I kind of feel bad for guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year or on their way out, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
Wow.
So this is the best defensive player on your team.
Saying this about his head coach?
Well, and first bemoaning the fact they've already kind of given up on the season, clearly.
Yeah.
That, this stinks that we're not going to win. So now an indictment on Jerry Jones because they never put together a winner while these guys were there. And then, yes, that you know what? Hey, if the head coach isn't here next year, that's not my concern because he can go coach somewhere else. I just care about these guys.
We talked about this in prepping for the show today. Guys who have the ultimate job security, like Micah Parsons, being able to say and do whatever it is that they want. Like, I have never heard a player talk about his head coach the way that Micah did in that clip. That to me is wild that the locker room is that unchecked, especially amongst the star players, the guys who set the tone in that locker room, the guys who are the ones that are, supposed to be, kind of the guys everybody looks to. What was it? Last week, Ezekiel Elliott was suspended for behavioral reasons. We didn't find out why that was, but he was consistently late to meetings. It wasn't, something that it was just kind of like you're a healthy scratch. No. There was a reason for it. Just a toxic atmosphere in Dallas from the top down. And obviously it starts with Jerry Jones. Like, he has allowed for this to kind of fester and allowed for this to happen. Didn't do anything in the offseason to stop it. And lo and behold, you reap what you sow, and the Cowboys put nothing into this offseason. They've got nothing out during the season.
Yeah, say it comes down to an either or, which I don't think it will. But if Micah Parsons says, hey, I'm going to leave unless you get rid of Mike McCarthy, well, I think they're going to keep Micah Parsons because Mike McCarthy hasn't done enough to warrant being kept. And right. if Micah Parsons goes anywhere else, every single team would open their purses for him. They would open the purse strings. They would drop bags for Micah Parsons. So, yeah, when you're that good, you have a level of impunity because you can say, hey, what are they going to do? Get rid of me? Oh, all right. Any other team in the NFL would willingly just go and pay me anything I want.
And then finally, Doug Peterson, who probably will not be the Jags head coach for much longer, just thinks that our football IQ as football reporters and talking heads, we're just too dumb to understand it.
What was the play? What was supposed to happen on the final Mac interception if he didn't get hit and throw the pick?
Yeah, I'm not going to go through the details of the play because you guys wouldn't figure it out. But we'll look at the tape tomorrow and we'll make those corrections.
Just the drive-by, because you guys wouldn't figure it out.
Well, the best part is Ben Solak, who I know you guys have had on before here. He went and then diagrammed the play. Quote tweeted that answer and then diagrammed exactly what was supposed to happen.
Figured it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Love that.
It's pretty simple, actually, to figure out. Once he broke it down, I was like, yeah, that makes sense, sure.
Love that. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to tell you the one free agent the Mariners should go all out for. But up next, more on the Seahawks' decision to release Tyrell Dodson. That move reported by ESPN's Brady Henderson. We talk about that next. He's Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. We're filling in for Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Kurt Menefee from Fox NFL. How and why do you quantify or qualify this as a rebuilding year?
Because I think anytime you change head coaches, it's a rebuilding year. And you change the coaching staff. The Seahawks, I look at them and I go, wow. I think people got a little fooled by the first 3 weeks. And now it's kind of come back to the norm. Not saying it's going to be a bad team, but this is a team that's in transition right now. While the rest of the division kind of went through their transition and are coming out on the other side. But a change in coaching staff means you're rebuilding.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
warm and the power goes out from a windstorm? Well, Pacific Power Batteries is a veritable superstore of flashlights, headlamps, batteries, and lanterns for the stormy season a-coming your way. For backup power, maybe even a battery inverter setup to keep the critical things running like a fan on your wood stove or a CPAP machine. At Pacific Power Batteries, we also sell generator batteries and chargers too. Come on in where you can look, feel, and touch stuff. Or visit online at pacificpowerbatteries.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 31st, get thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Choose the right flooring for your home, right in your home, with Floor Coverings International. They bring the mobile showroom to you, loaded with samples of carpet, LVP, hardwood, laminate, tile, and more, so you can see the flooring in your light, not just in a store or on a screen. They handle every aspect of installation, ensuring your complete satisfaction. Visit FCIFloors.com and book a free in-home consultation. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Friday, April 25th.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your fucking stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not."
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. One of today's biggest touring comedians, Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bump & Stacy.
weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You're just tuning in about 10 minutes ago, actually 15 minutes ago now. Seahawks had some more roster news. Tyrell Dodson, who has started all 9 games this season, is going to be released by the Seahawks today. That's from Brady Henderson of ESPN.com, who had that tweet. You can follow him at Brady Henderson on Twitter. Tyrell Dodson out. Jerome Baker out. Ernest Jones in. The Seahawks rebuilding their linebacker core on the fly, and it does look like, Mike, that they are going to be giving rookie Tyrese Knight a really long look here in the season's second half, which I think is important. You got to see what you have in a draft pick like that. But also, maybe what does it say about this offseason that the Seahawks just had, where the 2 linebackers that you brought in to essentially, kind of say, all right, we're getting younger, we're getting more athletic at the linebacking spot, have not panned out over the course of 9 games.
Well, it's pretty stunning because you'd like to think that those 2 were identified for specific reasons, that they were brought in because they were players that Mike McDonald thought and John Schneider thought they could fit in well. That Mike McDonald comes in and he has a defense, wants players who can fit that. We saw that in maybe guys who weren't retained by the Seahawks, maybe we thought they would, or specific players they went and drafted, like a Tyrese Knight. It turns out now probably pretty important, and why Mike McDonald after the draft talked about what they liked about Tyrese Knight. We were doing that show, Curtis, and they drafted him in the 4th round.
That's right.
And we're like, oh, that's kind of surprising. Well, turns out he's a great run defender. And what's been the issue?
You kind of need
run
that.
defense.
Yeah.
And so I just wonder if we talked about what changes to the Seahawks coming out of the bye, and you have that time to do that self-scouting. And if I wonder if you go back and after these coaches had all this time to look at the film, to look at maybe things that weren't happening correctly, if in that translation from things they wanted run, they noticed something about Tyrell Dodson, that it wasn't clicking. It wasn't being communicated. And this was Mike McDonald, when Ernest Jones was brought in, still mentioning that Tyrell Dodson, he's the green dot. So he was still in charge of the defense. You're going to have to replace that. But this is what McDonald said about why Dodson was still going to be in charge of the defense.
Right now, T-Dot's probably keep the green dot.
What about Dodson makes him suited for weak side?
Well, he's a guy that's played both in Buffalo, and that was part of the conversation when we signed him, where he would play. And he's got great tape on the weak side too. So I think it's more of a, hey, Ernest has played more Mike. That's kind of where he's been. T-Dot can play. We feel comfortable kind of moving him back and forth. He's gotten a lot of reps at will and dime throughout training camp, and he takes plenty of reps on both sides throughout the week. So it's more of a seamless transition for him than to take Ernest and move him out of a spot. It's really what drove that decision.
So that was a guy that still was going to be a key part of this defense. They had already traded Jerome Baker away, and I just feel like it comes down to run defense because of everything we've heard about Mike McDonald, from what they liked about Tyrese Knight and maybe what wasn't happening, despite better run defense against the Rams, that was still the major issue. So much of this scheme feels like it's occupied by the linebackers making the correct read. When the D-line sucks up that space, they take on those blocks and they carve out those distinct lanes. If the linebackers weren't filling them, well, I think there's the adjustment that's going to be made.
One thing that stands out to me about this release that the Seahawks are going to do later today is that this offseason we spent a lot of it talking about, well, why hasn't Mike McDonald brought in a lot of guys with Baltimore ties? Why hasn't there been a lot of guys brought in with ties to this coaching staff? Tyrell Dodson was one of those players that did have ties to a significant member of this coaching staff. Dodson spent 4 years on the Bills defense. Leslie Frazier, assistant head coach, spent time as Dodson's defensive coordinator in Buffalo through his first 3 seasons in the NFL, because Frazier's last year with the Bills was 2022, spent 2023 off and is back here in Seattle in 2024. I imagine this move does not happen without the blessing or without the approval of Leslie Frazier, a guy who has spent a lot of time with Dodson over the years. And to see a guy who I think is pretty tight with the coaching staff, Dodson having the green dot, having the ties to Leslie Frazier, seeing them essentially move on from one another, I mean, that's significant. That is a move that I did not see happening. I did not think that it was going to happen. I thought Dodson, if the Seahawks did choose to move on from Dodson, it probably would have been after the season. He just signed the 1-year deal, but to do it midway through the year, to do it entering into a huge divisional matchup against the 49ers, it's a surprise to me, the timing of it all.
Yeah, I wonder if you're going to see some different looks then defensively. If you are going to see some safeties play in the box a little more, like a Kobe Bryant come up there, or Devin Witherspoon, who we have seen in the nickel, come up and be a physical tackler, because on the surface, you're right, it's extremely surprising that you overhauled this linebacking core in the offseason. Mm-hmm. You brought in these 2 guys, and maybe it was a stopgap measure, but they also were 2 veterans. And out of those 2, Jerome Baker had much less playing time, much less experience. Tyrel Dodson was the experienced one. That's why they made the move to move him off that natural position. So moving him back to Will is what happened when Ernest Jones came in. But the Seahawks said, we're moving him to Mike because he's got more experience than Jerome Baker. We trust him with this defense, and something just wasn't clicking or was not coming to fruition with how he was going to be tasked with calling this defense. And you know what? For a guy that puts so much on linebackers, there's probably less leeway if you're screwing up as a linebacker in Mike McDonald's defense.
Oh, man, he's got to be, every time he saw Baker or Dodson, misread something, or he probably was just so beside himself. Mike McDonald does a really good job of keeping an even keel face, but you can tell beneath the surface, there's a rage to him, kind of like Bob Stelton. Beneath the surface, there is a rage to Bob Stelton. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, we're going to talk some Mariners. Who is on your free agent wish list regardless of price? By the way, in case you missed it, Tyrel Dodson expected to be released by the Seahawks later today. That is according to ESPN's Brady Henderson. Dodson started all 9 games for the Seahawks. But up next, the one free agent the Mariners should go all out for. We talk that next. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports in the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Brady, now we spin out of the bye week.
Last week during the actual bye, that was really about the self-scouting, sort of digging into their process, figuring out the mistakes that they're making, how much of that is on the coaching staff versus how much of that is just on the players not executing.
But I would think a first-time head coach that gets to take a breather 9 games in, that, you know what, and let's do this and let's attack this in this kind of manner moving forward. I bet you there will be in-house some efficiency changes.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a 5th-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law. Battle-tested.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number: 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people, and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Busy Monday for the Seahawks. A trio of roster moves have officially been announced by the team. They are releasing linebacker Tyrell Dodson to replace his spot on the roster. They are signing Josh Jobe, cornerback, off the practice squad. Jobe has an interception this season of Josh Allen. And then they are also signing former first-round pick tight end N'Keal Harry to their practice squad.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Curtis Rogers and Mike Lefko here. Hour number 4 of Bump and Stacy. If you missed any of the previous 3 hours of today's show, make sure you're downloading the podcast at seattlesports.com. We'll get back to the Seahawks roster moves that they made today coming up at 1:30. But, Mike, the Mariners are entering an offseason where I think they've already kind of made it known how much they plan on spending, and it's probably not going to be a lot, probably not enough to where it'll satisfy the majority of fans. But that got me thinking about other avenues in which they can add in free agency that you don't need to spend a bajillion dollars, a bojillion dollars, or is it gojillion dollars, as Matt Nelson likes to say.
Well, you got me thinking, have you ever heard of Bojangles?
Have I ever heard of Bojangles? Yes, I have.
So
the chicken
that would
restaurant?
be Bojillion is the currency,
Yes.
and that's the proper tender you use at Bojangles.
Paying biscuits, paying chicken strips.
You paying bojillions of dollars.
Yeah, that's one of those chicken locations that I wish were out here.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be incredible. But I digress.
I digressed you. I'm sorry.
That's for a different time. But there was news over the weekend that one Roki Sasaki, Japanese pitching sensation, 23 years old, pitched for Team Japan in the World Baseball Classic in 2023. He is going to be posted by his Japanese professional team. And that got me thinking of when the last time a guy got posted before he had hit free agency. That would be one Shohei Ohtani, where all of a sudden now you have a supremely talented player hitting essentially the free agent market, and you're not going to have to break the bank to sign this guy. You're basically bringing him in as an international free agent signing. So long as you have enough international bonus money, you can make things happen in this instance. Now, eventually, I think Sasaki is at the level of potential where he is going to command a huge dollar amount once his 6 years of club control are up, when he turns 29 in, 2030?
Yeah, I would say MLB had a nice breakdown of this because there were questions. There is some interest about, why is this such a big deal? Why is this generating so much fervor? You were saying it. He's under club control through 2030, and what should be interesting for Mariners fans and for any fan base is that there's a cap on what you can pay him. And, they set the example. Shohei Ohtani signed for $2.3 million in 2017. I think you can afford that.
That can be done.
I think you can afford that.
I think any team can afford that.
I think we might be able to afford that. We pool our money together.
I don't know.
We'll get some people. Noah's going to chip in a little bit. Matt Nelson's been bothering us today, so he'll chip in some dollars.
Definitely.
We'll get some bojillions.
Yeah, we'll pass the hat. We'll pass the hat around and make it happen. But yes, you bring up the price tag of just over $2 million for this guy in over a 6-year stretch. I mean, that is doable for any team, especially the Mariners. Now, you may be texting into the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776, and saying, Curtis, starting pitching is the least of the Mariners' worries.
Yeah, Curtis. How dare you?
I know. How dare I? But let me tell you this. Let's say you sign Sasaki. All of a sudden now, you have a lot more flexibility on potential trade pieces than you did if you didn't have him. Now, I don't have a whole lot of confidence right now that the Mariners can go out and land him, especially since everybody's kind of at an even playing surface here. The Dodgers have been listed as a possibility. The Yankees obviously have. I think the Cubs are another team that could be in on Sasaki, especially because they have Shota Imanaga on their roster. But I look at the Mariners right now, and if you were to bring in this 23-year-old phenom, you add him to a young rotation already, you're looking at the possibility of maybe flipping one of your established starters in a trade to land a bat. All of a sudden now, you're going to be paying Sasaki probably less than what, say, George Kirby's going to make in arbitration. I think he's a Super 2 guy, actually.
Yep.
Logan Gilbert, what he's going to be making in arbitration. Heck, Brian Wu had a phenomenal 2024 season. Bryce Miller did as well. You have opened the door to a number of possibilities to improving your roster just by going out and landing this guy in free agency. And I know that free agency is an area the Mariners do not like to dabble in. I think you can more than afford to dabble here.
And they've said repeatedly they don't want to trade any of their starting pitching. But that's what we're getting at, is you add more to that starting pitching, it's palatable. If you want to keep 5 starters, you still have 5 starters if you get Sasaki and then trade someone else. And you know what I would do, Curtis?
What's that?
Seriously, here's what I would do. If I'm the Mariners and you're not perceived as the favorite, I would just counter recruit. What does Sasaki want? I would swing that and manipulate it in a way where you can sell yourself on him. You want to go play with Shohei Ohtani? No, that's going to be too much. It's going to be overwhelming.
You're going to face
guys. And you're going to face the expectations of doing exactly what he did. It's like, do you want that? Or you want to come here? You want to come to Seattle? You're going to be beloved. Anything you do, you'll have adoring fans. You can become the face of this city.
Right.
If he doesn't want that, he doesn't want to become the face of the city, say, okay, you know what? We have plenty of other pitchers. You turn it on. Anything he says, you turn it to fit what he's afraid of or what he wants. So he doesn't want to be the face. He doesn't want that attention because he is a young guy navigating life in America. Might be overwhelming. Okay, we have this great crop of pitchers that can help you adjust. We have literally the best catcher in baseball, the Platinum Glove winner. Who better than to help your development than Cal Raleigh? I would lead with that. Honestly, if you're going to make your pitch for Sasaki, which hopefully they do because everyone can afford him, I lead with, hey, see this guy, Cal Raleigh? He is literally the best catcher in baseball. Look what he did for every other pitcher.
I like that. I like that pitch to him. And
hold on. Let me get my phone when the Mariners call me. So, okay. All right, they're going to call for my advice in a second, and that's my pitch for them. So,
I love it. And I love that that is a very real thing that the Mariners can use to their advantage of like, hey, you're going to be throwing to the best defensive catcher in baseball, somebody that is there to guide you, somebody that has helped anchor this pitching staff over the last couple of years and is a guy that is revered in the game for his receiving skills, for his ability to call a game. And then also, I mean, you look at the success the Mariners have had in developing pitching. It's like you come here, you are going to be on the same trajectory that guys like Logan Gilbert and George Kirby and Brian Wu and Bryce Miller have been on, and who knows, Logan Evans, who knows what he could become in 2024, had a great 2025, I should say, had a great 2024 season. But also one stat that jumped out to me about kind of where starting pitching is the LA Dodgers set a record for most starting pitchers used in a season by a World Series winner. They had 19 different starting pitchers in 2024, shattering the record. I forget what the previous record was, but that stat tells me that you can never have enough starting pitching. And the Mariners, while their starting pitching has been great for, 3 years in a row now, 22, 23, 24, they've been playing with fire a little bit in terms of, like, they've gotten lucky where you've only had injuries to Robbie Ray and Marco Gonzalez. You've had, Luis Castillo didn't finish the season. He was hurt the last, month or so of the year. But outside of Robbie Ray and Marco Gonzalez, you have not had a debilitating injury yet to a starting pitcher. Now, not to say that I'm expecting that to happen or anything with any of these guys in the rotation, but, don't you want some insurance if one of those guys goes down? Don't you want somebody waiting in the wings to be able to step in? And yes, Emerson Hancock, I think, is capable of doing that, but I don't think his ceiling is anywhere close to what this Sasaki ceiling is.
So you like this move even if it's not to then trade from a position of strength. You want these 6 to 7 starters, and then they can still find a way to improve offensively.
Yes.
Okay. Because I think offensively, certainly that's a pressing need beyond anything pitching-wise, but it does give you leverage. If you have more pitching, it's a good point that you brought up there that, the Mariners, they've been remarkably healthy, that they're even this good to what they have been the past couple of years while still just narrowly missing the playoffs because you got remarkable health from your starting pitching outside of Ray. But in 2022, they didn't have a single starter miss a start.
Right.
They sent George Kirby down kind of preemptively to save his arm for the end of the season. But you had Matt Brash start a few games the start of that season. You had George
Matt
Kirby.
Brash starting pitching.
Yeah, Matt Brash starting pitching. That's where we've come from. But you didn't have a single starter miss a start. So it's kind of, you look at it two ways, two sides of the coin there. They know what they're doing when it comes to protecting pitcher health. They have done a fantastic job of that. But the fickle nature of baseball and just the way guys throw now, extreme velocity, extreme arm angles, things are bound to happen. It's just almost a foregone conclusion somewhere, sometime, and you hope they forestall it for as long as possible, and they very well might. The entirety of these guys' starting pitching tenures, they might be healthy, but maybe they're not. So that's interesting that you think of it as just a move to strengthen the entirety of it, because, yes, if you're just talking about what do the Mariners need, well, pitching and not offense is pretty low on that dynamic, but pitching and then finding another way to still get the offense going. No, that gets me talking.
Now, I'm sure there's people that are listening to this and being like, okay, but what happens after these 6 years are up? He probably signs elsewhere. Okay, but that's still 6 years of below market value for this guy that you wouldn't have elsewhere. Like, I would have much rather...
And in a prime window.
Right, exactly.
And in this window that's the most important right now for the Mariners.
Exactly. Like, when they were in the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes, and by all accounts, they were right there with the Angels at the very end. It was coming down to basically the Mariners and the Angels. Like, you're telling me that you would have rather not had Shohei Ohtani for those 6 years that he was with the Angels and watched him walk away than not had him at all.
Well, then all the jokes would have been about the Mariners.
Sure.
Like Shohei Ohtani, remember that great tweet that Shohei Ohtani does this
the Tungsten
and this.
Armo Doyle?
Yeah, Tungsten Armo Doyle. Yeah, no, I'm joking. But yes, you would rather have always had him than not, even if you weren't ready to be a World Series team at that time.
Right. So I think 6 years of Roki Sasaki, who's 23 years old, is far, far worth the investment rather than not even bothering when you're worried about what he will do after those 6 years are up. You have bought yourself 6 years of contention, potentially, with this guy in your rotation rather than, worrying about, 7, 8 years down the road. I know Jerry Dipoto loves to look further down the road than I think a lot of people are kind of comfortable with. I think they would much rather have him look at maybe the now more so than projecting 27, 28, 29, those seasons. But this is a move for now, but this is also a move for those seasons. It was 2030 when he becomes a free agent? Like, that's a long time from now.
I can't even fathom that year.
Exactly. As Kyle Shanahan would say, like, none of us are guaranteed to be here by then. Like, that's a long time from now.
That is. I don't think you fully convinced a good chunk of people on the Mac and Jack text line. That's understandable. It's just...
Scared money don't make money.
It's a move that would add to the level of what your ceiling could be. That doesn't mean it's the only thing. It is strengthening that much more what your potential is, what you could fulfill along the way. And it's probably only one step of many permutations of what the offseason is, what it could become, but it gives you flexibility one way or another.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, all right, you sign him, you're done with your offseason, you don't need to add any more. No. I think this is definitely a step in the right direction, and it's a super affordable step. This is a move you could convince the Mariners front office to be all in on. And by the way, another thing that got me thinking about this, as was pointed out by Lyle Goldstein of Brock and Salk, who hosts a podcast, Marine Layer Podcast, pointed out on his podcast, last night, that there's a pretty big Mariner figurehead in Tokyo, Japan right now. Number 44, Julio Rodriguez, posted on his Instagram story that he is in Tokyo, Japan as of yesterday.
Recruiting.
Now, I don't know if he's there to recruit. Yeah. I don't know if he's there on behalf of like Adidas or something like that.
And his next picture is with Sasaki himself.
Oh, wow. Yeah. No. But
no, that part didn't happen.
It's interesting to see the timing of this. The weekend that Sasaki is announced that he will be posted by his team, that Julio Rodriguez is in Tokyo, Japan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can't hurt.
Conspiracy? Sure. Is it going to happen? Probably not, but a guy can dream.
Jump to conclusions, Matt, where you have two just completely separate but relatable ideas that might not have any connectivity between them, and just smash them together. Sure.
I think so.
We'll see. Okay.
I think so. So that is my kind of half-baked idea this morning.
A text from a 206 number says, well, to eat, obviously. He went to Japan.
Yeah.
Big sushi fan. Sure. Me too.
So that's the guy I think at the top of my free agent wish list. But let's look at free agents maybe regardless of price. Now, there are, I don't know, I don't think Juan Soto is even in the conversation here. And I think that's probably everybody's first choice to join the Mariners is sign Juan Soto, sure. But is there anybody else, Mike, that you've looked at in this offseason that you would say, okay, if the Mariners can somehow find a way to get this guy on the roster, then I will consider it a successful offseason?
So, Curtis, at 1:45, we're doing a segment called What I Need to Know, right?
Uh-huh.
We do it on this show? Yeah,
Right.
I haven't done it in a while, and I haven't been on this segment. So we're bumping Stacy today, even though Bump and Stacy are coming on at 2. So we're still going to do what I need to know. So I'm going to throw this out there and throw it back on the listeners because I brought it up on Friday afternoon. We had a nice Mariners roundtable, myself, Shannon Dreyer, and Charlie Furbush. High on my wish list, and what I need to know from the texters on the Mac and Jack's text line, what would you think about Alex Bregman?
Oh,
that is pretty high on my wish list. If you're talking about actual needs of where you need to improve in the infield, and you're talking about guys who have a proven pedigree of winning, despite how much we hate the Astros, well, Alex Bregman has been there through 7 straight ALCS appearances before they finally, didn't make it this past year. He has won World Series titles. He hits well. He's coming off a Gold Glove season. He's a Gold Glove winner at third base. He's also said he's willing to move to second base. And I threw this out there as well on Friday. What do we know about Alex Bregman? He plays with a heck of a chip on his shoulder.
Yes, he does.
He wears number 2 because he was mad that he was drafted second, not first. If you can get Alex Bregman and convince him that the Astros didn't want him back, and if he doesn't re-sign with Houston, it's because they didn't give him an offer that he wanted. Can you imagine the chip on his shoulder if the Astros didn't re-sign him and he's playing against them at least 13 times a year?
Okay.
I want all of that.
Okay.
Bring me Alex Bregman to the Mariners.
Yeah, you're convincing me. And I would be for it too. And look, there are a lot of people out there that say, I don't want anything to do with any member of the 2017 Astros. And I get that. I totally understand that. And Bregman has been very unapologetic about any role he might have played in that season. Him and Jose Altuve have been very much linked at the hip in terms of just the faces of that whole operation. Even though it was Carlos Beltran who was the guy who was who was spearheading this whole thing. I said it when Carlos Correa was a free agent, and I'll say it with Alex Bregman as a free agent. Come to Seattle. Like, I would have no problem with either one of those guys in a Mariners uniform. Obviously, Carlos Correa is not coming here because he signed with Minnesota and signed a long-term deal with them, but I'd be for Alex Bregman in a Mariners
Those players
uniform,
are
absolutely.
good. You can't deny that.
Right.
You can dislike them, and Bob likes to talk about the hateable face the punchable face for Alex Bregman, which certainly does not help his cause because he does have that arrogant kind of smirk on his face.
Sure.
But all of those guys, and George Springer too, when he left Houston, Springer, Correa, Altuve, Bregman, they're all good.
Yes,
and they could all benefit a team like this that needs that combination of veteran leadership and just an upgrade in the infield.
Couple of people asking what are his numbers like in Seattle, considering this is where he would play half of his games. In 53 games at T-Mobile Park, Alex Bregman has a 725 OPS, 259 batting average, 5 home runs, 19 walks to 31 strikeouts. He's got an on-base percentage of .325. So pretty average numbers here in Seattle, but you know what? That's better than Mitch Garver's numbers when he was coming here.
Shannon looked this up on Friday, and yeah, they're some of his worst across any ballpark, but they still, at the worst, are better than some of the past free agents you brought in here.
Exactly. It's definitely an intriguing option, probably the one option that would get a lot of people to perk their ears up because he is one of those household names in the Mariners-Astros rivalry and the kind of an AL West villain over the last few years. Would I balk at the chance of bringing him in? No, I would not. I would absolutely love to have him here. So Alex Bregman is yours. I think if I could have any one dude outside of Roki Sasaki, let's look at a bat. I think Anthony Santander of the Orioles would probably be the one for me that I would be most gung-ho about bringing here because he hit 44 home runs a year ago, had an 814 OPS, plays the outfield, plays in right field. I think bringing a power bat in here, a switch hitting power bat, like that is something that I could really, really get behind, but I would be very surprised if they did bring him in considering, the price tag for a guy coming off a 44 home run season, probably going to be more than I would say, the qualifying offer, right, which is around $21 million.
Well, it's interesting because John Morosi was on with us last week, and we specifically asked him about kind of all these guys out of this wish list, the position players, and he said, well, Christian Walker and Anthony Santander will be great fits, and if the Mariners aren't going to do it, then you might as well just give up in free agency, and you have to trade someone because of the team you have right now, that they have to make a competitive offer on one of those two players.
If you're not going to spend that money now and really not be a player for at least somebody in the Walker, Santander, Torres class of player, if you're not going to do that, then you might as well trade one of your starting pitchers right now, because you've proven already that you might be able to squeak into the playoffs with this current construction of the team, and maybe you can win a round like they did against the Blue Jays, but you're not going to be able to beat a quality team like Houston in a playoff series or the version of them from a couple years ago, and you're setting yourself up to consistently come within 1 or 2 or 3 games of a playoff berth and fall short with the current construction of the ball clubs.
I always find it ominous when somebody as positive, as cheery as John Morosi is, when he sort of lays down the hammer on the Mariners and is like, look, if you don't do this, give up. Like, it's like, what?
It's so funny.
Where is this coming from?
He gradually got to that point this season, and that's how we knew it was over.
Did they break him? They broke John Morosi?
That's how we knew it was kind of over, because he would always find a way to spin it, even with the negativity and even in the midst of some frustration. And then towards the end, it was just like, well, they missed on this, and this didn't happen, and I was very surprised. And yeah, you heard it right there. Almost the strictest directive from JP that you'll ever hear.
Wow.
His stern fathering voice.
They broke John Morosi, the most positive, cheery guy you could ever meet. Truly, I'm not even joking. No one is more positive than John Morosi. Rate, review, and subscribe to the Bump and Stacey podcast. We're available wherever it is you get your podcasts, as well as seattlesports.com and the Seattle Sports app. Get your text in now for what I need to know, which is coming up at 1:45, 866-979-3776. But up next, we get back into those roster moves the Seahawks made today, including cutting Tyrell Dodson. We take a look at the short leash Mike McDonald has had for those linebackers. You're listening to Bump and Stacey on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, the Seahawks worked out 4 tight ends this week. What does it mean for the position group?
So we know Noah Fant is banged up. Word on the street is he's not going to the IR. So this is a temporary fix is what they're trying to do. And who knows if they sign these guys. But N'Keal Harry, remember that guy? He was drafted before our guy, DK Metcalf. And so he's moved to the tight end spot. If you get N'Keal Harry, you're looking for a pass catcher.
4 down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacey.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
My Seahawks jersey is more than just a piece of clothing.
It's a symbol of the unique spirit of my city.
Creating a sense of community and belonging.
A bond uniting us and a love for the game. This is my jersey.
This is my jersey.
This is my jersey.
This is the Pro Shop. You can find your new favorite jersey at the Seahawks Pro Shop. Shop online at Seahawks.com or visit us at the Landing in Renton or Lumen Field.
Shop Dell Technologies Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and sauté. That's Desmond Howard-level versatility.
Huddle up. The food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Attention football fans, the season's heating up, and that means it's time for jaw-dropping plays, spectacular touchdowns, and memories that'll last a lifetime. So if you're looking to grab the best seats for all the excitement, Vivid Seats is your go-to playmaker. With an incredible selection of tickets and a game-changing rewards program, Vivid Seats is your ticket to every thrilling moment. Don't miss out. Experience it live with Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The holidays are here. Don't let your plumbing issues get the last word from your relatives visiting. Talk to the Hawk. When you need reliable septic, plumbing, and drain cleaning services, Flowhawks is there. Right now, mention KIRO and get $25 off any home septic service, $35 off any home drain cleaning service, and $45 off any home electrical troubleshooting or repair. Just mention KIRO. Flowhawks is the #1 name in septic and plumbing services. Talk to the Hawk. 1-800-FLOWHAWK or flowhawks.com. That's 1-800-FLO-HAWK or flowhawks.com.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Geno Smith has 11 touchdowns and 10 interceptions so far this season, which is obviously not the kind of ratio you want to see. But Robert Mays of The Athletic joined Bump and Stacy last week and explained why you have to dig a little deeper when looking at those numbers.
But I still don't think the interception totals, even on Sunday, are indicative of what sort of ball we've seen Geno play this year. If you look at PFF, he has 10 turnover-worthy plays, and I think his bottom 8 in turnover-worthy play percentage. He has 10 picks on those 10 turnover-worthy throws. That's hard to do. Like, that requires a level of bad luck that I think not enough people are taking into consideration when they look at the box scores. Down to down, this guy is one of the reasons that this offense is even able to stay afloat.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
The Harnish Auto family has always found ways to make a difference in our communities, and the need never stops, and neither does the Harnish Auto family. Hey, Brock Hewitt here. With the holidays approaching, we often think of those less fortunate. Food bank supply, well, it's at an all-time low, but we can help. Drop off non-perishable food items at any of the 6 Harnish dealerships this November for food banks from Everett to Puyallup. Visit Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Subaru, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Chevrolet and Kia of Everett to donate today. It's the Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Oh no, your furnace died. Your hot water heater's leaking. Your drains are clogged. Your AC's blowing hot air. Inconveniences? No, they're emergencies. Don't fear. Call Deere Services. Visit deerservices.net. Make an appointment, and we'll be there within 3 hours, or give you $100 credit. And get this, you will never pay a service fee. Bookmark DEARservices.net, because if you're a homeowner, it'll happen to you someday. Deere Services, there when you need us most.
At Shane Company, we want you to be the holiday hero. We have so many ways to create unique, fine jewelry gifts. Give a ring or necklace with their favorite gemstone like amethyst or peachy morganite, one to match their eyes, or even pick out their favorite team colors. Customize our North Star charm with the gemstone of your choice for a reminder to follow their own path. Or create a personalized piece with zodiac, birthstone, and diamond letter charms. Visit us in store and shop online at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
from the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
About an hour ago, a flurry of roster moves made by the Seahawks. We'll run through them here one last time before we head on out at 2 o'clock. But the Seahawks today have cut Tyrel Dodson. They have elevated Josh Jobe from the practice squad, signing him to their 53-man roster. They've also added tight end N'Keal Harry to their practice squad. But we've now seen quite a bit of change, not just at the linebacker group, but it feels like at multiple spots now. They traded Jerome Baker 2 weeks ago and got Ernest Jones back in that trade with the Tennessee Titans. And now, Mike, it looks like Josh Jobe is probably going to start over Trey Brown now that he's gotten the official elevation from the practice squad. He is now a member of the 53-man roster. So it feels like a big part of that self-scouting during the bye week was kind of like, all right, you're performing, you're not. You're performing, you're not. We're gonna put in the guys who are performing.
Yeah, I think it shows that Mike Macdonald not afraid to make moves that might seem bold or surprising at the outset, because you come into a season with 2 starting linebackers, and I know he mentioned this in one of those final conversations before the bye about the sunk costs. He talked about that with Brock and Salk, that just because you've invested something, you don't want to just keep going with it. That's the cost of what's happened, but you can't just stay that course if it's not working. So we're seeing, I'm not going to say dramatic changes, but we're seeing quick, necessary changes, and it kind of goes along with what we've learned about Mike Macdonald. He's not going to mince words. He's direct. He gets the point with things, whether it's press conferences or injury announcements where you try to, kind of prod along and maybe get something out of him, and he's just going to say, nope, I'm not going to talk about injuries today, or, we'll wait till the injury report. So this keeps with the theme of, hey, if someone's not performing, no matter what their situation is, you're a starting linebacker we brought in, you're not performing, you're out of here. Mm-hmm. You're a presumed third cornerback and a draft pick in Trey Brown. We're getting this guy off the practice squad. He's playing better. He's in. And so it shows that they're going to do anything possible to fix this team and try to fix this defense as the season progresses.
It is. I think it's good that they have realized this now with guys like Baker and Dodson rather than kind of playing up the string with them, because you've still got the possibility of making the playoffs if things go your way in the season's second half. But also, I don't think either one of these guys were going to be Seahawks long-term anyway. They both came here on one-year deals, both kind of prove-it deals as well. Baker coming off the injury. I think Dodson, has not been a full-time starter a ton in his career prior to coming to Seattle. So I think if you're able to realize this sooner rather than later, then yeah, I don't think you should waste any more time in kind of running the same guys out there. I think there's a lot more invested in Ernest Jones. They gave up, I think, a draft pick in addition to Jerome Baker for his services, and you spent a 4th-round pick on Tyrese Knight out of UTEP. That is something that you're going to have to see on eventually, and why not this season? Why not get Knight out there with much more regularity? Drake Thomas is another guy who it looks like will get a little bit more playing time after this move. So, yeah, I fully agree with you, Mike, in that this really shows sort of the directness that Mike Macdonald has, we've talked about a lot with him. Haven't seen a ton of it in action and when it comes to sort of roster building, but there was that story that Brady Henderson wrote about. I think after the first 3 weeks, he had this kind of like article on what makes Mike Macdonald kind of different than Pete Carroll. And there was one story in there about Macdonald during, I think it was either mini camp or training camp, that was like, he told the player he would have cut him if it wasn't for the number of guarantees he had left on his deal. Like, saying that directly to a player, like that's pretty bold. And these moves that they've made over the last couple of weeks, pretty bold in their own right.
Well, and what he said about Byron Murphy too, which it was fine. We're just not used to hearing that. He's, Byron Murphy showed up a little out of shape. Okay, that's fine. It was a college kid that hadn't been playing day in and day out. He'd been training on his own for a little bit, but it wasn't an issue. Byron Murphy has gotten in shape or gotten good enough, certainly, that he's made a nice impact on this team. More importantly, the players seem to understand and respect it. all these guys talk about how much they love playing for Mike Macdonald. So if there were players where it just wasn't clicking or they weren't performing to that standard, that sends a message that, hey, you want to be on this team and these guys do respect him, you're going to have to step up to this level.
Mm-hmm.
There is so much left to determine in this season. It's wild to think that we have gone through 9 games and a bye week, and essentially, because there's no true halfway point game-wise, you have half the season left. You have 8 games, which would have been the exact halfway point before, 2 years ago? So you have 8 games left and a lot that can still kind of sort one way or another. And to just go and slog through the rest of the season with something that wasn't working, well, that's the frustration that we've encountered over the past few years. So make that change now. If it doesn't work, well, at least you know with time left to fix it.
You want to know that everything's conspiring against the Dallas Cowboys right now.
Oh, okay.
Mike McCarthy giving his Monday press conference.
Did they pull the curtains down?
Oh, yes.
Oh, wait.
So,
really? I was joking. Okay.
So there's a big glare from the sun kind of beaming across Mike McCarthy, and they put a shade up so that the glare would not block people's camera shots of Mike McCarthy during his press conference. What a novel concept. You can see the pictures. Jonah Javad of WFAA, I think that's a TV station in the Dallas area. He has a picture of the shade blocking the sun so that Mike McCarthy can give his press conference uninterrupted. Weird how, if the sun is bothering you, you can put a shade up. I wonder if Jerry Jones is seeing this.
Well, yeah, because he has the tour in there. So they're seeing that. That's where the tour goes by. So they certainly are seeing that. I'm so thankful for the Dallas Cowboys. They're hilarious.
Yes.
They make for great content.
They do.
And I appreciate that.
They absolutely do. And the Cowboys are at their best when they're just stumbling over themselves, when they're bumbling idiots, and when they cannot get out of their own way, especially in instances like this. Like the last couple of years when they've been good and like people are like, are they maybe an NFC contender? They're not as interesting. They're not as interesting when they're good. When they are bad, they are incredible, and I cannot get enough of the circus that is the Dallas Cowboys.
And that's the thing, that you might have frustrations and complaints of the Seahawks, rightfully so at times, if they aren't performing up to standard. The offensive line has been subpar. But there are so many examples of how much worse it can get. And the Dallas Cowboys are stuck with some expensive, bloated contracts. They are terribly run, a completely dysfunctional ownership and management group because they're the same ones. So it could always be much worse. And the Seahawks are showing still that they're one of the more well-run, smoothly operated teams around the league, even if performance-wise that hasn't related into what the record should be over the last few years.
One more roster move the Seahawks made today, Kayvon Wallace getting placed on injured reserve. He injured his ankle against the Rams in Week 9. That makes room on the 53-man roster. And they claimed nose tackle Brandon Peely, who was waived by the Dolphins on Saturday. Peely, undrafted out of USC last year, appeared in 12 games over the last 2 seasons with the Dolphins, recording 4 tackles. So they bring in some size on the defensive line, but Kayvon Wallace headed to IR. I did see, though, that Kayvon Wallace got engaged over the weekend.
I was looking that up and I was like, so
it's not all bad for Kayvon. And congrats to Tyler Lockett and his wife. They're expecting a baby.
What was the injury again to Wallace?
An injured ankle.
Okay,
doesn't say specifically.
Do you think he injured it while bending down to propose?
Ooh.
Like you kneel down wrong.
Dang.
I mean, I'm getting old now, Curtis. I realize if you don't stretch and you bend the wrong way, things will pop or swell up on you. I'm looking at the picture of him kneeling down. There's a lot of weight on that ankle.
Oh, no.
So hopefully that's not the case.
Totally worth it.
You're right. All right. If that's
Absolutely
why it's
worth it. Text in your What I Need to Know questions now to the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776. Mike Lefko and I will do our best to answer those. Coming up next, you're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
John Morosi is here.
I think the Mariners, if you're not going to spend that money now and really not be a player for at least somebody in the Walker, Santander, Torres class of players, if you're not going to do that, then you might as well trade one of your starting pitchers right now because you've proven already that you might be able to squeak into the playoffs with this current construction of the team, and you're setting yourself up to consistently come within 1 or 2 or 3 games of a playoff berth and fall short with the current construction of the ball club.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a Colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLLE.
At Pacific Power Batteries, our customers ask which battery is best for their car or truck. And the answer is the one that you will take care of. If you're a slam the hood and forget about it kind of guy, then we have a no problem type just for you. We often say that batteries don't die, their owners kill them. We'll show you how to maintain your battery to extend its life. Same with cleaning your roof or brushing your teeth. Yep, your car battery should last you between 5 to 8 years. So come on into Pacific Power Batteries and we'll show you how not to kill your next battery.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda of Everett is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-5s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-30s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-90s. Shop over 600 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and click Get the Mazda of Everett price. MazdaofEverett.com.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. Compared with other radiation treatments, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter, typically 5 treatments. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and can continue normal activities during treatment. Swedish CyberKnife patients enjoy excellent cancer control rates and minimal disruption to normal activities. Go to Swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases. I've found that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What I need to know, text into the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. Any question, what it is that you need to know. He's Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. We've been filling in for Bumpin' Stacy. You can catch Bumpin' Stacy still today, though. They're following us. They're pinch hitting for Wyman and Bob. So we're filling in for them. They're filling in for Wyman and Bob. Wyman and Bob are, who knows where they're at. Parts unknown.
Parts unknown. Do you think that the Seahawks broke this news because we were filling in for Bob and Stacy?
So.
The show of perpetual news making. They're like, you know what? Let's give someone else a chance.
We'll give these guys.
They were listening. They're like, we better break this news because Bob and Stacy aren't. Oh, wait. It's Curtis and Lefko. Okay, we'll still break the news anyway.
First one, what I need to know, at what age should you stop giving gifts to kids when they visit from out of state? Okay. I feel like this is a text in from like a grandparent of some kind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would hope they're related
or
to
a parent,
said kids visiting. Not just like friends, kids.
I would say maybe like teenage years, like 12, 13 years old.
Mm-hmm.
My kids are 3 and 1, and we are planning, we are going to Utah for Thanksgiving this year because that's where my mother-in-law and her husband live. And if they did not have a gift waiting for Willa or Blair, those two would, Will and Blair would not be happy campers. So I feel like at that age, it might be a bit of an expectation. I mean, if you can't afford it, don't do it. But at some point, yeah, you kind of have to be like, all right, you guys are old enough. You don't need any presents.
What about when they start giving you sass?
Ooh, that's a good one. So
but
probably
that's early on, I know.
Yeah.
That would be the easy answer. But
Willow Rogers is 3 years old and lives on sass. That's one of her greatest exploits.
Like legitimate, they talk
like,
back to you. You know,
like
they've had enough.
Insults.
Insults. Maybe driving age, right? I feel like if you're driving, you're an adult-ish. You're old enough that if you can go drive, you don't need presents when you visit relatives. Go buy them yourself.
What I need to know, unless he can play guard, why is Jason Peters still on our team? Veteran presence? He's 42 years old.
Might be more injuries on the O-line.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Like,
it's a long season.
I would not go by feeling confident that this Seahawks offensive line will remain in one piece over the season's final 8 games. That's why Jason Peters is still on the team.
And also, there's no harm in having him. He's not on the team. He's on the practice squad.
Right. Exactly.
So until you run out of that eligibility, keep him down there.
This one from Jen in Beaverton. What I need to know: does the Curtis and Mike Show have a nickname? You guys are great together. Well, thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Jen. Well, that's a great question. We've pondered that for a while, actually.
Right. We have been consistently named the best segment in radio on a Mariners off day at 7:15 p.m. The problem is today's show happened from 10 to 2. So, and it wasn't just, we weren't limited to one segment, unless you consider this whole thing one giant segment. But
what about the award-winning best 4 hours on radio from 2 Mariners pre- and post-game hosts in the Mariners off-season on a weekday?
I like it.
What's the acronym for that? I don't know. We should probably go with that.
Yeah, somebody's got to text in that acronym.
TTPSDL. I don't know. Something.
This one comes to us from, I forget, didn't see the area code, but they want to know, I'm flying to the Bay Area and going to the game on Sunday. Any sign suggestions?
My creativity escaped me a long time ago.
Yeah, I've never been a sign guy.
I've been beaten down by the world.
I've never
in the darkness.
I've never really been one to bring a sign.
I do admire. I have a great appreciation for people that are creative like that. Like game day. You see the best signs on college game day or any college campuses because kids have endless time to think of these things. They bounce ideas off their friends. They are creative. We'll brainstorm. Maybe we'll get back to you tomorrow with that. But I would redirect this to like the nearest college or even high school. Those kids are vicious and hilarious.
Right. I mean, maybe there's something about Brock Purdy you could make fun of. Brock Purdy doesn't have like the personality that like I would waste a sign on.
I think
like
you just go, you do either George Kittle because he'd appreciate it. He has that good sense of humor, or Kyle Shanahan because he'd get truly pissed.
Yeah,
he would get mad. So you know what? You want the best sign? 28-3. Just hold it up. That's the easiest one. It'll still get to Kyle Shanahan. He will never forget that or live it down.
I think you could also make fun of Debo pushing the long snapper. That's something that's definitely within reason.
Oh, how about this? Debo isn't even tough enough to fight a kicker.
Aha!
He had to fight the long snapper.
I love it. What I need to know, with Cal Raleigh getting another award over the weekend, is he going to be too expensive for the Mariners to re-sign, and what kind of trade value could Cal bring? I don't even want to think about that second part of the question, Texter, but is he going to be too expensive for the Mariners to re-sign? I sure hope not. That would be just absolutely brutal to see, in my mind, the best overall catcher in baseball potentially walk at some point. That would be so hard to reason with.
I don't want to say anything certain because we don't know what's going on in owners' minds or front office mind or any front office around sports, but it's hard to see them moving on from Cal Raleigh and being able to keep the fan base intact. I think they're going to do everything possible to bring him back. They did offer and sign Julio to a massive contract. They went all out to sign him. Cal Raleigh has proven to be more indispensable. He's the face of the franchise. He's the best catcher in the franchise.
Yes.
He has proven that he has had a knack for clutch moments. So to move on from that, and a guy who's so beloved by everyone on the team and the city, I don't know. I don't want to say he's ever going to be too expensive. I think the Mariners will do everything possible to sign him.
425.
But that's not a worry for anytime soon, luckily. So
425, adamantly against kids receiving gifts for visiting someone. They say, why does a child deserve a gift simply for visiting someone? The children and visiting parents should be bringing the gifts since, they are hosting you. That's a freaking spoiled kid thing, expecting a gift for showing up at someone else's house. I don't know. What if you haven't seen them in a long time?
I like when texters get mad at other texters.
Yeah.
So that's pretty enjoyable right there. I think you talk about grandparents, right?
Right,
If you are going to visit your grandparents, they're probably getting you a gift. Or if you're going to visit an older relative.
Food or something, a treat. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, I don't know. Don't give that person
I guess,
any
the
gifts.
425, they don't want gifts, and they don't want gifts for their children. So, if you are the grandparent of that number, you're off the hook. You're good to go. You don't need anything.
Curtis, what I need to know from you real quick. Survivor thoughts?
Survivor thoughts. Oh, my gosh. I think the auction is great, but I don't like how now the final auction items are basically like, all right, just spend all your money. They need to bring back bidding. I'm not trying to give away too much because I know there are still people catching up.
Yep.
But really like the turn lately that Saul has made. Rachel, she's gaining a lot of momentum too. It's a great time to get in. If you're not in, it's a great time to get in. And that's going to do it for us today. He's Mike Lefko. I'm Curtis Rogers. Bump and Stacy filling in for Wyman and Bob are up next. This is Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
All right, I always like trying to figure out your answers to these questions, Brock. Upon further review, what Seahawk individual played one of the best games of his career?
Every day at 7:45.
Kobe Bryant, that hit at the end of the game was awesome. He went full speed to separate receiver from ball and did an amazing job at it. I don't know if Salk, if he can ever be elite, but you kind of just feel his presence.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions